King shit. Huh. Man, it's only right I rise. I was born in the fall. My mama and my daddy rode in separate cars. Next time me and him spoke, I was 24. Them boys hard to reach behind them prison walls. Crack error, the proof in his eyes. In this world can't survive institutionalized. The streets will swallow you up like a wolf in disguise. Nowadays, hard to separate truth from the lies. So now I'm on a mission for the people. May your well wishes be equal and your enemies beneath you. The Hennessy is lethal, be easy on that needle. I pray your heart is real like a Hebrew. We need you. I'm cooking up that work in the lab to supplement it. You know me from that work in the past, it's been a minute. I drop a couple verses, pastors and the bishops be nervous. Your boy put a hurtin' on religion.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
This that work for the serving out the kitchen. You lurking, just know I'm alert and in position. The son of a sauce, on my purpose bout to clicking. It's Hamdulillah when Jamal is back to mixing. I'm way too Marcus Garvey for pimping parties. Too Malcolm Xing to be out here flexing. Too much the youth is running around without direction. They got 1,000 questions, so they out here guessing. CEOs trying to find a way to own a business. In the streets, never Saturday, Jehovah Witness. We gotta bridge the gap, deliver the facts. As simple as that, they into that, it's bigger than rap.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
Just that work for
When
the
all
serving out
these
the
days
kitchen.
are
You
gone,
lurking, just know I'm
we'll walk
alert
up
and in
to the
position.
sun.
Just that work for the
All
serving out
these
the
days
kitchen.
are
You
gone,
lurking, just know I'm
we'll walk
alert
up
and
to
in
the
position.
sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. And when all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
Peace, Smash. This ain't a replay, Smash. This is live. We are live, and Tehuti Afar is about to get this work. You think he ain't when he is? Let's get into it. We got another song by Jamar Milton before we get started. Please smash that thumbs up on the way in. Share this with a friend so they can get a bite of this refutation. It is titled The Weaponization of Caution, and it's going down today.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
I gotta do it
So
to
many
you,
bodies in the
Tehuti.
cemetery,
I
brothers
gotta
getting
do it
buried.
to you.
So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies newly not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Yes. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Is my audio good, y'all? I said, yes, sir. Okay, welcome back to Titans Debate League, hosted by Coliseum of Arguments. I am your host, A1, and I'm here with my wonderful team. We got Humble Mystic and Quantum Truth, aka Mr. Quantum Onlyism, aka Mr. Divine Mechanics if you're nasty. You feel me?
Don't be nasty. Don't be
Hey.
It's going down.
Hey, I just came up and down the top of the head. That was funny. So I'm cracking myself up right now as I'm rolling up.
It sound like you've been had it in the pocket waiting. That was good.
I'm looking at your background picture. I'm just going up the top of the head. No AI script. I'm like, you know what? Let me see if after doing this for this long, how good I am. Let me just no script it and see if we go to the top of the head. So yeah, Mr. Divine Mechanics if you're nasty. And we are back with another one. Today's presentation is titled The Weaponzation of Caution. Let me go ahead and put this title slide up so you can see what we're working with today. Decoding science, history, and bias in the study of antiquity. We're going to be doing a watch video that I saw Jose Francis reviewing on Paradigm Shift. Go over there and make sure you give that video a thumbs up. It didn't have a lot of likes. Let's go ahead and support that brother. He was reviewing a Tehuti Afar video, and Tehuti is a long time Titan favorite. You know, he's one of my favorite hoteps over here. We disagree on quite a few things, but nonetheless, he's still a brother of mine. I'm definitely wanted to stress that today. But I gotta put you in the ground, buddy, because this argument is dead. It's not you I'm after, Tehuti. It's your argument and the minds that it could potentially infect unchecked. So that's why I'm here today, to do what I do best and make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way in. Let me go ahead and throw that poll up. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get into the watch video, and we'll see some of the frivolous claims that Tehuti was making. I said frivolous and fallacious claims that Tehuti was making. This video is only about 15 minutes long, so it won't take us that long to get through it. And I got a presentation to teach him and the community a few things today. Somebody said something?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought somebody said wait. And let's get into it. It's my screen sharing. Nope. Let's see what y'all see. There we go. And again, let's see. This video it's got 58 likes, man. Go over there and give the brother a thumbs up. I hit the thumbs up, as you see. Let's get the brother to 100 views, bro. This video's been up like 2 days. Come on. And here we go.
One aspiring hotep who is seemingly discouraged, and we have another aspiring hotep who is taking the criticism and the weaponization of the word hotep with a grain of salt, as he should. They mock the word hotep into a slur, but in meta nature, hotep means peace, sacrifice.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. I'm saying he's really leaning into this whole I'm a hotep Afrocentric thing with those drums in the background. That's crazy work right there. Next time, leave the drums off, Tehuti, so we can focus on the material. It's throwing me, but we're going to continue.
So reclaim the meaning, not the mockery. I want to also identify the fallacy that is known as appeal to authority. I will leave this here momentarily, and then I will go over it.
I think he'd be letting it sit there for a while so he could let them drums sink in. So it could have that Afrocentric hypnotizing effect, make you feel like you in the motherland. Um, I do think giraffes and lions when I hear these drums. So good. That's the what you were going for, Tahuti. You killed it on that one, actually.
To let it be known that when a debater or a scholar is relying on peer review, he is in fact committing the appeal to authority fallacy. This is especially the case if he is over reliant on appeal to authority in the peer review system without reviewing any primary text or primary evidence. So I want to leave this here. Appeal to authority. The problem with peer review says. I want this to be known, and I want this to be embedded into the head of revolutionaries. I'm going to go over some examples of appeal to authority. In this example, we have the Wikipedia article.
That last slide and this slide are the two slides I'm going to be mainly focusing on for my refutation of this presentation. Everything else I felt like was an extension of these two slides. He did go over some things I agree with, and I think I should cover those too. I wasn't planning on it, but I think I should let that play out as well. Times where science has been used bad in the past and right now. He went over some NIH science that I agree with him that we had a problem with. I don't agree with. I don't think he really knows the process that information and that data went through to get out and how it was actually being rejected, because it wasn't under the pretenses that he's bringing up when he talks about peer review and things like that. There were other problems with getting some of this information out. And I'm not going to specifically talk about that. I think that should be saved for its own episode in light of the recent COVID situation and Fauci being on trial right now. I want to do my own episode on that. But yeah, right now he's going over hedging, and he's talking about how they use words like probably, more than probably, impossible to say more, may parallel, suggesting, tried to determine, could have, so fraught with uncertainties. I'm not sure if you can see those down there in the yellow, but those are the phrases that this slide is referencing. And I'll let him finish.
The title of the article is The Ancient Egyptian Race Controversy. What is highlighted is some examples of hedging. Hedging is a language technique that scholars and authority figures use to stay away from being blunt, or in other words, incorrect. So they will use these terms. I want everybody to look over this. When I give an example of appealing to authority, this is the problem that you run into. You formulate your arguments and your conclusions based on hedging terminology.
You see what I'm saying? The same thing. Same thing I was showing you in my.
And right here, Jose about to jump off a cliff too with him. He seen this fool jump off a cliff. Now he want to jump off a cliff. Here we go. Let's watch him jump off a cliff. And let it be known, I consider myself a hotep too. But I'm not one of these hoteps. I'll study a little bit more, I feel like. Um, but we gonna get into that. Let's watch him jump off the cliff with Tahuti.
Debate probably.
Let me go back a hair.
Same thing I was showing you in my debate. Probably,
Hmm.
possibly. You see, same thing I was saying. I just didn't know what the word was. So now I know the word is hedging. So that's what I was accusing them of. So thank you, Tehuti, for bringing that out so people don't think that your boy is crazy and out of context. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we do. We
You
do.
put a name on it, hit the nail on the head, boy.
We do. And I'm gonna show you why.
And
I'm gonna show you why you're crazy and out of context, Jose. And I'm gonna show Tahuti why, yeah, this is a little bit loony. And at this point, I feel like the conspiracy theories just need to stop. And then it was the fact that you seemed so educated, Jose, by this information that I felt like I had to do this presentation. I'm like, this stuff is spreading in 2026. Oh my gosh. But let's get into it. It all sounds good, to the untrained mind, but let's go.
academic publications. And this is one of many reasons why it's important to review physical evidence and primaries rather than just articles, no matter if they are peer reviewed or not.
I agree with that statement. It's better to review physical artifacts than articles. There are some things in here that he said that I agree with. Yeah, I'm not saying he's completely crazy. I just think that he has a few of his wires crossed somewhere. Um, and like my homie, like who said that, shout out Cosmo Cal. Like Cosmo Cal say, man, he's just not the sharpest spoon in the drawer, man. But let's get into it.
I want to point out that the general problem with peer review is known and documented. So this is nothing new. I will let this sit here momentarily and I will go over it.
I hear the drums now.
Yeah, the drums are giving
As you
Jumanji.
can see, there are several problems with peer review. Among them is bias. A lot of people would think that a peer review article or publication or paper is not biased, but in fact, that is one of the main problems with peer review.
And I'm going to directly refute this slide too, as well. Not necessary to say that what it's saying is completely wrong, but to give some context and nuance, because the framing on this is just horrible. And he adds this stuff to it. But I'm going to let it finish and then I'll bring up my presentation. That link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come up, whether you agree or disagree, you're welcome to share the stage with us. We're going to do questions and comments at the end of the presentation, but you're welcome to pop up and save your spot and get in line right now.
So I want revolutionary scholars to keep that in mind.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get real. GD and Capone is in the building.
It's about to get real. They funny. Yeah, okay. Now let's get into this presentation. These are the main slides that I wanted to actually refute. And let me share this tab instead. Did I pin that link in the chat for y'all? Let me pin this so nobody has to ask for it again. Let me see what the chat talking about before I go into this. And please make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way in. Give this video a like. Um, you know, supporting us is free. All you have to do is hit that share button, hit that thumbs up, tell a friend that we're live, you know, let people know. Uh, yeah, let's get into it. What's the chat talking about? Tehuti, my man, but he be talking like he, you funny. I ain't gonna say all that. I think he's giving people a chance to digest the information and absorb it. So I won't say he's talking like he's slow. I don't get that from him. But I do get that he's mentally challenged, not in not like the term slow usually comes with, but man, that nigga on with them drums game sounds like a wedding in y'all, it's funny, man. It sounds like a wedding in Zamunda. I am the royal king of Zamunda. Shout out Eddie Murphy coming to America. Let me go ahead and take these comments off the screen. I started keeping the comments off the screen so when we run them reruns, they don't know if it's a rerun or not. Because if you ain't seen it, what does it matter? You know what I'm saying? But let's get into it. The weaponization of caution, decoding science, history, and bias in the study of antiquity. Okay. Uh, First, let's examine the core artifact. Okay. The flawed premise. The claim, academic consensus deliberately uses words like probably, suggesting, and could have to hide the truth about ancient race. The implication is cautious language is a form of deceptive, racist gatekeeping. This is what Tahuti's implying. This is what this video implies. This is what Jose Francis replayed it to try to reassert. Okay? They're trying to get us to think that if you don't talk in absolutes, that you're that this is sign that you're a racist gatekeeper, when that's just not how science works. Okay? The scientific reality. Let's get into the fact. In rigorous scientific work, hedging language is the ultimate hallmark of intellectual honesty. So we have the hallmark of intellectual honesty being weaponized. He's now insisting that if somebody uses hedging language, they're being racist and you should look out for them. And I think that this is a problem. I think it's a problem to disseminate this information to the community. And I found it a problem when Jose Francis was like, oh my gosh, this is the word I was looking for. Thank you. You hit the nail on the head. No, he didn't. He completely missed the nail, hit his thumb. Now he's walking around here hooting and hollering, and that's what he's going to be doing in the chat afterwards. Probably trying to find a way to trigger me because he can't actually deal with the argument. You know, that's what happened last time. I don't know if he thought after I did a whole refutation and decided I didn't want to argue with him personally, you know, he was poking at me in the chat. I shot a couple shots back. But my whole thing was, once I've explained it, it's not my job to understand it for you. That's a personal thing that you have to do. And if it resonates with you, it resonates with you. I drop my information is for the community, but I'm not into really the back and forth, especially because it can get negative real quick. And that's the last place I want it to go. I don't want to be out here banging on my brothers in a negative fashion, And again, I'm attacking the information to Hootie, not you personally at all. And I'm not even gonna take it there ever. I'm gonna slide a couple jokes in here to make it entertaining, but again, we cool. No matter what you believe or think or ideology you've adopted. I got Christian friends, Muslim friends, Hotep friends who swear science is racist. I got a lot of different friends, and y'all all cool with me. But nonetheless, let's get into this. As I was just stating, hedging language is the ultimate hallmark of intellectual honesty. But somehow he's weaponized it as an indication that a person is racist. They're gatekeeping, and you need to watch out for them. I think it's fallacious. I think it's ludicrous. I think he's tripping. I think he's mentally challenged when it comes to the comprehension of this subject. But somehow it's something he loves to talk about to no wits end. But, Let's get into it. The second fact: responsible geneticists and historians use cautious terms to indicate exact confidence levels warranted by limited physical evidence spanning 3,000 plus years. This issue happened a long time ago. How much can we actually say with a 100% certainty? Science doesn't even work like that. Science always leaves the probability for better science to come and update it. And this is why hedging language is the hallmark of intellectual honesty. In conclusion, expecting 100% unhedged certainty about ancient antiquity is scientifically unreasonable. It's not like me asking you, what did you have for breakfast today, Tehuti? And you can say, oh, eggs, bacon, 100% certain. I can still taste it on my breath. This stuff happened 3,000 years ago, and we're using different scientific methods to try to uncover and reveal facts. Hedging language, again, is the hallmark of intellectual honesty. And please don't let any of what Tehuti said that he wanted to soak into your head. Don't let him turn the hallmark of intellectual honesty into some form of racist gatekeeping, because it's not. And again, this is an indication that he doesn't understand how science works. So it's like the more you talk, the more you reveal what you don't know. And I know how to read between the lines. I know when somebody, I can see what you're missing. Which is why I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and put this presentation together. Maybe I can get through to him. If not, cool. Somebody else will see it and it'll get through to them. You know, Tehuti isn't my responsibility. I didn't bear him as a child. You know what I'm saying? I'm not his father. So, you know, I wash my hands with babysitting, you know, every misinformed pseudo in the community. I'll try to explain it to you. If you can't, if you don't have the intellectual capacity to digest the information, you know, I don't pour energy into that. You're not gonna get me red in the face arguing. It won't happen for me. But I love to do healthy refutations, and if you do want to set up a dialogue ever, we can definitely do that. Um, I'm always more than happy to answer questions and entertain the conversation, but I just don't ever want it to get nasty. And once you've agreed to disagree, you know, we really don't have too much to talk about unless you want to debate it. Because we can definitely put on a show for the people. I'll debate any of these topics with Tehuti. Matter of fact, right now, before we get into anything further, man, Sir Hercules, if you're in the crowd, King Herc, I'm calling you out, man. I'm calling you out for a debate. Is science racist? You can't run from this. I don't know if you watched my full refutation, but I felt insulted when you turned around and said I didn't address your claim. As if, and then you proceeded to say, I said, I think you said, and I'm quoting it not verbatim, but to paraphrase, he said, I never said behaviors and people. I said institutions or systems being put in place. Well, one, if that's your claim, then that should have been your title. So don't get mad at me, you know, let's just fix that first. Stop running around saying science is racist if that's not the claim. You need to go run around saying systems that have been put in place based on fix your claim. Because you're running around with the 5th grade claim with a college degree, and it needs to be checked. I'm calling you out again, King Herc, for daring to double down and say I didn't address your claim that systems weren't in play. I definitely addressed that you were running around spewing a conspiracy theory. I definitely addressed the fact that you're saying that there's that high school science is a mind control system put in place by Europeans to rob us of our intellectual identity, is a conspiracy theory and something out of a comic book. I said it several times because you put that stuff on several slides. You had it on your intro slide. I went over it from the beginning. So I feel insulted that you turned around to say that I didn't address your claim. I was like, oh, he just wants to argue. Oh, he want to argue. He want me to just type a bunch of stuff. I already got online and said it. See, I'm slow to use these thumbs with y'all. I'd rather get on here and speak. Y'all can hear my voice. I don't got to go back and forth all day like when MySpace was out arguing with y'all in a Facebook post. I'm going to crank up the live. And then every time you say something silly, if I was so inclined, felt so inclined, I would just screen record the rebuttal that I already dropped verbally. It's too easy for you to misinterpret what I'm saying through text. That's why I'd rather hop up here and do it. But nonetheless, yeah, I definitely addressed all of that. And if you didn't get it, you need to go back and watch again. This is part of the presentation, King Hercules, because you two share the same sentiments. This is all piggybacking off of Science is Racist from you. And I feel like Tehuti made a better presentation and claim than you did, because he at least showed me what he thinks is the problem. So now we can get somewhere. You just came with the conspiracy theory. You couldn't show me what in science you thought was racist, where it was racist. Well, I guess you did, but it was so easily refutable. I didn't actually consider it you showing me anything. When you were trying to say the binary system and you wanted to institute a tri-logic system and put that into place and somehow give variable for a person's moral character and things like that, as if that somehow weighs in the science, and it doesn't. It doesn't. The scientific method is a universal tool that is self-correcting. Science isn't racist. At least Tehuti can go to the showed us something. He went to the consensus. He talked about peer review. You didn't touch on these things. You didn't identify these things as a problem, and you didn't point to specific instances that you can show us so that way we can see these things. So that, again, when I'm attacking Tehuti on this, like, it's all shots. Y'all are all in the picture getting photobombed together. Shots fired, man. Where are my sound effects? Definite shots fired. Step in that ring, man. We need to have a face-off, man. If you still think after my presentation that science is racist. Oh, my bad. I was trying to hit one too while you was hitting one. I was trying to say, let's rewind. If you still think science is racist after my presentation, we got to get in that ring, buddy. You're not about to continue to take this show on the road and ignore me. You're not about to continue to take this science is racist presentation on the road and ignore me. You got to answer this. The people want to know who's right and who's wrong on the clock. You didn't even respond to my refutation. We waiting on that. Either do that or hop in the ring. BB to me, Tehuti, and back to the presentation. Where was I at? Okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, the linguistics of academic rigor. Okay, 0% certainty. That's when you know something's a fabrication. That's when you have total guesswork without any physical evidence. And that, we don't do that. Let me go ahead. Shout out Master Hercules to the stage. Go ahead, Master Herc. You got the floor.
Nigga, finish your presentation, and then I'm gonna come back.
BB2, peace to you, brother. But yeah, we got to do that, brother. We got to do that. If you still feel the same way you felt before my refutation, we got to get in that ring and put them gloves on, man.
Go ahead, finish up, man, and then
I'll talk to you at the end of this. I'll talk to you at the end. But you're more than welcome to chill and stay up here. I'd appreciate it. Big bet. Okay, I'm gonna continue because right now, Tehuti, the gloves, my scope is on you, man. The linguistics of academic rigor. When you have 0% certainty, you know that this is a fabrication. This is something that we can consider a myth, a guesswork to say, total guesswork without any physical evidence. This is the rigor zone here in the middle. This is where you want to be. This is what Tehuti was trying to weaponize and say that you need to watch out for people who talk like this. Words like suggesting, probably, could have, impossible to say more. This is where honest science lives. It precisely matches claims to the limits of radiocarbon dating, ancient DNA decay, and fragmented skeletal records. Okay? Now, if you were to see these scientists coming out saying, with the 100% certainty, now you know that motherfucking lying. Excuse my language. And you can probably consider that pseudoscience because this isn't how scientists talk. Flat declaratives and absolute certainty about populations from 3,000 plus years ago. Come on now. They have to leave room for better science to come and update the things that they know. This is how science works. Historically associated with the 19th century racial invasion theories, dogma. This is dogma, not science. And that's another instance that can be pointed to where science was used in racist ways, but it didn't make the science racist. It never made the methods racist. It made the people who were inputting racist hypotheses and coming to racist conclusions that confirm their biases to be using the methods in an improper way. And how did we find out these methods were improper? Through the scientific method. Because if it can't be tested and duplicated everywhere on the globe, then it's not real. But let's get into it. Projecting the present onto antiquity. This is what Tehuti was doing. The persistent fallacy. The persistent, the presentist fallacy is small on my screen. Oh, let me make this bigger. Okay, yeah, the presentist fallacy. Scholars hedge precisely because forcing ancient interconnected populations into rigid modern boxes breaks historical reality. And this is something that Tehuti keeps trying to do. And I believe Mansa Hercules as well. They keep wanting to go around saying the Egyptians was black. The Egyptians was black. That's a social construct that was created in modern times, but you keep trying to insert it into antiquity and apply it to the people of antiquity. And it's a fallacy. And you're dead wrong. And it needs to stop. And I know you're going to go into committee they of course they had a word for the color. They identified themselves as the people of the black land. But they didn't have these racial constructs that we're operating under. And we the evidence just doesn't reflect that. That's not what the evidence reflects. That's not what linguistics says. And I'm not necessarily following the words of the Egyptologists. It's just until we can confirm it and actually prove it, it's better to not assume anything. And that's just being scientific. If I wanted to confirm a bias because I'm already black, I would go ahead and rock with it. But if I'm being intellectually honest, things that we can't prove with a 100% certainty, I just have to be honest about that. And it doesn't make me any less Hotep, and it doesn't make me any less black. Because I know y'all want to get up here and try to say, oh, you ain't no damn Hotep, because I refuse to agree with you guys on that, on everything. We just have a difference of opinion. It's not even opinion. I'm standing with the facts as they are, and you guys want things to be asserted a certain way, absent of any of actual evidence proving it. And I just refuse to make assumptions. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I'm an agnostic. I refuse to make assumptions. What I don't know, I just admit that I don't know. And I feel like that's the best place to start from. Let's get into this. 3,000 years ago, ancient Egyptians, self-classification. Ancient Nile Valley populations did not classify themselves by 21st century Western racial definitions, Tehuti. They didn't. We know the word Kemetiu is a real thing. We know the black land. But to assert the claims that you're making, a lot of assumptions have to be made. And it may feel good and it may be poetic. And, you know, I think that attacking that is attacking the identity that you've attached yourself to through this whole Hotep thing. I consider myself a Hotep, but I haven't necessarily made it an identity that I have to worry about defending. And that may be one of the reasons why y'all probably don't consider me a Hotep. I don't run around with the dang on dashikis, and I don't got an unk ring, and I'm not wearing a pyramid around my neck, and I dress in some designer clothes and stuff. So y'all like, nah, nah, nah. Like, man, that don't take away from my mindset. That don't take away from how I work with my peoples, and that don't take away from the civilization prior that I give reverence to. No matter what clothes I put on, or what designer shades I have on, or what fancy car I'm in, or what race of person I decide to hang out with today in active present times. So let's continue. The anatomy of deceptive framing. I like this slide right here. This slide gives a real good breakdown of some of the logical fallacies Tahuti's running around committing. And it's just like, it's like, well, how come you guys don't challenge your own arguments? Because if you did, then you would be able to pull these fallacies out like flossing. You just pick them out your teeth. How come I have to go around and do this for y'all? I got a floss for you niggas. I'm pulling teeth today. And it seems like pulling teeth, getting you guys to understand that this is what y'all are doing. And it's funny because I want to bring up Herc again, because it's like, after putting it right in your face, to turn around and say, oh, you don't get it, or you didn't address the claim to me. Like, it was insulting. Because it's like, I know y'all, but I'm not going to take it personal, because I just attribute it to cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias, and attaching your identity to something, and me challenging it feeling like a personal attack, or feeling like your brain registers it as a physical attack and tells you to defend yourself. When you attack Islam and there's a Muslim around, it feels like they're being personally attacked. When you attack Christianity around a Christian, same thing. When you attack Judaism around Jews, same thing. When I attack this type of rhetoric from self-proclaimed Hoteps, they feel personally attacked. But let's get into it. Okay. The manipulative tactic, we'll start here. Pulling isolated sentences from wikis to create an artificial narrative, which is what we saw him do on that slide when he had everything highlighted in yellow. He's cherry picking and quote mining. He ignores the author's overreaching thesis and the surrounding context that explicitly refutes the claim that he's making. So, like, that's where let's start there. Second, he's asserting this is another manipulative tactic that he has, asserting that caution on micro issues proves the entire peer review consensus is biased. That's a fallacy of division and a fallacy of composition. Micro uncertainties reflect the limits of physical anthropology, not a systemic failure of macro demographic science. Science can only tell you so much. And the only thing that can tell us more would be better science. So they always leave room for better science to update things. And this is just how science works. So when you make these claims that you're making, we know you don't understand how science works. No wonder you will probably make claims like science is racist, which is a fallacy on its face. Let's continue and keep pushing this information forward, like my man Omar Muhammad say. Claiming scholars selectively hedge to hide the truth about migration and ancestry. This is the claim that he's making, as well as Jose Francis, as well as Massa Hercules. Shots fired, all of them getting photobombed. Claiming scholars selectively hedged to hide the truth about migration and ancestry. This is an appeal to motive. Conspiracy of silence. And again, I was telling Herc in his last presentation, bro, this is a one big conspiracy theory. You ain't pointed to nothing. You ain't showed me nothing specifically. You can't tell me when these people met up and conferred to make this conspiracy worldwide. You've got nothing but a hypothesis and some pseudo math to back it up. And I feel like Tehuti came with a little bit more. Shout out to him, which shifted the argument to a different position. Now is peer review racist? Is the consensus racist? I think these are actually better discussions than is science racist. I think is science racist is just one of the most horrible topics ever. It shows an absolute lack of insight into anything having to do with science. What field of science are you talking about? Anthropology, genetics? The list goes on. We know how many different fields of science there are. What science is racist? Science is such a broad term, a broad umbrella for a bunch of different subcategories. And I know what he meant. He said, well, the systems, what, again, rephrase your argument because what you said is inaccurate. We need to be, what's the word I'm looking for? We need to be specific and concise. Specific and concise. Okay, let's move along. Oh yeah, the appeal to motive, already went over that. Yeah, and this appeal to motive is an unsupported leap that attributes malicious intent to standard scientific caution. So when these men are trying to be honest, saying, well, we can only tell you with this amount of certainty, these people want you to assume that anytime you see language like that they're lying to you. When they're just trying to be intellectually honest, because, oh my God, this is just horrible scholarship from these gentlemen. Let's get into it. The mechanics of quote mining, because this is what Tehuti was doing in that whole little 30-minute video. The old notion of waves of races flowing up the Nile is now known to be erroneous as it was simplistic. Such theories may, okay, and I want you to pay attention to the word may, and you see it circled in red. The manipulator, aka Tehuti, highlights the word may to imply suspicious evasion. These guys are freaking crazy. They don't understand science. They don't understand the language of science. And the more he talks, the more he reveals what he doesn't know. Tehuti turned an explicit rejection of 19th century racial scientific theories into an artificial controversy. Redford was actively debunking racial invasion models, not hiding them. So he was actually on your side. But I digress. So this was just, it's too easy to beat you guys up around the ring when you're doing what you're doing. And you're not even checking your own work before turning it in. You have to try to debunk your own claims to see if they stand up to your own scrutiny before you run around trying to spread disinformation. Y'all just going with whatever feels good. And honestly, you hoteps are no better than these religious people with this stuff at this point. You're no better than people come just telling me believe in Yahweh. Because you don't have the evidence to back up any of the claims that you're making. And there's a problem with that for me. I stand on business. I stand on business about what's being said, what a person's trying to convince me of needing to be proven. I refuse to let you hijack my mind like that. Let's continue. Constructing the conspiracy of silence. Step 2, the unstable conclusion. Tehuti, Hercules, and Jose. Because all of y'all are doing this. Shots fired at all of y'all. I don't want Jose. I want King Herc in the ring. One King Herc hasn't been in. I don't know if I've ever seen you in the ring. But I think it needs to happen. You know, you the elder of these guys. You know, I don't want the little nigga. I want the boss. You the elder of these guys. You know, and I don't care if y'all all get together and work on the presentation together. Y'all better, because that's really the only chance that I think that y'all have. Put in some of the specific claims that maybe Tehuti brought with some of the you know, put that with some of the science degree stuff that Herc knows, and maybe let Jose present it. I don't know. Y'all might be on to something. We could do a 3v1, man. I'll take on all three of y'all at the same time, whatever it takes. But this has to stop. Or y'all gonna have to answer me. Y'all can't keep ignoring me. I'm gonna keep sending shots. And anytime y'all want the stage to refute anything I'm saying, just let me know. We'll set up a night. If you want a special host, so it ain't me, I got you. We can make it happen, man. I can sit in the crowd and watch and talk from the crowd. But let's get back into it. The unstable conclusion. Mainstream scholars are selectively hedging to intentionally hide truth. This is their claim. Okay? An unwarranted leap of reasoning is what this is. This is a textbook appeal to motive. He don't know what these people are thinking. He's making assumptions like he's a damn psychic, a psychiatrist psychic who's in these scholars' heads. He don't know if they're racist. He don't know if they're dating a black woman. Half of these scholars, he don't even know if they black. When they talk like this, he just jumps and makes the conclusion, oh, they got to be racist. Oh, they're black. Oh, well, he must be indoctrinated. Oh, you can't. Everybody who went to college ain't smart. Yeah, you got all these catchphrases, but no evidence. A bunch of feel-good quotes. Like, I guess this Hotep thing is just a feel-good movement. It's not about what we can prove no more. And I don't like that. Because I feel like it's giving the Hoteps a bad name. And I'm here to clean this ish up. Let's get back into it. Hedging clusters around migration. I think I should have started with this. Hedging clusters around migration, Hedging clusters around migration, ancestry mechanism claims. Reality. Ancestry mechanisms from fragmented 3,000-year-old remains are inherently difficult to trace with absolute certainty. And this is what he just doesn't want to accept. He says, if you can't say with 100% certainty every time you coming out talking, you ain't to be trusted. And he's coming up with this whole conspiracy theory that you have some negative motive against Hoteps, and that may not be the case. I doubt these people dove into Egyptology to study this place because they were biased against it. And this is the assumption that he makes and creates for the listener. And I just think it's irresponsible. It needs to stop. We got to do better, y'all. We got to do better. The inherent limits of bone. I ain't going to butcher that name. Mark Van de Mierop. Reconstructing physical appearance from skeletal remains is fraught with uncertainties. This is something that he had highlighted on that slide. This is a factual statement about the limits of early physical anthropology, which was historically plagued by racial bias. It is not a racist dodge, as Tehuti wants to frame it. Barry Kemp. Early northern Egyptian populations differed from Levant Palestine populations. Tehuti highlighted suggesting to discredit this quote. In reality, hold on. In reality, Kemp's data explicitly supports indigenous Nile Valley continuity rather than external Eurasian dominance. So, you know, you're trying to paint a picture of him that doesn't land because he's not the guy you're trying to make him out to be. But you cherry pick these quotes and use this stuff like I wasn't going to look into it. And I just thought, like, wow, okay, either he's never looked into it, so maybe that's why he doesn't realize he has a conspiracy theory and nothing tangible. But I thought it was irresponsible again. The archaeogenetic reality. The archaeogenetic reality, my bad. I said archaeo. I was thinking about this TV show, the AO. I don't know if y'all hip to that. It popped in my head in the middle of reading that. Let's get into this, man. Data node 1. Ancient Egyptians were an indigenous Northeast African population with long-term genetic continuity. Okay, this is a fact. The scientific consensus. Modern archaeogenetics, population genomics, and bioarchaeology have suppressed early skeletal measurements. And this is where we see science correcting itself from the old racist science. The same stuff that y'all calling racist actually corrected the racism. It was science that did it. That's why I be saying that the claim, that's why I say that the claim science is racist is just retarded. It's utterly retarded. And I couldn't believe Hurt with a bachelor's, undergrad degree in the philosophy of science chose to make those claims. I thought that he would double check his homework before he turned it in. I thought that he would try to disprove himself to make sure his arguments were actually sound before running in public, getting on the stage and recording it. I thought that would have happened. And it's like he's got the degree. That's really the reason that I'm doing this. Because, you know, you come with the air of authority when you talk. When you talk, people listen, bro. You heard me hyping you up, all the mathematician, the teacher, the scholar. I put them titles on you, man. If you don't come correct, I'm going to refute you. Or one of my little homies will, man. Besides, somebody going to have to check that information. And don't, I hope nobody takes this personal, because if it wasn't me, it was going to be another debater in the community. You know what I'm saying? But at least I'm going to try to always make sure we do this in a healthy way. Again, genomic data shows profound complex mixture over millennia with neighboring populations, sub-Saharan Africa, the Levant, and the Near East. Hold on one second. Why is this like this? And I want to see what the chat talking about for a second and do a little brief intermission. Okay, what are we talking about in the chat? So y'all hearing everything he's saying, right? The institutions of science are racist.
Real fast, brother.
But science itself
real fast, brother.
Racist.
A1, I gotta give you this real fast, man, because you up here doing your thing. You up here chopping heads off. Hold on. Hey, you better teach, A1. You better teach, brother.
Appreciate you. Lou Will. Shout out Lou Will, man. New subscriber. We're looking to get him a debate over here as well. I'm not sure if you actually want to hop in the tournament, Lou. We do have one spot left available. So if you want to hop in for that $1,000 grand prize, let me know. And while I'm speaking of it, I might as well run the ad to let everybody know what we got coming up. And again, we still have one slot left for this tournament.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Okay. Where are we at? The will. When you say institutions, what do you mean? Institutions of science. You just got to be specific, brother. I don't know what you mean. You have to see, and again, this is what I mean with the conspiracy stuff. It's almost like saying they. Put a name on it. Why would you say institutions instead of naming the specific institution? But this is what everybody does. And then it's like, okay, I don't know how to respond to that. And people think that I'm slow, but nobody's actually defining what the problem is so that way we can address it and fix it. Institutions, which institutions? Like I said, science is a broad umbrella. Anthropology, like what are we, which institutions? Give me specific cases that we can look at of science being racist or this institution doing racist stuff, then we can attack it. It's not like somebody saying, I don't trust the COVID-19 vaccines. Bill Gates and them funded it. They came out and said black people should take it first. For that, like, at least I have something to go off of. You're giving me a specific instance. You're giving me specific things that were said, specific things to look into and address. I need examples. These broad claims, I don't even know where to start with these. And that's why I'm like, okay, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'm not trying to insult you, but yeah. To the uninitiated, he's cutting heads, but I'm intimidated. I'm initiated. You are initiated, brother. Initiated. You got your doctorate. I mean, you got your bachelor's degree in science. You initiated. Did you pledge? Let me stop, man. I ain't gonna mess with King Hurt. So King Hurt better not have been part of none of them damn Greek fraternities, brother, because I'll never let you hear the end of it. Shout out King Hurt, man. He did more than me, man. You know, I got to give credit where credit due. At the end of the day, you know, he did something I wish I would have did. So I can only take so much from him. I'm just confused that the fact that he thinks that science, high school, science being taught in high schools is a mind control program of Europeans to steal your intellectual identity. And it's a tool to brainwash you. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi novel. And how come it didn't work on you then? And then why in your whole presentation, and if it's, yeah, how come it didn't work on you? You went through the high school and the college, got your undergrad degree. And then you didn't show us in your presentation anything specific that was going on in college. You didn't show us a specific science that was racist. You didn't show that. You just came with the blanket conspiracy theory and tried to insert morals into the scientific method, and it just doesn't work like that. Let's continue though. Back to Tehuti and back to Jose Francis. Their heads on the chopping block right now. Precision is not deception, brother. Precision is not deception. Hedging language is the hallmark of intellectual honesty, brother. Why are you trying to weaponize that? Let me turn them sound effects down just a little bit. But it shows that you don't understand the language of science, and it shows that you don't understand how science works. Hercules, I'm disappointed. You got the degree. You should be talking to them about this. You should have explained this to the Hotep homies. But instead, I got to come play cleanup. Let's continue though. Big bet. Appreciate you, Oli. Good science is fluid. It consistently updates its claims based precisely on the boundaries of available evidence. The straw man fallacy that Tehuti, Jose, and Hercules keep committing. They keep treating careful precision as dishonest gatekeeping. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate straw man fallacy. The attempt to weaponize academic caution reveals significantly more about Tehuti, Hercules's, and Jose Francis's ideological biases than it does about the integrity of any of the historians that they ever bring up. And I don't think they realize that. I'll say it again. The attempt to weaponize academic caution reveals more about y'all ideological biases than it does about the integrity of the historians. A lot of those historians agree that, you know, the people of Egypt had a darker skin tone and etc. But y'all were still acting like they were slanderous because of the way they talk this same way. This is the language of science. And again, the more you talk, the more you reveal what you don't know. You know, Hercules must have been skipping class in college. I don't know what he was doing, because how did he miss this? Okay. The autopsy of a scientific myth. Deconstructing the straw man of consensus. Now we're about to get into consensus. This was the second slide he had up. All of that stuff I just presented was me debunking his first slide. Now I only debunked two of them. Let's get into the second slide. He was talking about he was giving a straw man on consensus, authority, and the scientific method. Let's get into this, man. The dogmatic priesthood straw man misrepresents historical scientific shifts, conflates consensus with passive groupthink, which is the number one thing he's doing, and it rejects authority as I can't read that. Let me zoom in. Antithetical to evidence. The argument rests on a fundamental straw man, painting scientific peer review as blind, dogmatic, priesthood demanding worship, rather than a dynamic process built on rigorous testing and self-correction. It's slanderous. And it's like, if what he was saying was true, technology wouldn't be as far developed as it is today. The false dilemma of authority and evidence. The myth, authority equals evidence. That's what he keeps trying to say. He keeps trying to say, like, the peer review, which we consider the authority, equals the evidence. The peer review does not equal the evidence. Tehuti, Jose Francis. I'm gonna leave Hercules out of this one. I haven't heard him bring up peer review. I wish he would have actually brought more specifics, but he didn't. Evidence in the form of empirical observation, statistical analysis, you know, measurements. That's what you see weighing on the scale. Authority don't got no weight over here. We don't care how long you've been doing this. What does the evidence reflect? Now, if you're an authority, what we do look for are people who are experienced in their field, who are actually talking about the evidence. But your experience doesn't just mean you're right. And somehow he's making this false dilemma of authority and evidence, trying to conflate the two. The reality, an expert's word is not raw data, but genuine scientific consensus is built entirely through the aggregation of evidence. I'm going to say that again. Genuine scientific consensus is built entirely through the aggregation of evidence. Not what Joe Blow said because he think he king of the hill over there in Silicon Valley. We don't care about none of that. Neither does science. And neither do, and just because somebody over here popular don't mean he popular in India and everybody gonna go with what he say. That's why science is self-correcting. If the evidence doesn't support itself, somebody's gonna be able to point it out. If the evidence doesn't support it, the conclusion, I said itself. If the evidence doesn't support a conclusion, it's going to be exposed. Bottom line, peer review can't stop that. Okay? Let me continue. Yeah. Here we go. Argumentum ad vercandium. I can't read today. Don't judge me. I need to blow my. I'm on the 70-inch, but let me get off of this other screen. I got it on this, and I got it on the other screen too, so I can see what y'all see. Okay, now I can read it. It's bigger now. Let's go. The actual fallacy: relying on non-experts or citing a title in place of facts. Again, relying on non-experts or citing a title in place of facts. That don't work over here. Legitimate expertise, citing a consensus of qualified subject matter experts who have evaluated empirical evidence. That's the only type of evidence that we use. That's what peer review is doing. And to try to label it as somehow a priesthood of bias is irresponsible. What you need to do, Tehuti, is show that the empirical evidence doesn't say what the scholars are saying. And then we can move from there in the argument. But what you're doing is completely intellectually irresponsible. And it, again, every time you speak, you show what you don't know. Expert consensus relies on accumulated, replicated empirical data, not arbitrary opinion. Again, replicated empirical data. So just because somebody got a title doesn't make what they say official if they can't prove it. So acting like the consensus is somehow racially biased, like black people aren't part of the consensus, is absurd. It's ludicrous. Like, and I don't understand why you keep making these claims. It's like you didn't check your own homework before you turned it in. You keep running up here with these presentations and you don't even try to prove yourself wrong to see if your information actually standing on solid ground. That house you built is sitting on quicksand and it's going down fast. Tehuti, Jose Francis, King Hurt. Let's get into it. The 1950s smoking revisionism. And I'm bringing examples. The stuff y'all don't do. Let's get into it. Dahl and Hill. The Dahl and Hill study links smoking to lung cancer. Winder and Graham study confirms epidemiological link. Tobacco companies fund propaganda and purchase individual doctors to manufacture doubt. Scientific consensus never declared smoking healthy. So just because they got a few people to speak against it, the consensus never said that. But let me guess, the science on cigarettes is racist. Let y'all tell it. Peer-reviewed science uncovered the harm, acting as the cure, not the disease. So y'all acting like we need to throw this out, but it's really what's saving the day. Y'all need to stop acting like the cure is the disease. And that's why every time that y'all come out here, I'm on y'all heels. I'm not going to chase y'all around and troll y'all in the comments. I'm not going to act like JJ7000 when I see y'all. I'm not going to get up here and slander y'all and make a bunch of personal insults to y'all. I'm going to keep the jokes light, very lighthearted, because y'all my brothers at the end of the day. And I remember there was a time when I thought how y'all thought. So like I can only beat y'all up so much. And it's not even really me beating you up. It's me beating up an old version of myself. I see so much of the old version of myself in y'all, in y'all pseudo ways and y'all pseudo thinking and the confirmation bias. But everybody has a smartphone in their hand, man. We have access to this information at our fingertips. You know, Hercules was in class for hours a day doing hours of reading. Like I felt like he should be the number one guy, you know, doing the presentations I'm doing. But nonetheless, you know, cool. This is a lane for me. The mechanism of paradigm shifts. Okay, we got dogma and science over here. Response to new evidence. How does dogma respond to it? Dogma suppresses data to maintain original conclusion. Science updates conclusions to align with superior data. That's the difference between the two. So we need to stop acting like the consensus is dogmatic, some dogmatic priesthood. It's not. Okay, how does dogma view errors? Proof of illegitimacy. How does science view errors? Essential stepping stones for collaboration to help refine what they know and what they actually don't know. Okay? Every time something happens, like, oh, science proved itself wrong, that means it updated itself. That's a good thing. But y'all run to the debate like, look, you can't trust science. It's proving itself wrong. And you don't realize how retarded the statement is. But again, every time you speak, you show us what you don't know. You don't understand the self-correcting nature of science and how science updates its conclusions to align with superior data. You try to use the superior data updating the old data as proof that we need to throw science completely out. And it's just intellectually dishonest and it's intellectually irresponsible. And I think for somebody with a bachelor's degree in science that he would be doing better. I wouldn't think I would be hearing this stuff coming out of his mouth because I know he's got to know this stuff. But he's not, as the elder, he's not passing it on. He's doing the opposite. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, Hercules, you the one doing the out here trying to brainwash motherfucker. High school science isn't a tool of brainwash, the empirical brainwashing from the powers that be to steal your intellectual identity. That was one hell of a claim. And again, it sounds like some great sci-fi novel. The best sci-fi novel I ever read. Never read. But let's continue. Let's push this information forward. The argument cites consensus shifts to imply untrustworthiness. In reality, self-correction is the defining strength of the scientific method. So again, every time y'all speak, y'all reveal what y'all don't know, and y'all are letting us know that you are fighting something that you actually know nothing about. And it's one thing I'm starting to realize: people fear what they don't understand. You guys just don't understand science. And instead of just saying that, you guys are fear mongering and you scared of science like the boogeyman at night. And y'all hiding up under the covers, shaking. I'm scared of science. I'm scared of evolution. I'm scared of the scientific method. One thing I do agree with Tehuti on was, and we never even got to it, he brings up some NIH articles and goes over some of the COVID stuff. And my whole point that I'm making in this slide applies to what he was actually trying to show, but he never put it in his proper perspective, was that the consensus, the peer review process is actually what's updating is how we're knowing that this COVID stuff has been bullshit from the beginning. And that the COVID people were doing what the cigarette people were doing. They were cherry picking specific doctors to push their agenda, even though a scientific consensus never declared the shot healthy. You got to remember, it was all emergency authorization use, the EU Act, emergency use authorization, whatever. They rushed it out. They didn't, So, of course, they were lying to you when they were saying 100% safe and effective. And eventually, the studies came out and they had to retract that statement. And then slowly things started getting retracted more and more, the more that the data had to be released. It was the science that proved it was bullshit. So stop trying to use science correcting itself to try to attack science. It's the most redundant argument that you can make. Control quality versus gatekeeping. Let's get into this. Peer review does not reject ideas because they threaten consensus. As noted by historians like Thomas Kuhn, the system specifically validates radical shifts. The system specifically validates radical shifts, but only when the evidence is structurally sound. So if the evidence isn't structurally sound, it's not going to change the consensus. And why should it? And let's get into this. Let's get into this. Radical new ideas. You see them going into the top of the cone, right? And let's see how they come out at the bottom. They go through a net and get filtered. They filter out the ideas that have bad methodology first, and they reject those. Next, they filter out unsupported claims and claims that have flawed logic, the same way I'm doing with y'all stuff. See, I'm using the same method. I'm using the same methods on y'all stuff, and that's how I know is biased. So when y'all come with flawed logic and unsupported claims, I just dismiss them. Even no matter how Afrocentric and Hotepish they may sound and how good they may feel, I gotta throw that ish that y'all spitting in the trash because it don't stand up. Hercules, Jose Francis, Tehuti Afar. Let me put a name on it so people know who I'm talking to. And any other Hoteps in the community who's standing on what they standing on. It just so happens to be that these people are in close proximity to me, so these are the people I'm responding to right now. But this is addressed to all the community of Hoteps who are on this side of the argument. Let's get into it. The lack of statistical significance. Those claims get filtered and rejected as well. What you have left is verified paradigm shifts. Verified paradigm shifts emerge. And examples like plate tectonics, relativity, amongst other things. They all had to go through the same process before peer review or the consensus changed on them. And it wasn't because of racism that they were denying plate tectonics at first. But eventually, better science updates the old science. And that's what happened. So instead of arguing that science is racist, just work on better science, man. Like that's what you need to do. Y'all claims, the claims that y'all are making, it's just very scary. And again, it's intellectually irresponsible at this point. Y'all know better, especially if y'all sitting through my presentation. The built-in anti-groupthink mechanism. This is what Tehuti keeps talking about. Okay. Genuine consensus requires independent replication. Let me say that again. Let me rewind on that joint right one time for the one time. Genuine consensus requires independent replication by competing labs globally. Stop talking about science is racist. Stop talking about science is biased. The consensus is biased. It's got to be the same for, it's not different strokes for different folks. It's not some dogmatic, what was the word he called it? Some dogmatic, I can't remember the word. Priesthood, as Tehuti would have you believe. Because genuine consensus requires independent replication by competing labs globally. Scientists possess a massive career incentive against groupthink. And this is just a fact. The maximum reward is achieved by successfully dismantling established paradigms and knocking over what people thought and coming out with new stuff. That type of stuff is incentivized because that's how you get famous, by shifting the paradigm and proving what people once thought was true isn't. So to act like everybody just wants to subscribe to the groupthink consensus peer review, that's false. Everybody's actively incentivized to look for things to break that up so that way they can become famous as a scientist. So that's how you get paid the most. Who's going to come up with the newest, most profound discovery? They don't get incentivized and paid the most for covering it up. And you can't show me one person who then came across something, covered it up, and then got rich. Let's follow the money. Show me the paper trail. You don't got one. Because what you're saying is a conspiracy. And I hope that you realize this now. Okay? Established consensus, independent replication, and disproving theories. And you see the arrow going over to frame tenure, major grant funding. Right? And on the bottom, you have the passive agreement citation cartels. It yields minimum career advancement to just go with the groupthink. Very minimal career advancement. You're probably not going to be famous. You're not going to have your name known. You know, you're not going to get the big bucks. You're not going to be able to get that bestseller out there. Let's continue. Deconstructing the visual straw man. And I'm almost done. How many more slides do I have? This is slide 19. I put 19 slides against his 2 because that's how fallacious that shit was. That shit was so fallacious, it took me 20 something slides to cover his 2. But I didn't want to miss anything. Like, the amount of fallacious behavior that you were able to squeeze into one picture was crazy. You deserve an award for that, if nothing else. Let me see how many slides I got left. Okay, I only got 3 slides left, so we are almost done. Deconstructing the visual straw man. Let's get into this. The authorities depicts doctors on a literal pedestal, framing science as a top-down decree, when it's definitely not. And you know, I don't know why they keep doing this, but let's continue. The subservient crowd depicts a diverse public as passive, uncritical victims of dogma, and we're definitely not. I think that the only person who's an uncritical victim of dogma happens to be certain hoteps who keep pushing this racist science shit. Y'all are victims of this dogma from these 1970s philosophers who were coming around at a time when they were needed, but we need to update their information as well. And it's cool, you know, what Dr. Ben wasn't right about everything. We not saying throw them away, but we need certain things just need to be updated. And that's cool. And it's okay. Let's continue. The visual composition deliberately engineers a straw man, bypassing logical argument to plant a subconscious narrative of subjugation. And that's why I say you guys it's intellectually irresponsible. When I saw even Jose Francis said, you hit the nail on the head. Oh, I know what you mean. That's the exact word I was looking for. I'm like, damn, these people are the ones going around brainwashing people absent the actual evidence. They're trying to paint basic scientific language as somehow nefarious and proof that a scientist is untrustworthy because they don't talk in absolutes, because they leave room for more science to come correct what they already know, because they understands the limits of what the tests that they are using and what they can tell and what it allows them to know. You guys have turned intellectual honesty into a crime. And I think if there was a jail for intellectuals, y'all would be locked up right now. Let me know. Are they? Are y'all want me to call them, or are you gonna go ahead and turn yourself in? How are we doing this, y'all? Let's continue. Objective scrutiny and historical bias. While institutions have historically suffered from structural inequalities, and there was a mistake on this slide. I remember this, but I knew I didn't need to redo it. While institutions have historical issues, the objective scrutiny of the scientific method is exactly what dismantled 19th century racist pseudoscience like phrenology and eugenics. How did we find out that science was actually racist? Through science. When these methods weren't able to be tested and reproduced everywhere, people started calling in like, bro, this shit bogus. Get it up out of here. Science is self-correcting. It didn't take a bunch of hoteps to say eugenics was wrong for people to get it. It took actual scientific data to prove it wrong. So y'all aren't doing the community any services with this whole conspiracy theory nonsense. And I'm asking y'all to start making y'all claims specific. Y'all can't keep running around here talking about science is racist. What science? Specifically. What science do you think is racist? Give me the specific time, date, data, and everything so I could look at it. But y'all want to say science as a whole, oh, well, the whole system. Nigga, you don't even know what you talking about. Y'all sound crazy. Blaming consensus distracts from addressing actual structural issues. Do y'all understand this? Blaming consensus, blaming science as a whole. That distracts from actually showing people the actual science so we could correct it. Science ain't racist. My TV streaming this episode to y'all right now is not racist. It works whether a white man or a black man gets on here. Shout out the scientific method. Okay, down here on the graphic, you see methodology in the blue, right? You see the institution on top. You see systemic biases, lack of diversity in clinical trials, and ethical failures, i.e., the Tuskegee experiment. You know, we had a host of other things happen as well. There were times science was used in very nefarious ways. You don't got no argument with me out of that. We agree on that. We can point to those specific instances and we can address them. That's why when y'all say science is racist, y'all make me think something new going on. Like, what? Huh? Show me. What happened? And it's like, no, just in general. Like, man, shut the fuck up. What are we talking about? The science that's racist gets corrected. If somebody's putting out data that has a lack of diversity in their clinical trials and they telling us what's healthy for white folks, you know, granted, it may not necessarily be healthy for black folks. But we gonna look at that. And you could point that out and then we could correct that. And we could say that this can't be reproduced with these people. Or this blood type, or this whatever. Or this weight class. Things don't, you know what I'm saying? But science corrects itself. Science isn't inherently racist. Now, down here on the bottom, the methodology, you have data, statistics, and independent replication. What is racist about that? What is racist about collecting data, taking your statistics, and seeing if your test can be independently replicated by black, whites, Asians, Hispanics, Creoles, Jamaicans, all 50 of them countries over there on the continent of Africa? Let's not forget the people down under, man, in Australia. That is not an Australian accent, but we gonna rock with it. Independent replication worldwide. This is what peer review does, and this is what the consensus reflects. Stop talking about the consensus is racist, man. And if you do want to say it, you just need to provide me with the supporting data of the specific case in which you're talking about so we can go raise hell about it. Because I'm not saying that racist stuff ain't going, racist people won't come and try to use science ever again to try to do something racist. I can't make that claim. Something can happen tomorrow. I feel like stuff has been happening as of recent. We just talked about the COVID shots and Fauci back on trial. But what you need to do is give me the supporting data of the specific case that you're talking about so we can address it. You can't just say science as a whole is racist. When I go to my black doctor, they're practicing racist science on me. When she checks my blood pressure, is that racist? When she gives me a pain pill because if I have a back problem, is that racist? Now, granted, they do give white folks them perks and all that crazy stuff and then try to give you an ibuprofen 800. I don't know if they still think we have a higher pain tolerance or they think we're going to be out here trapping. But nonetheless, they should give everybody the same pain medication. But you see how I can point to a specific instance, bring an example, and say, we need to fix this. I'm not just going around fear mongering with conspiracy theories about systems that we can't ever touch, that work beneath the fabric of society, that are trying to kill us. Oh, I'm scared. Sounds like a damn. Where's Will Smith? We need to make I Am Legend 6, nigga. Shit getting real spooky out here, man. Okay, I'm on my last slide, y'all. I appreciate everybody who tuned in and stuck around for this. You know, I'm a little long-winded sometimes. I'll be ranting in the middle of my slides, but I feel like this is what the community needs right now. I feel like we need to start putting these conspiracy theorist hoteps on the spot. I feel like y'all giving Hotep a bad name. I call myself a Hotep, so I don't like it. Because as soon as I say I'm a Hotep, people start assuming that I think like y'all. And it's like, no, I don't. I'm actually logical with this, and I'm surgical with this, as you see. I'm surgical with this shit, Jake. I gotta go ahead and get that. Let me look for that right now while I'm presenting this. But and actually, let me go to a word from our sponsors. While before I present this last slide, shout out everybody who made it here. Real quick word from our sponsors, then we're gonna close out and open the floor for questions, comments, and thoughts.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Okay, and we're back. The self-correcting engine. Let me get back to my presentation. The self-correcting engine. Logic built on evidence, not arbitrary authority. Consensus core, okay? History, continuously updating based on superior data. Yeah. You know what? I'm realizing these people have a problem with all of this stuff. Everything is racist to them. Starbucks is racist, history racist, science racist, the TV is racist, the news is racist. And they're not realizing they're projecting their racism. It's almost it's actually racist to accuse somebody of being racist who isn't racist. You're projecting. Imagine you're trying to force racism on somebody who loves you. Like, y'all be doing that. The white man, the devil. Some of these motherfuckers love y'all ass. Kiss y'all feet. Want to be black bad as hell. Wish they was black. Have reverence for us. Think we the coolest thing ever and wish no harm on us. Want to see us in a better position and situation in life. Want to see some of these systems at play get their boot off our neck. But y'all gonna paint all of them as devils. That's racist. I digress, though. Let's continue. Scientific consensus is not an arbitrary decree demanded by a dogmatic priesthood. Let me read that again for the people in the back. Scientific consensus is not an arbitrary decree demanded by a dogmatic priesthood. It is the hardest, most rigorously tested, and relentlessly self-correcting engine of knowledge humanity possesses. They don't realize that the system incentivizes disruption. The system incentivizes you coming up with something new that disproves all the old stuff. That's how you get famous, and that's how you get paid the big bucks. Stop the cap. You know this, Hercules. I can agree that the rest of the people, Jose Francis and Tehuti, may be naive about this. They don't have a Bachelor of Science degree. You do. You know this. But somehow you're omitting this fact, which is the same thing as pretty much lying to the people. Because you only presenting, you're making a false dilemma and only giving us two options, and then neither of them are good. You're not letting people know that science is actually a self-correcting engine. That it was updated science that proved all the racist science false. Like, it's very irresponsible, the shit that y'all saying. And with that, I end my presentation. I appreciate everybody who tapped in and tuned in and stuck around for some of this. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and drop that link again, and y'all can come up with questions, comments, or thoughts. After I do a 2 hour presentation, I really don't feel like debating with people. I mean, y'all can definitely come up and disagree as much as you want, but I'm gonna give you the floor. And since I'm the host and the presenter, I think it's unfair for me to argue with y'all. Because when y'all cross the line, I don't want to be the person arguing with y'all and muting y'all. So just come up, take the floor, and I'll give y'all the floor uninterrupted to share your thoughts, whether y'all want to bash what I presented or agree with it. But y'all won't get any debate out of me tonight specifically. I've already stated my position and my claims. I will answer questions though. I'm not gonna be rude. And if Hercules does want to set that debate up, let's talk about it right now because it needs to be had. If you still think science is racist, you can't keep running from me, bro. You can't keep running from me. And I'm dropping that link again. Hercules, you were already up here, so if you are still tuning in, you can go first. Let me roll up one.
Yo, hey, what's going on?
Peace.
Wait a minute. Give me. Damn it.
Need a couple minutes.
Wait. I'm trying to. Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna reply. I'll reply. I got.
I'm gonna let Humble go
here.
first. I'll let Humble go first. Take your
Yeah.
time.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Humble.
What up? What up, family? Hey, listen. Um, before I get too deep into, hold on, man. Why my laptop on this? I pause. Before I get too deep into anything, man, let me first start by saying, brother A1, that was a powerful PowerPoint, brother. That presentation was fire, bro.
Appreciate you,
Most
bro.
definitely dropping some bombs. Yeah, and there's some conversations that need to be had around this topic. Um, and I feel like number one, I don't think the community should be called the Hotep community, only because that's a term that the people on the outside of the community use against the community. You see what I'm saying? Because they trying to clown. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't do that. Everybody know out of all the communities out here, the Hebrew Israelites, all the communities. When we get to the people that study Africa and specifically ancient Kemet, um, they are literally in the field some of the most steadfast researchers out there, right? From the language to the culture to the history, they be out there doing their work. You know, a lot of these people just be out here talking out the side of their necks. So I think if we going to deal with them, we got to give them a little more respect. Um, Secondly, I don't. I think where the brothers are making a mistake in their claim is they're generalizing their statement. So instead of saying Wallace Budge is
Mm-hmm.
racist,
Mm-hmm.
they'll say science is racist, right? Instead of saying James Brestrad is racist, they'll say science is racist. And you can't equate the racist people to the methodology itself. Yes, there was some racist archaeologists out here or Egyptologists out here that was pushing agendas. We know that. But why not call them out specifically? Why
Mm-hmm.
generalize? Why call everybody out? Why not point the finger at the people that were doing it? Why not put the spotlight on them so the community know exactly who's doing it? We don't gotta go out here and be mad at everybody. We can go and be mad at the right people. That's number three. Um, the next one I'm gonna land my plane with this is, and then why not talk about the people in our communities that are correcting the specific people that we should be pointing out? That's how this should be done. When we point out Ashwell Quasi, right, we shouldn't be saying, "Oh, look, he out here doing great work." We should be saying, "Look, he's exposing the inconsistencies that these Egyptologists are putting out." And here's why we got to be specific on this, because
Mm-hmm.
all Egyptologists don't have an agenda to fabricate Egypt. Some Egyptologists actually are going to do genuine work. They want to make genuine discoveries. So we can't put that all on them. We can't put that title on all of them. Some of them, yes, but point those some of them out.
Mm.
I'll land my point with that. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Facts. I appreciate you. I agree with you, man. We need to bring specific claims instead of making sweeping generalizations. It's fallacious. It's intellectually irresponsible. You know, it makes me want to ask questions like, is that degree? If science is racist, is your degree in science racist? Are you teaching racism when you go to teach the children? Like, no.
Exactly. And then
Are you?
those
So
are
you?
fair
Yeah.
questions when you're asking. Those are fair questions to ask when you're making statements like science is racist. You see what I'm saying? Okay, it's biology is racist. Like, what's going on here? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so
Botany's racist now.
botany is racist, right?
So all right. So hey, oh my gosh. Shots fired, brother. Shots fired. Good presentation. I think you did a good job. I'm saying with your questions and your point of view and how you was attacking Tehuti and myself in your presentation. Again, I would just say you missed. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got the bulletproof vest on, and you just.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna definitely break it down. Because you guys asked good questions. You definitely asked some good questions that definitely have a strong foundation. You know what I'm saying? And you cannot deny the foundation of where you're coming from in your questions and your point of view. And so for me, it's like when I completely hear what you're saying, your whole point of view, it's like I'm understanding that you're coming from the perspective of Western academia. And you have to understand that that's not the perspective that I'm coming from. And Tehuti could defend himself. I'm pretty sure, he could defend himself, you know what I'm saying, with doing what he do. Can I share my screen? Let me share my screen. And what the thing is that you have to understand that when I say this all the time. When I'm on this joint, is that I'm always entire screen. I'm always coming from the perspective of the elders. I'm standing on their works, the stuff that they do, the works that they do, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the stuff that I'm standing on. So I put it in. This is real quick, and I'm not going to dive into this too deep because this is, what I'm saying, you was talking about the Tehuti with this, but he could defend himself. So I put it in, what I'm saying, looking at the works of Diop and Obinga, Clark, Ivy Van Sertiman, Fukuyao, and others in their field, would they actually agree that hedging language is the hallmark of intellectual honesty? Answer is no. Scholars like Cheney Diop, Theophil Binga, John Henry Clark would generally not agree that hedging language is the ultimate hallmark of intellectual dishonesty. Why? Because these people, they fought against the system. And these are the people that I'm standing on. And it breaks down why their claim. It goes into, this is nothing. I didn't add any caveats. As you can see, I didn't add any.
Can I read it all?
Huh?
Can you just scroll down so I can continue to read?
Yeah, I'm gonna scroll down. But I want to show that I didn't add any caveats to this. It was just
no. That was a good search. That was a good question to ask too.
Yeah, I just asked. You know what I'm saying? Because these are the people that I'm standing on. I'm standing on their works, and I'm looking at from their point of view and how they work. So yeah, we scroll down. While they respected rigorous evidence, their foundational mission was to overturn deeply enriched, racially biased colonial dogmas that had been asserted for centuries with absolute certainty in their context. Overhedging was often viewed not as honesty, but as a form of intellectual timidity or a concession to Eurocentric academic gatekeeping. All right. And so it breaks it down. Reclaiming history versus academic hesitation. I don't feel like reading all this, but you got.
I'll read it. I'll read it. I'll read it. Okay. Reclaiming history versus academic hesitation. Dismantling hegemony. Scholars like Sheikh Anta Diop and Obinga operated in an academic ecosystem that used scientific language to deny African contributions to global civilizations. To counter absolute denials, they used absolute assertions backed by multidisciplinary data, linguistics, forensics, and sociology. The African affirmation, John Henry Clark, famously emphasized that history is not a perspective debate when it comes to the core humanity and legacy of a people. His style was direct, declarative, and intentionally devoid of appeasing hedges. But okay, go ahead. Well, and again, these aren't scientists, though. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about scientists.
But again, okay. So your definition. What's your definition of a scientist? Diop was a scientist.
And it wasn't just I'm not trying to. I agree. I see what they're saying, and I wouldn't disagree with what they're saying about these people. I was just gonna say one. It says over hedging, and I can't see if you're overdoing it. Obviously, it's gonna be obvious. And I'm not saying that hedging hasn't ever been used in a negative way, but genuinely, this is the language of science. And I think I would agree with everything that you have on the screen, and I think that you would agree that hedging is the language of science. So it's like we both agree with each other. It's a case-by-case basis that we have to take these things on, which is why I'm always asking for you to start making your arguments specific and not science is racist. You see what I'm saying?
All right. So this was more a response to, I guess, to Hootie, what you were saying about hedging, his hedging language as a hallmark of intellectual honesty. But yeah, that was more a response. So when we talk about science, so here, let me go. Why is this going? It's freezing. Hold up. Okay, it's moving. All right. So after I did the presentation, I put it into AI because, as you can see, I'm gonna show you. I put this. It says this was my analysis. This is my analysis. Don't on the idea on. It should be that should be it. On the idea of science is racist, not just people being racist in science, but the science itself is racist because of the culture in which it comes out of. Europe. I received 90% pushback because people still think that science is just a behavior. I need a better way to explain that it goes beyond behavior and is a systematic structure. And so, as you can see, it didn't say anything about I was wrong or the presentation was just completely incorrect. Now remember,
can you re-upload it right now and ask it what I give it to tell you? I bet you scared to do that.
What you want me to? Like,
I was gonna say have it. I would start out with logical inconsistencies. Before I do a presentation, I want to remove all logical fallacies, logical inconsistencies.
No, I did. No, I did that.
I want to make sure I don't talk with the logical fallacy in my mouth because I don't know. I'm just trying.
Wait, let me show you. Because like I said, I asked it, a better way of explaining it. And because you was making the point that, I don't work on, I don't check my work. But as I've said this before, I've said this many times when I've been on that I've always, as a math person, we always taught to check our work and you have to disprove your work. So I uploaded it and I asked it.
Wait. That's inherently racist according to you.
Wait, hold up.
You hear me? That's inherently racist according to you.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna show you.
That's the Western science in you that you can't get out.
No.
Why you trying to call science racist? You see the problem here?
No. Here's the thing. That you're not understanding. You keep trying to put it on a as a behavior. And what I'm trying to make it, what I'm trying to get you to understand is it is a structure of the system itself, the culture itself.
Here,
And
I do. Go
so
ahead. I'm sorry.
it is epistemically racist. And so the thing that I did, one thing that I did is that I asked it, pretend that you are a committee that consists of Terrence Tao, Marian Mizrahi, and Sylvester James Gates. Now these are top people. These are like the gouts, you know what I'm saying? The gouts of mathematics and physics, you know what I'm saying, right now, today. I want to use these master teachers because they are not and would not come from an African-centered point of view. How would they prove this whole analysis wrong, and would they be correct? So I did check. You know what I'm saying? You said I didn't check. Now I'm showing you that I did check. All right.
Okay.
And then it goes to and it gives me the what they would say, like how they would view it, and their response. Turnstile critique, misunderstanding logic, and the expressibility. And
that's how you did it.
Okay.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So it actually did it in their math for you. Oh, okay. But it was their shit was still pseudo. Excuse my language.
Well, no,
but I see. But it did. AI is dope for doing it like that.
Yeah, it breaks it. One thing that I'm telling you that the thing that I missed that was confusing me. I'm telling you right now. I'm being real. What confused me because I understood what the guy Jonathan what's his name, Chicamo. We talk about his Azumi Zoo logic, his 3-value logic. I understood what he was saying, but from a topological point of view, taking topology, we understood that 3 values and understanding that third value is something that we do in topology. You did in topology. It wasn't something that they excluded. And so AI, it pointed that out. It said, you do that in topology, and they use it in fuzzy logic as well. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, damn, because I was thinking, I was thinking like, well, how come? I was like, we use that in math, right now, today. So, I mean, it was pointing out the mistakes that I was saying. But
it was based on their shit as a base. And not, I see what you're saying. So I'm coming from the Western point of view.
Yeah, and James, his brother right here.
Okay,
I think he's at Howard. I think he's at Howard, or I think he's at Maryland University. He's one of the top black physicists in around the world. And it gave me what he would say about quantum mechanics, about my misrepresentation and how he would explain it. And then it gives you why would they be correct? It tells me technically and mathematically, yes, the committee would be correct if you present your argument exactly as a failure of mathematical capability. They would easily defeat it. They would prove that Western mathematical tools are fully capable of expressing complexity, multivariate logical, and relational networks. Philosophically, sociologically, and epistemologically, no, they are missing your core point. And this, I think,
and can you restate your core point for me? Well, because I want to pull up the slideshow that I did for you initially, again to show you that I did address your core point several times.
I kind of got that in here as well.
Okay.
Your analysis is not actually about what Western mathematics is capable of doing in an abstract sandbox. It is about how Western science is deployed as an institutional weapon of power to validate or invalidate human realities. And that's what, philosophically and sociologically, they talk about epistemology. And I try to define that in the beginning of the presentation, that the African epistemology and Western epistemology are complete opposites. And if they're complete opposites, they're going to invalidate each other. Because they're complete opposites. You're not going to validate one when you have a completely different understanding of the world than I have a complete different understanding of the world. And so it breaks down how to respond to them. It gives me to respond, how to counter respond, and all that stuff to them. So I did check. I did check like what to do, like negative, and I'm gonna show you. Let me see. I'm going to scroll down to where I put in your questions. Let's see. Because because you had questions. Right, because all this was about the committee and about what they would say and how I respond to them. And then when I saw your presentation, I just put in the question that you was asking, and people would argue that Western science has beaten African traditional science. That's is that it? No, that's not. That's not this same. Let me see. That's not what I was looking for. I think it's right here. African science practiced before Western science. That's not it. Wait a minute, hold on. It's down. I think it's down further. It's down further because it gives you like every question that you ask in your presentation. I put it in. Right. I think right here. That's my reviews, but
I asked a lot of questions.
Yeah, but I put them all in because what's that quantum? No. Where's it at? Right. I get that people all over the planet will eventually come to Hold on. It's coming up. It's coming up.
We got Tehuti to the stage. I'll let him jump in while you go ahead and take your time with that. Tehuti, go ahead. Any questions, comments, or
Holds
you
up,
want to
family.
go ahead?
I see y'all up here critiquing my work. That's good. That's good. But as Mansa Hercules stated, you definitely missed the mark.
Hey. Sorry.
He brought it up with the hedging. So even though hedging is a hallmark of intellectual honesty, it becomes a double standard when you can reconstruct the King's List, monuments, rituals, but when it gets to the physical identity of the Committee you
You
talking
got an
about
echo,
uncertainty.
Tehuti. Are you you still got your YouTube open or something? And I found.
Let me fix that. I'm gonna drop back down and come up.
Okay. And I found the unblock thing because you was on there from when that one host I had who not here no more blocked you. I lifted the ban on everybody, man. I was feeling good this morning. I unbanned everybody except for MC Nemesis, the white guy who came up here.
You still got an echo. You still got an echo to me.
Oh, that's that got to be Hercules. Let me mute her.
That's me.
Hurt. Yeah, that was you. Damn, I still got an echo. Okay, humble muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, you was muted. I mean, yeah. Let me see if I can. Do I still have an echo? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You don't got echo no more.
Okay. The echo was coming from your presentation, King Hurt. I had to mute your screen share. That was crazy. I've never had to do that. So sorry about that, Tehuti. It actually wasn't you. Somehow Tehuti's screen share was giving me an echo. I mean, not Tehuti. Somehow Mansa Hercules' screen share was giving me an echo. You got the floor, Tehuti.
Yeah, like I was saying, the hedging becomes a problem when like I said, you can reconstruct monuments, you can reconstruct the King's List, rituals, but when it comes to the physical identity of the Committee you telling everybody that you uncertain and you hedge pretty much. So that's what I meant by that, and I put that in that. I made that clear because I pointed out the hedging within the ancient Egyptian race controversy.
Do you have access to the computer so you can screen share as well?
Nah, I want actually.
Okay, I was gonna give you a chance to go over or share your screen and show me what you were talking about, and then I'll take my time and actually look it over to see if you're right first. And let's
Yeah.
like I like to assume. Let's assume he's right. Let's look at it. Up, nope.
Right.
And then I'll go through it like that. So I don't just, because I don't want to argue to argue. If especially if, but I saw that I brought that slide up in your presentation,
Right.
and I went over that. Some things they just are uncertain about. It doesn't being uncertain isn't a positive for their argument. It's just letting you know this is where the limits of science can go right now. And somehow you've turned. I feel like you guys have turned that into a crime for them, or somehow as a racist act when black scientists hedge exactly the same way. It's the language of science.
Well, Mansa Hercules just brought up um, an example or a generality of how people in the field feel about hedging, and in combination with me covering it in the ancient Egyptian race controversy, Mansa Hercules covered it from a general point of view, in comparison it and comparing it to being a standard of intellectual honesty to it actually being a mechanism of gatekeeping. And we
I,
have to identify that. If you're going to say that, here are all the kings, if you're going to tell us that this monument looks like this because we're able to reconstruct it, if you're going to tell us this ritual goes this way because we're able to reconstruct it, why all of a sudden when it comes to the physical identity of the committee, you want to play games?
the physical identity. What do you? Can you give me the specific
Well,
argument that they're making? Are you ready, Hercules? Hold on.
no, that
Let's.
was me. That was my bad. Go ahead, Joe.
Uh, can you tell me what their specific claim was that you have a problem with? Because you see how I like to get straight to fit. I want to, because if they're doing it, I want to be able to attack it with you.
Right.
But
Well, I just showed you an example, so you can start at the ancient Egyptian race controversy yourself, and you can pick up on the hedging language within that article, within the article itself, even within the the Cairo Symposium, you have hedging. So you can start there. It's plenty of cases, but I gave a general example, so that yes, hedging is so that is a way that you say I don't know about this and we're uncertain about that, but it can also be used to make people believe that you are now uncertain about the physical identity of the ancient Egyptians. You're now uncertain that they had this type of scientific contribution before the Arabs, right? And you use hedging language to deliver that.
okay,
But you've been
so
studying, yeah, it's certain things you play games with.
ancient Egyptian race controversy, and you came to this conclusion how?
By reading. So when it comes to when you read the documents, and when it comes up to their perspective, when you read the Egyptologist perspective of the identity of the ancient Egyptians, you're always coming up with their conclusions, saying that they're uncertain. They're North African, but the race of the ancient Egyptians is diverse. There needs to be more studying. Any type of possibility, they do that all the time with. They do that with Sumer. They'll say the origins are unknown, or we're uncertain about the origins. How can you be uncertain about the origins of one place, but you can be certain about the origins of a lot of other places?
Okay, but here's what I
And
would
that's just
need
one
from you.
example. I'm just giving you a broad example
No, I hear you.
outside of Egyptology. I'm just giving you a broad example.
Can we stay with that example? I want to respond to that one. I don't want to
Yeah,
move
go
away
ahead.
from that one. I think what needs to be done is, because you're talking about commentary on the science, you're still not looking at the science yourself. So you can't come to, you may look at the science and be like, damn, these niggas was right. but you're not looking at that. You just going off of what they telling you, and you still have a problem with that. You haven't actually done the science or reviewed the data. So
So the representative or the
that's
representative art
mhm.
is the identity of the ancient Egyptians. The commentary or the consensus is what I'm identifying when it comes to acknowledging what they see. So instead of us as common people using our own eyes and coming to the conclusion that we have a relationship to the Committee U, the Committee U identified themselves as black. They have the Afro pics. They have the afros on the figurines, right? When you get to the Egyptologists, again, they're hedging. They have hedging language when it comes to the physical identity of the Committee U, but they don't have that language when it comes to the rituals. When it comes to the kings list, they're sure who the kings are, right? You have genetics. How is it that you have genetics, but you uncertain of the identity of the ancient Egyptians?
Because that's just what they have to test against. That doesn't mean, fossilization
Right,
for them
but
to be able to
we at the
test
same
that.
we on
I mean,
this
I know
we
there's
on even
mummies,
field.
but the beautiful thing is we actually have mummies to go back. But that doesn't still give an accurate representation of everybody who was allowed to live in the land and all the diverseness. If that's only one person from one bloodline. And then a lot of times we find that they were, having sex within the bloodline to keep the blood pure and through certain dynasties. Am I correct? Okay, yeah, I don't think if you disagree, you would let me know. But yeah, yeah, so that's why they still keep a talk with a limited. Well, they let you know where their science ends and what it could tell them, and they leave the possibility for new things to arise because that's just how science works.
Can I
Science isn't necessarily always 100% like a 100% thing because it's always based on different factors that can change. Um,
can I
but go ahead.
yeah, can I just say something? And here's why I say just what Brother Tahuti, which I don't disagree with what he's saying. What I disagree with is his generality. Like he's making it so general, right? The Egyptologists say this, and then the real information come back and say this. I just want to read something, right? So, and this is why I stress on making it specific, because when we go back and we looking at these things, just like you said, brother A1, we can see how science itself updates. Watch this. Let me give an example. So, some of us know about William Petrie, right? If you don't know about William Petrie is the dude that got the dynastic race theory for Kemet, right? He is saying that the monumental structures and all the great things you see in Kemet couldn't have been done by the Cometians themselves because they wasn't intelligent enough, right? But now that's his claim. This is his Eurocentric claim of archaeology, right? Now, with we can now understand in 2026 is modern archaeology, anthropology, and genetics, right? Have thoroughly dismantled the dynastic race theory. So now, why are we sitting here still saying that science is racist? If science is debunking all of these racist theories, that's just one of them, right? You can go to a couple, the Wallace Budge, for an example. You can go to a couple of them, right? Breasted, James Breasted, and modern archaeologists and modern anthropology and genetics is debunking these things that they have been saying in the past. So then, how is it fair to say that the field itself is racist if the field itself is debunking what the racists are really saying? And even in that claim, I say that we don't give our own teachers enough credit because our own teachers are some of the teachers. When I say our own, Ashwa Kwesi, the people who get the Anthony Browders, the people who actually get into the work, right? Write the books, right? Things of that nature. They are some of the people that's actually helping push forward the studies of correcting the misinformation of Africa. And this is science. And so I think y'all focus too much on we got this saying, sometimes we get a white man too much power. And sometimes I think y'all focus on the white man's control over the motherland, Africa, Kemet, whichever one y'all want to talk about. And y'all don't do enough due diligence to explain how our people in 2026 is helping correct those notions. We know it's racists out there that they say crazy stuff about these lands. We know that. But that doesn't mean that there's not scientists, right? People who is actually going into these fields and doing their work that is coming behind them and correcting their claims. Just like we doing right on these platforms, right? When people come out here making crazy claims, you got people who actually study the stuff, right? They may not be an expert in the academic field, but when it comes to just research, they know what they're talking about and they can point you back to the sources. And what they do, they come back behind you and they point out your fallacies. So we can't act like that's not going on in science. And I land my plane there. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Let me address that real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so like a lot of the stuff that you saying is subjective, but you do bring up good points. The only thing is when somebody when somebody makes a presentation, right? They can only cover so many things, and I in fact did pinpoint clear examples of hedging right in the presentation or right in the slide that A1 made his presentation on. Again, as Mansa Hercules stated when he first spoke, we doing this in out of respect of the master teachers, the ancestors, and the corrections are coming not only from people like me and Mansa Hercules, but scholars that we've already cited and mentioned, like Kamal Rashid. He came out with a book this year, setting forth the need to reinforce and reinstall the African worldview so that we can analyze the current science that we have that's over us today. So a lot of what you said is already being covered and put in order. It's more subjective. And again, my presentation, I put in the beginning of my presentation when I did it, it was meant to be short. It was meant to be more visual. But all in all, I gave examples. I cited particular scholars, not only in that video, but the video leading up to that. So it was a lot. I mean, you guys only, or not you guys, but A1, as he said, he only critiqued 2 slides. So, or 2 segments of my presentation. But yeah. I just want to land my plane with that.
Right. And then you can get in here, Kurt. So I think, Tehuti, you missed my point. My point is y'all are not being specific enough, right? You can't just go out here and say anthropologists are racist. You can't just be going out here and say all Egyptologists are racist, right? Or you can't go out here and say the study of Egyptology is racist. We can't be mixed. That's too general. So, like Dr. Clark, right? We know, I don't know if y'all are aware of the I think it was happened in 1969 or 1970 when he had a debate against the anthropologists, right? Some of the anthropologists. He was being specific. He knew who he was talking to. He wasn't talking to the whole group of anthropology in Egypt. He was talking to specific people who published specific papers who were saying specific racist thing about Egypt. And so I think what y'all do is y'all take the general route and say, oh, well, y'all see how this institution is racist because this is what they said about Egypt. And y'all don't sit there and point the finger like, no, this person who studied Kemet is racist, and this is what he said about Egypt, and now let us correct it. That would be more grounding than you trying to call out a whole field of study, because there is people in that field of study that go against what those racist people are saying. And it's the contribution of those people in that field of study that help us, like Brother A1 was saying, like I was saying, that help us correct the false notions in the first place. We wouldn't have a modern archaeology correcting the ancient dynastic race theory if it wasn't for the people who went against what Petrie was saying. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
brother.
that's still subjective though, because you say I think y'all need to do this and I think y'all need to do that. Because remember, we talking about
I ain't putting no
being
absolutes on
peculiar,
y'all, bro.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's a peculiarness to that critique, and what the whole thing was about was the peer review, the hedging, how you identify hedging as a problem, and how you identify the racist ideologies in science. And we had this discussion before. So like, if anything, y'all just playing devil's advocate, and I land my plane with that.
Yeah, it's still sharpening still. This what we gotta do to get each other sharp, brother. This what we gotta do to get each other sharp. Go ahead, brother. Hurt.
Yeah. So the problem is we're still confusing the concept of what we're talking about when we talk about racism. I think what I'm saying, we're not talking about behavior. Behavior is the surface level. You know what I'm saying? It's a system. When you talk about systematic racism, it's a system, and the system has a structure to it. And if it has a structure, it has a foundation. And that foundation is what Marimba Ani called the Asili. So when we're talking about science being racist itself, you guys are only thinking about like numbers and math. You're not thinking about the coercion into those numbers. Like, why do I have to say that, water freezes at 32 degrees just because you said water freezes at 32 degrees? Why do why do we have to come up with this? Why do we have to say the same stuff? How come I can't say, because think about this. I gave an example of the Dogon. The Dogon had an understanding of atoms and quantum reality, of fermions and bosons. But because they put it into a story, telling a story, therefore Western academia considered mythology. How come that's considered mythology and not science? That's what we're talking about. The filter of Western academia, of that Utamawazo, filtering the African understanding of reality through their understanding. You're filtering it, and you're saying that, you're stripping it of their knowledge and saying, that's not science. You're doing mythology. You're just doing superstition and stuff. You're not actually doing science or understanding what science is. That's epistemic, what we call epistemic racism. That is racism. That's the very foundation of what is racism, period. I don't understand, of epistemic racism. That's the foundation, that's the definition of it. And the thing is, with the brother, or we call cousins, the Latino brother, Raymond Ghost, what's his name? Ghostfogel. And he talks about the 0.0 epistemology that Europeans have developed. They develop an epistemology to say that I can be objective, that I can view you and understand nature or be this objective observer from a distance. And so what he was explaining was that this 0.0 epistemology is completely false. For you to say that you're being objective when you're already approaching the subject with a foundational knowledge an understanding of the world from since your birth, since the day that you was born and you grew up, you already had a view of the world and how the world operates. So that you claiming to be objective is invalid. You cannot say that because that makes no sense. And like I said, this is not a black person. These are not black people. It's more than black people that are out here that are realizing this. That this idea of being objective, you know what I'm saying, and science being neutral, and you're approaching it as from a neutral perspective, a universal perspective, is incorrect. And quantum, even like I try to explain this, that quantum physics, proves it, and quantum physics prove this. There's no such thing as being objective, because you cannot, because the fact of the we talked about this last time, the two slit experiment, the fact that you observing it means that you already objectively observing it to go into one slot or A or B. You can't be, this objective person. So what is going on? What is going on is a we're looking at it from a knowledge perspective. So it's what we're doing is that we're looking at this from like an African centered point of view. You know what I'm saying? Like I said my foundation with Mariba Ani, Jacob Carruthers, they approached this from the point of view that, African people had an understanding of the world and the universe from their perspective. And if they had an understanding of the world and universe from their perspective, how come their view and their world view perspective is canceled out when it comes to Western, quote unquote, modern science and academic science? It is not considered to be science because they involve the spirituality and spiritual realm into their research and what they do. Western academia considers that as pseudoscience or mythology and superstition. What gives the European people the right to consider African methods of understanding the world and the universe as superstition? That's the question that we should be asking. What gives them the right to say that when we've been here first? When we've been doing this for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. So why do they get the right to say that what African people are doing is superstition and methodology is not science? That makes no sense. And that's what you call epistemic racism.
Okay, to respond to that, I don't think that because they came up with the system to communicate amongst each other globally, so everyone's on the same accord, I don't think that's racist. I think that's actually smart. I think it's efficient because prior to the categorization and I did a whole presentation on this, the categorization of things. People had different names for the same thing. Somebody in Europe would be writing a name for a rose, and somebody else in Australia will have a different name for it, and two scientists will have a hard time communicating. So to come up with one system that works globally, so that way we can put all our information into the system, happened to be an effective way to get things done. Second, this is the second slide of the presentation. Well, actually, it's my first slide. Let's see what comes before it, just so we can see how early this is. Because this is how early I address that claim about systems. It's the very first slide that I present. First, I go over your credentials, because my whole thing was I'll read the problem. You were framing standard school subjects, the quote you were using, and you in your speech were framing standard school subjects and research methods as a global political agenda designed to destroy independent thought. It didn't destroy yours. You have a bachelor's degree in science. So like this was the problem for me. Like you're over whooping, like Unc West used to say all the time. or the Chicago homie. You know, while simultaneously having a European undergrad credential, using it to validate your arguments, you're trying to say that this system is bad. But then I'm like, okay, but he's a teacher though. So are you actively participating in the system that you're trying to destroy? Like, are you part of the problem? And I'm not trying to get personal. It's a rhetorical question. I'm not expecting you to answer that. Like, don't answer that. But it's just me trying to show the mirror, like, okay, this argument is bad. That's all.
Mhm.
Let me finish though, because I want to show how many more times I do address this in here. I go over the silly because you have it right here in the Venn diagram. And then I cover how you're trying to invent fancy terminology to rebrand one dimensional insult. Um, this you claim that European culture literally gains energy by creating disorder. Like, I can read it to you off of your slide. Like, this is
Mhm.
why this was a problem. Like, you were making more than just you were doing more than what you're doing right now when you just say science is racist. Your presentation was wild. Granted, it was amazing at the same damn time. That's what was crazy. I'm like, this dude is good. I'm like, and if I didn't know no better, he would have got me with this. Like 5 years ago, before but yeah, before I really started studying, when you had to sit and read all them books, it ain't no time in the day to read all them books. Having AI is nice because it can save us a little bit of time, but you still gotta work them thumbs though. Don't give up on that. You know what I'm saying? That's still the foundation of this. But you were also saying that every aspect of European thought, well, you had every aspect of European thought neatly packaged as a cartoon villain, exclusively imperialistic, destructive, and chaos seeking. When these are the same structures that actually gave us human rights, when these are the same structures that actually ended slavery, it was the Western systems that did that. It wasn't an African system that came in and freed Africans from European slaves. Like, it didn't happen. So the same systems that you were cherry picking
Mhm.
instances to make your argument and omitting a whole side of history that exists and a whole group of people that exist who are in this field. This was the wildest one right here. This says the cosmological hostility of ancient Greeks only. Western science is racist because it is the intellectual machinery of a culture that uses objectification to resolve its own primal terror of a universe it feels alienated from. Now, this was a big problem because, two, it's a bunch of category errors going on every time you talk, and it's a bunch of equivocation fallacies. You keep sliding back and forth between the sociological definition of objectification. You've defined objectification as some inherent anxiety that European people have because they're scared of nature and everything around them. That's how you've defined it. When it's
Mhm.
literally to remove your bias so that way you can study something without preconceived ideas of how it probably works and trusting that what the results say instead of what you already thought. That's not racist. That's a human um, that's human nature to be curious, want to do experiments, want to see what if they work, so that way we can learn shit.
Wait.
Like,
Quick question.
excuse,
Quick question.
go ahead. Yeah.
You said trusting what the results say. What results?
Well, when you test for experimentation, you're collecting data. That's a step in the process.
Okay,
You
but that's not.
experiment, you collect the data.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe my terminology. This is all off the top of the head too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going over no notes.
Yeah.
I'm just going back through the slides. But I actually, like I'm telling you, bro, I did my due diligence because I fuck with you heavy. Trust me, if I do something, I'm gonna do my due diligence, or I'm not gonna do it. Because I don't, I ain't about to stick my neck on a chopping block, especially with somebody with an undergrad science degree. Come on, you think I'm gonna let you chop me down? If I'm gonna come, I'm gonna come correct. But right here, this is a problem. I'm gonna read this again. Western science is racist because it is the intellectual machinery of a culture that uses objectification to resolve its own primal terror of a universe that feels alienated from. So you're saying that science came about because white folks were scared of everything. That's what this says. And you're giving science to some scared white people. Excuse my language, but whatever. You're trying to give them credit for science because these people, they were in fear for their lives. That's why we have this. Like, what? Like, bro, that's like, to me, that was like, that was crazy. It's just like, while at the same time, it's like, dang, he not even respecting his damn own degree right now. I got more respect for it than he do. Like, damn, and I don't think everybody with a degree smart. But like, you got yours, you still took the time to be consistent enough to show up and do what it took to get it done. So I think people should get their credit even on that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I went over the equivocation fallacy. I went over the category error. You keep trying. This is what you were saying, too. This was the category error. You kept saying it while you were talking, and I almost forgot it because I'm not taking no notes. But you said, why do white people get to say that it's a myth? Why do they get to say it's dismissing and say it's not science? Like, this, it's a category error to try to put facts into something that we can't prove. It's a category error to try to categorize what can be replicated with what can't be replicated or only works some of the time. That's a different category, but you want it to be one category, and you're saying what gives white people the authority to make these two different categories? Like, it's just a system of organization that's universal, so that way we can communicate better. And like, it even nature doesn't always work to fit it. There are exceptions to the rule, especially when you go into evolution. You know, the way that certain things mate, etc., and genus and species can cross sometimes, and it get weird and tricky. But nature doesn't care about us trying to categorize it and pay it, and put it into our own boxes and shit like that. But we doing our best to try to understand what's going on around us as a collective. Science is a collective, collaborative effort from everybody, from every culture, from like, it's crazy. And when you giving it all to some scared, anxious white people who are supposedly don't like black people, it's being un-Afrocentric. It's the most un-Afrocentric thing you could do, to take all of the credit away from Cairo, all of the credit away from the Islamic golden age, which I'm about to cover. The only reason I pushed that back was because in my studies, when I was deep diving, I found that the person they giving credit to, who ain't even white, in the Islamic golden age, ain't even the first person. That it's been around for 100 years longer. So I just wanted to dig deeper, and I wanted to make sure that the information I presented came out in the right order. So, like, I don't even know if I want to start with him. You know what I'm saying? I may start with him, segue into the other people, and then finish with him, because he had contemporaries who were using this same scientific method. People 100 years before him were using it. He just got popping because he mixed it with the optics to study a light, and he figured out how the eyes work through experimentation, through objective study, because he already had a preconceived notion, but it wasn't what the science said. So he changed his mind. He followed the scientific method. So when I keep hearing you say the European and it's their structure, like, what? It's not their structure. This is like been going on. They're continuing a tradition that we started. And you're taking credit away from us as the most un-Afrocentric thing you could do, brother. And it's like, I almost want to take you. Remember how the T.I. snatched that chain from Shorty in the one movie? I almost want to snatch on Dashiki like that. Give me this Dashiki until you get your act together. You're about to stop trying to take credit for the black folks who these people is continuing the same tradition off of, bro. You can't give credit to them. They went to the Africa to learn. What are you talking about? Like, they went to Africa to learn this. Like, we can't say it's racist when we all get to participate in it and come to our own conclusions based on the evidence. The evidence ain't racist. If you go study gravity and the apple fall in your front yard, there is no racism involved with that. With you documenting it and saying that, yep, it fell. Like, that's not racist. But I now understand. When we want to get into specific instances, yes. Science as a whole, has made you a living. It's not racist. It's not holding the black man down. It's uplifted you, brother.
I mean, yeah.
It's uplifted
you. You know what I'm saying? I understand. I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? I definitely understand where you're coming from because I was in that position as well. Like, how the hell can science be racist itself when, what I'm saying, you could look at the evidence of, like, anybody could do this and you come up with the same results. You know, but I think so. I think the miscommunication is that we're not understanding of what how the racism is working, how the epistemic racism is working, and so um, damn it, it was something that I wanted to come back to. I wanted you to remind me of because I wanted to come back to it. I forgot. I forgot
Take your
already.
time with it, brother. We ain't going nowhere tonight.
But,
I'm just
let me
getting
share.
started. I'm gonna be
Let me
here
share my screen.
all night with y'all.
Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick.
Okay, real quick before you share your screen, share your screen, but I want to go over this. This is actually what I was just talking about. I forgot that I had the
Mhm.
slide next that explained this. Oh, shout out Big Cosmon to the stage too, man. Uh, and then yeah, I was explaining that categorizing and analyzing the world is humanity's collective survival mechanic to avoid dying from tooth infections and stuff like this. It's not a uniquely Western sickness. Like people have been studying this stuff. I mean, and using these methods. And that's what science is defined as. It's just, and it's not that your argument can't be refined to something to still try to, because I feel where you're coming from. And in certain instances, like, you just have to be specific so that way
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
rock with you
yeah,
because
yeah,
science is so broad. That's why I was like, man, this is a racist presentation. Remember, I was saying you the
yeah,
racist in
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
I'm like you, and then you making it look. Hold on, what does this say at the top before you go into your thing? Let me adjust this real quick. I got us over top of some of my words. Okay, there it goes. Save, update layout. It says reducing thousands of years of multicultural scientific progress to anxious Greeks who hated chaos as an erasure of global genius. And this is what you were taken away from, bro. The tradition of studying the stars, the tradition of the scientific method that came out of what, the Middle East, which we could say is
Hmm.
Africa, bro. It was like, damn, why is he taking this and giving this to them? They rocked with it so much. They did everything. They did the same thing they always do. They went and
But
copied it.
again, you taking away what we trying to say, and you keep attacking it literally. So what we saying is right from the jump, based on European philosophy. Philosophy is a origin of science. It's one of the precursors to science. So based on their philosophy being racist, with their first experiments being on, black people, especially when we're coming into modern times, we look at when we look at today's science, we look at modern times. So the first modern experiment based on America was chattel slavery. Then you have all their uh, systems and methods of going to war to keeping certain industries going. The whole purpose of their industries is going to war. So right off the bat, you have uh, exploitation, alteration, destruction as the scientific method, or the method of problem solving, the process of problem solving. See, this is a reminder because on the last rebut, I went over this. The method of problem solving is the source of the scientific method. So European problems differ from African problems. And that's where science is racist begins to come into play. And I land my plane with that.
Um, damn, Tahuti's good because he'll say a bunch of stuff that you agree with and then land it on the wrong runway.
You stupid.
He at the right airport on the wrong
You landed on the wrong way.
runway.
Airway.
Yeah, so I'm over here like, yeah, like he fixed it. He got some stuff right. I'm gonna go ahead and let Cosmo get in here, man. Go ahead, Big Cos. Appreciate you, dude. And hey, one more thing before Kaz go. I am going to address some more of these claims in when I go over the scientific method and stuff. So it's just some stuff I'm holding back on and I'm letting fly too that has been
Yeah,
said
yeah,
because
let
you
me
know
know.
I know I'm about to address it coming up.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I like that we're holding this conversation down and piggybacking off of Herc. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the opportunity
Let's
because you
do it.
don't
Let's
hear
do
me
it. Let's
talk
do
that
it, bro.
much. And I think
Let's
this is
do
a
it.
very interesting conversation. That's why I hopped on it.
Definitely, definitely, yeah, definitely. Let's do it. Let's do it.
So Herc let's give Herc a round of applause either way, no matter whether you agree with him or disagree with him for helping the discourse going with that amazing presentation. You know, without you, I wouldn't get to be the better man. That's what like Tupac said about Biggie. You know, we can't be mad.
Let me know, yo, because I'm about.
Without
Hey,
them, I wouldn't get to shine, baby. You know.
yo, Kaz, you got something to say? Because let me know, because I wanna go in. Let me know, Kaz, you got something to say?
Yeah, salute out there, man. Salute everybody, man. Peace, love, light, balance out there to everybody, man. I think
Nigga, fuck that shit, nigga. You know you want to say Coretta gang, nigga. Say that shit, nigga.
Create a gang in the building.
yeah, the gang is always here. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the creative gang. You dig what I'm talking about? And indeed, you dig what I'm talking about? Andy, so. But I think it's a interesting conversation because it seems to me that people can't make this very simple differentiation, right? I think they kind of understand that science isn't a living thing. It's an idea. It's a philosophy. And you dig what I'm saying? It's not. It's in itself living, right? um and they can't differentiate between the science and it just being the acquisition of knowledge and people who apply it racistly, or racially. You dig what I'm saying? It's like I was astounded a little bit when I came in and I was looking in the chat and it just asked the question, is science racist? And it was like, 2/3 of the people in here were like, yeah. And I and I
Let me
and
go
I
look.
I get,
61%.
I get like
Damn.
I get what they're attempting to say, right? But they don't make the differentiation. You dig what I'm talking about? That science itself can't be racist, right? Inherently, it's not racist. It's the application, right, that can be racist. A person can have certain biases, prejudice, hate, and they bring it to their teachings. Much like the hate we get today as faithists. You dig what I'm talking about? We get hated on slanderously. You dig what I'm saying? That's for sure, right? So, but it stems from a lot from the same place. You dig what I'm talking about? A lack of wanting to understand. You know what I mean? Because science can't be racist, but how you apply it, right? That you can be. You dig what I'm talking about? Can there be scientific racism? Yes, absolutely. It's already been proven. That's undeniable. That's unarguable, right? But you got to look at the source and how it's being applied. Right? People twist numbers, and it's one thing that's a false saying. I'm old enough to know that this is false, right? It's repeated as if it's true, but it's false. They say men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. That's wrong. Because just like you can apply racism to science and be incorrect, you can apply math to any type of situation and be incorrect or seem correct using math, right? So men lie, women lie, and numbers lie. It's the context behind it. You dig what I'm saying? So I just find it I find it astounding that people can't make that simple separation. That people are and can be racist, and how they apply science can be racist. That doesn't mean it is science in and of itself. So I don't know. Other than that, man, salute everybody out there. You know what it is.
Most definitely. And I just really fast. I ain't gonna be long winded. Hey, Cosmon. Hey, look, we don't agree on the Owaspy thing, but on that statement you just made about science, we do agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a humble. You know I don't care about your belief. Belief is why the world is fucked up. The path to hell is laced with the best intentions, sir. You dig what I'm talking about? But
Listen,
so is the pathway to catch an uppercut. You
you
dig
the
what I'm talking
only
about?
one with the belief, bro.
I'm just waiting. You know what I mean? I've been waiting on you to answer my rebuttal. You put out a video.
We gonna talk about that on
Straight to
another
your
night.
shit. I totally nuked your naturalism. I'm at the foundation. We proving that shit is an assumption, and I can't argue your belief, bro. You can apply it to science if you want to. I will apply it if I want to,
Hey,
or I won't.
And
I'm
make
still
sure
waiting on you. I'm still waiting on your rebuttal. Your
make
other
sure
What do
rebuttal
you
this
mean
ain't coming
Tuesday,
rebuttal?
in yet.
everybody tune in this Tuesday, because I'm sure he's gonna be going in again.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
This
Most definitely, y'all. Y'all know what it is. Come on through.
Definitely.
Hey, shout out to brother Jay Snakes for all the support too, man. We
Yeah,
appreciate
shout out
it.
Jay the
We
Snake,
appreciate it.
man.
Hey, let me
Keep
address something
putting
real
the
quick.
in there. It's just Jay Snake. It's not Jay the Snake.
Let me address something real quick. So
It's on the screen, y'all.
Cosmon brought up something interesting. He said that 61% agree, and I'm not here to say that that's the end all be all, but that shows you that people are starting to understand where me and Mansa Hercules is coming from.
I
So, and
believe.
I also want to point out that his first critique was about philosophy. He said that people need to understand to separate philosophy. So, and that was my whole point. When you begin to separate the philosophy, you begin to understand who the science belongs to. And just like he said, it's not some living thing. It's actually a philosophy that comes from someone that begins to form their method, their process of problem solving.
All right.
But
Yo,
again, we're doing good because 61% of the viewers understand where we're coming from. So I land my plane there.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
not denying that.
Wait, hold up, man. Hold up. Come on,
Go
man.
ahead.
Hold up, y'all.
Go ahead.
I've been waiting for a minute, man. Come on, yo.
No screen sharing, Hurt.
All right. So listen.
Zoom in.
What'd you say?
Zoom in.
I can't zoom in. It's just like I'm just sharing the screen. You're just going in. Oh, you want me to
Hit the three dots in the corner.
Is it
Yeah,
zooming right
and
now?
then go to Zoom.
How's that? Is that bigger?
Yeah, it did get bigger. One more time. Okay, that's good.
Is good?
I don't know. Yeah.
All right. And I want to, and so look. I want to say this. Oh man, you made me miss the joint, yo.
Damn, my bad.
Because now, oh man,
You
now
got that
let me
question
say
in the
this.
search bar taking up all the space.
Let me say because that's that I was typing that in. That was one of the things that you had said at the end. Let me copy that. Let me just copy
I
it.
was just search it real quick so we can get it out the way.
That
Just
was
hit
yeah. That was one
search.
of the things that you said at the end, and I just put it in.
Just search it so
Uh,
that way you can still have it in there. Yeah, and then it'll log up.
because I was doing it like I was just. So let me say this, yo, because as you said, you was like, yo, you got your degree, yo, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, yo, shit, you know what I'm saying? Amos Wilson got his degree, you know what I'm saying, from Western University. She got a degree. Wade Nobles, you know, most of the elders they got their degree from these Eurocentric universities, but they was able um, to analyze and step back and make corrections of what is going on. And one of the things is that even if you go to the motherland, if you go to Africa itself, they still have a Eurocentric program. Obadele Cambone teaches at the University of Ghana, and he says that even though you're in Africa, they still have this Eurocentric foundation at the university. So it won't even matter. You know what I'm saying? If you go overseas, you know what I'm saying, to the continent, you still gonna have this Eurocentric foundation in the education that is permanent. That's persistent. Not I would say permanent. That's persistent in these universities. And I can say
They knew that wasn't a strong argument.
That was
They knew it wasn't a
experience.
strong argument.
That was an experience for myself when I went to Ghana, because I was looking when I went over there. I went to the University of Ghana. This was like years ago. And I was looking for books on African philosophy and trying to understand the philosophy of African people, but they only had European books. They only had Hegel and Descartes and Plato. They only had those books at the university. So even if you go overseas, you still going to be complained with this Eurocentric world view. You know what I'm saying? It's not completely, eradicated. But so I'm gonna ask you guys, just give me a quick 7. I'm trying to make this short because you know what I'm saying, everything that you said in your presentation, I put it. Like I said, I put my PDF in the chat and try to ask it, how can I improve, where was my faults and stuff. So this is one of the questions that I asked, to improve this analysis of wrong, what must someone show, or questions they should ask. But I don't understand how their analysis is wrong when the Europeans did go around the world and force people to their worldview. Except for China and Japan. We know that. Except for China, they didn't do that. And it replies that you're 100% correct for your history. The critics, you know what I'm saying, they would separate the history from military conquest from the abstract laws of nature. And that's what a lot of y'all are doing. You guys are separating what happened on their military conquest around the world and separated from the laws of nature of what we call a science. You're completely right that the Europeans went around the globe and physically forced the worldview of everyone else, except for China. No serious historian denies the historical violence which Gosselfield calls exterminato.
That's false.
However, to survive this world-class committee, you must now exclusively exactly how they will try to prove your analysis wrong. They will not deny the history of colonization. Instead, they will try to use logic and physics to decouple the violence of European empires from the truth of scientific method. And it goes into it says the two things some must show to prove you wrong. They must show that the reductionist method is a discovered fact of the universe, not a cultural choice. So this must be universal. This reductionist method of reducing everything down to the seeming atom, this has to be a universal thing that you could find all around the world in every culture. That's what it's saying. They must prove that isolating a variable is not a European cultural preference, but a fundamental, unavoidable rule of physical reality. They will have to put it. They would argue that a virus does not care about Ubuntu, and a bridge construction load capacity does not care about Mayotte. They will attempt to show that the reductionist method works because nature actually is fragmented at the fundamental level, meaning that method discovered a universal truth rather than inventing the cultural limitations. They must show that Western science can observe your third value, your mu, without breaking. When we talk about the third value logic, they must prove that your mathematical equation, that F map for the third value. When I talk about the three value logic to the two value, so it's mapping from three value to two values, right? The three values to binary is false by showing that Western science does not force the relational middle to zero. So this must be proven to be false in Western culture when you're doing your scientific methods. How would they put it? They would point to modern fields like system biology, quantum field theory, chaos theory, arguing, look, we are Western scientists and we are calculating complex, holistic, nonlinear relationships every day without setting them to zero. Therefore, our method is not structurally racist. It is fully capable of holding your relational middle. You know what I'm saying? So it's saying, they tell you that this is how they will argue you guys, and what you guys are arguing, that is, you know what I'm saying, it's nonlinear relationships.
Yeah, and everything that you asked, I showed you, honestly. And I'm going to continue to show you. I'm going to show you that it's universal. And I plan on showing you this method being used across the globe by many different cultures before Europeans. And nobody forced it on them. It's just.
And I'm going to get to that. I'm about to get to that.
Well, so, so even once I ask it, you already got your rebuttal for it. Go ahead, though. I mean, once I bring it, which I haven't yet.
Well, let me show you, because.
So you're saying, so this is unfalsifiable then? The evidence you're asking for, you're already ready to dismiss?
Wait, hold up. Because it should show you.
That's wild.
Let me say something real quick. Just yesterday, we was using.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we talk about bias, right? Just yesterday, we was using Gemini AI to show how Tartaria was a non-historical place, and today here we are using Gemini to show you that today's science philosophy is racist. Their methodology and processes of problem solving is racist, and you guys only can attack it through literal argumentation, subjectivity, talking about we should reword the title or we should reframe the argument. All that's subjective.
Actually, he didn't type in "is science racist." Hercules, can you type in "is science racist"? Because he just made a claim, and I bet you that Gemini is not supporting what he's saying. He actually hasn't. All that stuff he typed in and looked up, he ain't looked that up.
Already put an AI's interpretation of that question in the back chat.
So you already know it don't support what you're saying. Why was you faking the funk?
Wait, hold up, stop. Because what I showed you, and we already showed, what I showed you is that this was based on my presentation.
I'm getting asked about that. I'm asking specifically.
This is based on the presentation that I did.
I
You know what I'm
can
saying?
I can know that, Hercules. Can you
I mean,
please just put in
I know you know that. No,
just
no.
this is between me and Tahuti right now. You don't gotta jump in
Right,
this.
he wants to keep it on the literal
Can
argumentation.
can
So
you
that's
put
why he
can
wants to keep it simply on
I'm
is
not.
science
You just made
racist.
a claim. You just said we just use Gemini to prove science is racist, and I'm saying you didn't.
I said the
And
philosophy.
I
I didn't
now
just say I said a lot of things to settle on the whole entire framing of science is racist. And I said I explained it on the last rebuttal. It was a zoom out
yeah.
and you begin to see what exactly all these points that Mansa Hercules is bringing up right now when you zoom in. And
Why
I
you
said
can
it figurative speech. We talk figurative to each other every day. So if we can say, you know, um, such and such ain't got no money, such and such ain't got no backbone, then we should be able to say science is racist.
Well,
okay? That's almost like saying, go ahead, Kaz. It, I lost my
nah,
thought.
I was obviously I'm objective, so I understand that science in of itself can't be racist, right? But to the brother's point, modern textbook science, right, is taught with prior biases, prejudices, and you know uh, uh, baked already into the textbook today. You dig what I'm talking about? With a it has a built-in uh how would I say a built-in secondary position for things melanated. And Gemini will show you that too. Any AI, it will admit that you dig what I'm talking about. Modern textbooks, you know what I mean, will tell you things from standard uh, standards that were set from people who were prejudiced, who were trying to prove, in many instances, that anything dark was recessive or a error or um, in some way. So they was using science racist, and that has been regurgitated. So both things can it's not in fact true. The science can't be racist. It just can't.
So this is
And
the
But
thing.
hold
but
on.
This is the
Can,
thing.
but
wait,
how
wait,
it's
real quick.
framing, it modern textbooks, how it's taught can have racism and bias baked already into it, and
Hercules,
does.
can you put
I
Hercules screen
appreciate
back
that,
up?
Cosmon.
Hercules, you didn't
Eh,
type in. I want to show people because Tahuti was saying a lot, and
yeah,
I want to show that what he was saying isn't supported by the machine. He was saying supports it. Can you type in is science racist? And you done program this AI all 10 type of ways, and I bet you it still ain't gonna agree with you. Can you pull your screen back? Oh wait, I'll put it up. I
Am
think
I up?
That was my
please
screen.
is
That was my screen. That was my
but yeah, I
screen.
wanted to do it on his programmed AI because we know that he done put all this in. So let's see what his thing say. I bet you it still don't agree with it.
Well,
Man, the
Is
thing is,
science racist?
the
wait. The
crazy
thing
part is
hold up,
many
hold
of the
up,
people
hold up, hold
complaining
up.
about
Wait,
racism and
stop.
hate practice the racism and
Osman,
bias and
hold up.
prejudice themselves.
Stop. The thing is that remember,
I know
this is based off the presentation. It's
Can you just
based
do it though?
so you know
I
what I'm
heard
saying. If
you.
I type it in, so it's based only off the presentation from you know what I'm saying from what I did. That's the foundation.
Can you just type in the science racist? I'm not going off your presentation. I'm going off what Tahuti's saying. He said we just sat here and used AI Gemini to prove that science is racist. He was talking about the things that you just looked up. He wasn't
All
talking
right,
about your presentation.
all right. Do y'all see that?
Yeah.
I did say his presentation, but
Either way, well, that's even
I
worse. But don't
closed
do him like
out
that.
to say in
Don't take him
general
down with you.
that all this proves that science is racist.
no.
Don't take him down with you like that. You
And
trying
I
to?
mean, you know,
He want.
All Cosmon said is he'll accept all slogans to the cookout except science is racist. That's all he just said just
All right,
now.
here it is. Here it is. There you go. So what does it say?
I'm just not a pseudo.
To answer the question clearly, we must separate individual intentions from systematic architecture. Science as a collection of natural phenomenon like gravity, light, and chemical bonds has no race, which is what I've been saying. However, science as an institutional enterprise, the historical framework used to observe, interpret, and validate those phenomena was developed within a specific European cultural context. Exactly what I've been saying.
And that's what I'm saying. When you come to the cookout, ain't nobody gonna say all that. I'm just gonna say science is racist.
We're not finished. When scholars state that science is structurally or epistemically racist, they are pointing to how the foundational rule book of the scientific method automatically marginalizes holistic, non-Western ways of knowing. And what Mariba Ani and Gossefeld are the references for that. Step by step, how scientific method executes epistemic erasure. The modern scientific enterprise acts as an extraction machine through a repetitive four-step process. Annie and Carruthers. Isolation strips data from its cultural and ecological context. Binary gate forces reality into rigid, mutual, exclusive boxes. Rebranding translates insights into Western notations and claims. Gatekeeping brands the original holistic framework as primitive. The isolation stages. The scientific
Wait, can you stop right there for a second before you go on? Because that's not what science doesn't necessarily. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, but that's
primitive. I'm just looking at your examples. Go ahead. Though.
Yeah, but when you think about it, like I gave the example of the Dogon.
But this is agreeing with you though, A1.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah,
hold up.
I
The
know.
Dogon, if the Dogon talks about the pole, which is, they describe the pole and they describe fermions and bosons, what today is called fermions and bosons inside of the pole. And they said that these are existing elements that's within inside the pole. So what it is saying that this is not science. This is just superstition and it's primitive, mythic thinking.
Yeah,
So
but why are you making that a racist thing? Because you're acting like this skeptic thinking about what's superstitious is somehow inherently racist, as if it wasn't black folks who didn't believe in these gods and all this crazy stuff. Because the scientific method came out of a fight against the dogmatic religion trying to impose its way on people. It wasn't a race thing, bro. And you're erasing, and it was people challenging the Quran way before this with the scientific method, bro. And they were trying to break away from that. But somehow you've made this still a European thing. This whole thing is agreeing with what I said and the fallacy that you keep committing. But I see this because you've programmed it. It gave you a response like this, and it didn't tell you yes or no. It kind of said, "Let me give." Go ahead though. You can. Finish.
I don't understand. Wait, I don't understand how that the Dogon and the Quran are. What are you talking about?
Because they're primitive and they're dogmatic, and we can't prove there's some truth in the Quran, but it's still dogmatic to impose everything that they say on us. So just because the Dogon knew about maybe the star system that isn't here doesn't mean that everything in their mythology is actually accurate. And it doesn't mean that I should start walking around on stilts and jumping high. And it's okay.
Okay. All right, I understand that. So that's the thing that I think this is the point where Kamalu, there's a brother, his name is Kamalu. He wrote a book called Personal Divinity and Nature. And what he was saying was that when you study in African spiritual systems or traditional systems, when you're looking at one of them and when you're looking at all of them and you look at one of them, one of them may be missing information, but the other one will complement that information. And that's the thing is that when you look at traditional African systems from east, west, and the north and south, they all complement each other. They can all reproduce each other's information. The only people that cannot reproduce their information are the Europeans.
What?
Even the
What
native.
the
Wait, hold on.
fuck are you
Wait. I'm not
talking
finished.
about?
I'm not finished. Even the Native Americans, with the concept of hosen. This is the same concept of hosen. They can do the same things of reproducing their information. Of the same understanding of connecting with the spiritual realm and understanding have an understanding of a deep connection with the earth and with the spiritual realm. But it is only the Europeans who said that this cannot be reproduced. Even though all African people can reproduce it, we're placing value on what the Europeans say that cannot be reproduced, and that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That's what these people are. That's what they're saying.
So you're saying that there's some science that black folks got. There's some magic that we can do that they can't do.
It ain't magic. It's just that when you look at, come on. When you look at voodoo, when you look at Ewe, you see them doing the same stuff. When you look at the Basotho, you see them doing the same stuff, and they all reproducing the same stuff.
Let me respond to you from the top, because your first frivolous claim was that they all complement each other and have an element that the other one doesn't have, as if like it's still like that was the problem, and that's why it was a failure to communicate to actually understand what works for everyone. Two, the fact that you said it was racist as heck saying that we got something that the Europeans can't do. Two, the same way I would say it was racist if they said they can do something that we can't. It works both ways. Hypocrisy. I'm just saying my hypocrisy only goes so far.
You're placing the European values above everything else. You're placing the fact that you're thinking that just because I can do something and you can do something, if he can do something, then we all should be able to do something, and we all should be able in agreement. The question should be, why should I be in agreement with you? Tell me why I should be in agreement with you.
And
hey, let me address something real quick.
You have to show me that. You haven't shown me any of these rituals that work.
Let me tell you my theory. Let me tell you something that I think, that I believe, that you always talk about. You know what I'm saying? I got my degree. You know what I'm saying? And I do want to get my PhD as well in mathematics. It's something that I've always been thinking about. The fact that in order for you to get your master's degree or your PhD, you have to write a paper. You have to do your dissertation. I personally believe that this is a way of cheating. This is a way if I'm able to solve something, to prove something that you cannot prove, that you're able to, I could look at his paper and I could solve this problem. Now that I could create this weapon and I could create this virus, because you couldn't do it before until I did the work. I believe that's a way of cheating, the way that the Western Academy says that, hey, you have to publish a paper. You have to do this. Before it was universal, it was always, it was always an initiation. You couldn't. It was something that remained in the school. It was, it wasn't university. Everybody was privileged to it, but they made it privileged so that they can understand and they can also adapt to, learning something to solve problems that they couldn't solve. And this is my personal belief. I think that's a cop out for me to have to publish my paper, and that way you can also solve something that you couldn't solve before. Now you could create a weapon, or now you could create a virus. Whereas I wouldn't have never told you this information. I would have never told you this, discovered, dispose this information to you because I understand your intent. I understand how you think. I would have never told you this shit. So for me, personally, I think that this whole thing that you have to produce a paper, you got to write a paper, and to get your dissertation is a cop out, and that Westerners use because individually, as you said though, how else would you communicate? How else would you decide? Because why would I tell you this unless we were on the same page? And that's the thing that you see in traditional African societies, whether it's in the Bantu or whether it's in South Africa with the Zulu, or whether it's in the Airway. They all the seniors, the Obatalaos, they all understood how they was all on the same page and they shared the knowledge with each other. But if they wasn't, they didn't share. If you wasn't on the same page, they wouldn't share the knowledge with you. They wouldn't tell you. So it was a sacred.
All right, real quick. I just want to address something. So first of all, even when you go to, and I'm just trying to reinforce the obvious point and the bias. When you use AI, and if you're going to ask it, is science racist? You're going to want the AI to answer that openly instead of closed. You're not going to want an AI that just tells you yes or no. You're going to want an AI to actually break that down for you. And even in the breakdown, it agrees with Mansa Hercules and Tehuti Afar.
It agrees with me. And you got to get in the ring.
No,
Hercules.
because you
What we gonna
only
do,
wanted
bruh?
to attack it literally. You wanted to attack it
Bro,
literally.
you can't prove the metaphysical.
So it
What are we
doesn't.
talking
So
about?
even
I'm sorry.
what? What's going on?
I'm being rude. I'm sorry. Let me mute up.
So, but that's what I'm saying. Like you guys can only be subjective with the pushback, literal with the pushback. We used AI yesterday, and it was in our favor, and then we use it again, and it's in the favor of science being racist. And yes, you have to zoom in to know how science is racist. So again, that's why you would want an AI that gives you an open explanation instead of just a yes or no. So I land right there.
Anybody want to jump in there?
I don't think that.
My,
I understand that we want AI. AI is doesn't have any feelings, so it searches the internet for the research of what's out there. You could prompt it to say stuff, and I'm gonna tell you right now that the guy Terrence Tao, when I in my presentation, and when you saw me, guys, I used Terrence Tao because Terrence Tao is one of the top mathematicians in America, and he always used AI, to do mathematical proofs. And I follow him and I listen to him, and I use AI as well to try to prove some of the theorems that I have. And AI always tells me I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? One of the things I'm trying to prove is that Ma'at is a universal law, and it always keep coming back that I'm incorrect. This your math is incorrect. It ain't adding up. It says it all the time, and I don't know what to do besides but to go through the work, to try to do the work and stuff. So AI it searches the internet for what is out there and what is already known to be true and to be proven. And it doesn't have any feelings. You know what I'm saying? So when we're looking at it as is science itself racist? What is it looking at is, and if I prompt it to use Marie Baani and to use Jacob Carruthers ideas, it's going to automatically says, okay, from their perspective of looking at this, it's going to say yes, because their perspective is that science is coming from the origin of a culture that is demanding and controlling and that is dominant. And what the Europeans did exactly
Let
that.
me ask you a question, Tehuti.
They went around the world. Wait, hold on. I'm almost finished. I'm gonna finish. They went around the world. They perfected this controlling, demanding culture around the world. So it says, so it agrees with that. But if you don't, but I tell you, if you don't prompt it with Mariba Ani and Jacob Carruthers' point of view, an African-centered point of view, is going to say basically no, science is neutral, and that's the contrast, because we already know that African epistemology and European epistemology are complete opposites, so they already in contrast.
Let me ask you a question. So, what you're saying is, because of the Western point of view and how they view things, basically the end result is war, pillage, and destruction. And because of that, that's their nature, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so my question is this: does African spirituality also produce slavery, destruction, and war?
Basic on a basic foundation, I would say no, because only reason I would say that, because when you look at the history of the conflicts of the civilizations coming in conflict with each other, and one dominating another, they're putting someone in slavery, quote unquote slavery. It wasn't a demonization like in Europe, like the Europeans. They demonize you, as a slave. You're demonized, as this caste. If I capture you and your family, whatever, you become a slave, you're working in my house, you work in the fields, you do what I say, but yet you could marry my daughter. You could become a part of my family, over the time. So it wasn't the same as the way that the Europeans did it as a demonization. I demonize everything you stand for. Everything that you represent is negative. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me address that real quick.
But hold on one second. Hold on before you cut in. You kind of debunked yourself, because right off top you admitted to all the conflicts, and we see mass slavery for thousands of years in Africa alone. You dig what I'm saying? Where they was where creating eunuchs was a mass part of the African culture. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see, where Africans was enslaving Africans, i.e. the Dahomey.
All right, let me address the question, because
you dig what I'm saying?
Let me address the question real quick. Let me address the question real quick.
Wait, I'm not even done. Wait, hold up. I'm asking, bro.
Wait, Tehuti, hold up. Because what you're saying is, I don't see that. You know what I'm saying? I would like to know where you're getting the information from. And one of the books I would recommend is the Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. And how Europe underdeveloped Africa also is another book. Fighting the Slave Trade is also another. Fighting the Slave Trade that I would recommend, because I don't see what you're talking about. Centuries and years of people, this slavery of people going in, when that only happened.
The Sahel slavery. One of the most recent is the Sahel slavery.
Hold up, Cosmo. The only time that you see that is when the Arabs came in.
They practice African culture.
But you have to show that before the Arabs, before the Europeans came in, that this practice was already going on amongst African people.
Well, we have great servitude in Egypt.
Don't let him get away with that, Cosmo. He conflating being Arab with African, as if you can't even be both. Like Arabs wasn't on African soil.
Yeah, like that.
He keeps committing these fallacies and category errors.
And
No,
that's
brother.
no.
That's a
Wait, hold up.
fallacy, bro.
he can't
That's
get he
African.
can't get away
No,
from the
hold up.
fact
African
that
ain't just a
Wait,
skin
hold up.
color, bro.
A1,
It's you
A1,
could be white and be
A1. Stop.
African. You could be
A1,
Arabic and be African.
A1,
Stop. Let's
A1.
right.
stop this, man.
And
A1.
they
Stop.
practice
No,
Islam as an African
Stop. Hold up.
spirituality.
Wait,
So the
hold up.
Berbers ain't African.
Hold up. So before, what I'm saying is that
Before what? They indigenous,
they
bro.
before they came onto the continent, you have to show. Well, all I'm saying is that you have to show that this practice of slavery and
Before who came onto the continent? The indigenous people?
before what they call the Amu.
Well, you can
Bro,
look right. Hold on, you can look right on the
No,
Narmer
we don't. We
stele.
don't gotta show that.
Yeah, we don't. But look, just the body bag that you did what I'm talking about. We can go right on the Narmer stele. We see him cutting off the heads of black people. He has bodies laid under his feet with their heads in between their legs.
All right, so you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
And we show that
you're incorrect.
No, I'm totally incorrect.
Hold up. Let me finish. Let me say the reason.
Okay,
let me explain to why you're incorrect. Because Obadale Cambone in the book Construction of Black Civilization, the book that he just came out with, he shows you that these were not black people. These were Asians. So again,
many Asians are black too.
Stop. Wait. Hold up. Stop. He explicitly shows you. He explicitly showed you that these were Asian people.
No, they're not.
They were not African people.
No, they're not.
Okay. So I'm asking you. So where are you getting this information from? Let me ask you. So I gave you. Wait, hold up, Cosmon. I gave you my source. Obadale Cambone is he's a
right.
linguistic.
I gave you my source. It's
who?
called.
I'm
First
asking
of
you
all,
who?
Hold on.
Who?
It's called the Narmer stele or
No,
the Narmer palette.
I'm asking you.
He's not. He's hold on. Asian don't mean not black. First of all, you can't get away with that. And it's commonly known that he was fighting Hittite Assyrian stocks and people in the Levant. That's still the Arabian play connected to the African. You can't get away with that.
Hey, real quick though. Real quick. Hold on, real quick.
The Narmer stele. I'm not done. One second. Looking at the Narmer stele, the men have afros. Who heads he cut off. You dig what I'm talking about? He made ready slaves.
Cosmon,
right? The people who are in the
Cosmon. As I'm saying, let me end with this. Cosmon, as I was saying, Obadale Cambone, who is a linguist, who has his PhD in linguistics in Tree, he speaks 5 African languages. You know what I'm saying? He's been to Egypt. He studied it. He has proven that those were not African people. And all I'm asking you is, where are you getting your resources from, to compare to his? A brother who's done the research. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So, like I told you, this is commonly known. Right? Let me, let me pull this source up and I'll get back to it. Y'all can keep chatting and, you know what I mean, and doing what.
Hey, real quick, let me just say this. So I don't know how we got on this topic, but whether you accept the fact or not that there is no spiritual text that instructs anybody to enslave another person. That exists. You see what I'm saying? That's the big difference.
Yeah, there are
now,
total texts
again, whether you want to accept if slavery was present in Africa or not before the Arabs got there and the Europeans got there, that still doesn't disprove that you agree that a philosophy is the base of the scientific method and the problem solving that goes on today. So now, if anybody has any questions about, how science is racist, how scientific or how philosophy, racist philosophy shapes today's science, or even how there's flaws in peer review and consensus, I think we need to address those.
I ain't hear what you were saying. Say what you want to address again. I'll address it.
What I'm saying
Uh,
is, based if anybody has questioning, um, specifically on the topic of, the problems with peer review and consensus, and you know the the breakdown of science is racist, they can go ahead and ask them. That way we can stay on topic.
yes, sir. Let me drop that link for anybody else who wants to come up and ask any questions or has any comments on anything they've heard so far. This is an open panel. Make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way in. Hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And hit all. This is how you can support us. Also, tell a friend so they can get a bite of some of this information. Maybe share some of their thoughts as well. It says my camera unplugged.
Right, right. I mean, again, I definitely think it's a clash of knowledge, a clash of like point of views. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like I said, you know what I'm saying, I'm standing on the work. You know what I'm saying, that the others did that. You know what I'm saying, that Diop did, Obinga did. You know what I'm saying, and Obadale Cambone, the brother, he's building off their works as well. And so his research, when we're looking at, the people of Kemet, did they call themselves black? Diop said, yeah, they call themselves black. Obinga said, yeah, they call themselves black. Clark said, yeah, they call themselves black. When we're looking at this, and we say that, it's a racial construct of today, we understand that. So what Cambone, Dr. Cambone, what he has shown is that even back then, they united on the fact that they had the same phenotype, and that they was born with people who looked different than they did. And so they was united they became united together on the fact that they were black people. You know what I'm saying? And another thing that Camalou, that Dr. Camalou shows in his book Divinity and Nature, is that the connection, because we talk about Kemet, Kemet, the land of black. They talk the land of the land of black, the soil of black people, something like that. The land of black, the soil of black. Camalou explains that in every African traditional society, what Diop said was that if you truly want to understand Kemet culture, you got to look inwards into Africa. You can't look outward. You got to go back and look at inward into Africa. And so what Camalou showed was that in every traditional African society, the word for land and the word for people was the same thing. So you see that people, that when they describe the land as being black soil, the black people, the black land, it was the same as the people. So they saw themselves as being black because they saw the creator. The creator itself was black, and they want to identify with the creator as being black. I think this is one of the things that Obadale Cambone pointed out, and Camalou pointed out. So I think that again, it's just like we're not understanding the philosophy of the African philosophy of how they view themselves, being connected with the land and being connected with the universe. You know what I'm saying? Because we're looking at it from a Western perspective. So we don't understand this.
Bro, you being connected with the universe just don't have nothing to do with gravity. Like
That's
I don't.
I
But
was
you
talking
keep
about gravity. I was talking about land. We was talking about land.
okay, specifically land. I'm talking about science. Period. I'm just talking about how many aspects that has nothing to do with. But that's the key factor. And if we don't
Nigga,
look at how we
apple
connect
fall
with the
from a tree,
universe,
a coconut fall from the tree ain't got shit to do with it.
no, this whole connecting with the universe, you just keep saying that stuff, and it's just like, man, what is this guy? Like, and your whole thing is white people can't connect with the universe, therefore they're fearful of their environment, and that's why. I mean, these
I
were the
mean,
undertones of your
yeah.
presentation, and I know when you trying to spit this science that it goes back to that, and it
I mean,
goes back to the
yeah.
Afrocentric idea that they own this intellectual property like it wasn't being practiced everywhere, like it didn't actually come to liberate us and free us, and you're treating the cure like it's the disease, and it's just It's problematic. And then you're
Liberate.
spreading it around to other
I would push
people,
back.
and
Wait, hold
that's
on. I
why
would
it's
push
just
back on
scary.
liberating and freeing us. I would push back on that.
Well, in its inception, I was trying to say this earlier. In its inception, it was to fight against the dogmatic religious um, institutions, science, the
You know, and
skeptical
I
thinking.
agree.
They were
And
the first
I,
ones to say that just because it's tradition doesn't mean that it's the authority, and we have to remove our inherent biases and the things that we've been taught and trust what the data says over what the priesthood says, which is what you guys were try to compare science to today, some dogmatic priesthood, and it's not. It came to fight dogmatic priesthoods.
so
Right.
so what
And the question
two
was,
things.
I think
Wait,
we
hold on. Let me
got
say this.
dancing away from the
Wait,
question.
real quick. I just got one thing to say. You know, I agree. It's hard. It is hard for me to prove the alienation concept of what you was talking about. The alienation. It's hard for me. I think it's hard for me to prove what Maria Ani and Jacob Curtis was talking about. Go ahead, Cosmo.
Oh, he got a source.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the screen real quick and show you the source. Right? It's written in stone. What we gotta notice is there are 10 men to the right, who have their genitalia and their heads cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What you gotta notice is they have the same hairstyle and beard as Narma himself. This is pre-dynastic Egypt. These are men of the northern delta. They would have been at this time called the Wash. Right? These are indigenous African people. So we see the point was you asked me to prove, or you don't see historically where African spirituality is creating war, destruction, and all this other stuff. I'm saying it's basically doing the same thing that the Europeans is doing.
All right, let me address that real quick.
All right. Well,
So
okay. Let me just
first,
say, wait, hold on. Let me say that's not.
And
what
I mean,
said.
this is 3000 BC, right? At its
Go
founding,
ahead,
so
Tootie.
it ain't nothing new.
That's not what I said. Go ahead, Tootie.
hey, real quick. So first of all, you can zoom in and see the differences between the enemy and Narmer and all the other people. For instance, on the bottom, you have the two
Yeah.
gentlemen holding the
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 lion.
serpent,
Serpapod.
the long-headed
It's called a
serpent. You can see the
serpapod. It comes
difference
from
between. Yeah,
Mesopotamia.
right. So you can see the differences between those two distinctions of people.
There
Also,
is no
because
distinction.
somebody goes to war, right? It doesn't mean that the spirituality promotes war. That means you defend yourself. Spirituality teaches you to defend yourself. So just because you have a war stele doesn't mean that you are necessarily going to war for the same reasons that the Europeans were going to war for.
What is he
Right.
going to
So
war for?
and again, that doesn't even
What is he
prove,
going
that
to
still
war
doesn't
for?
disprove to defend his
Yeah, I
territory
mean,
from invaders.
none of that what you saying even matters. What is he
Well, hold
going
up,
to war
Cosmo.
for?
This is
So,
the thing.
and again, this topic doesn't even matter or disprove the
It
point
does.
of today's science being
He was
racist.
killing
No, it doesn't,
Africans,
because
killing Africans.
you
You said
already
Cosmo
conceded
should
to
have
it,
an
We
because
already
African
right
debunked
descendant.
that.
after I broke down my philosophy, you can't right after I broke down it was based on philosophy. You came in and you said people got to see the big picture and make the difference between philosophy and, yes, science is racist based on institutions and how they break down things and how they frame things in textbooks. So you did concede to what I said,
No,
No,
I
he
right?
didn't.
didn't. He
So
never
your
Yeah, I
pushback.
conceded
So
did.
that.
you literally came in here to disagree to
Is that
agree.
what you heard?
You got one person
Is
coming
that
in
what
here
you
to
heard?
disagree to agree. Then
It,
you got another person only pushing back subjectively, and then you got another person that's only arguing based off a literal interpretation.
so that if that's what you got from that, well, then you weren't listening. You did what I'm
Right.
talking about. You're just subjectively hearing what you want to hear. I didn't say that, and I didn't necessarily agree with you. I said that it can be used racially, which makes it racist, right?
It does
But
not.
it is not inherently racist. You dig what I'm saying? So if you can't make the differentiation between the two, that's your fault.
Yeah,
And you
and
can clearly see that these people have the same hairstyle and beards as Narmer.
No.
right?
So,
There is just
no,
because
hold
an
up.
African tried to tell you that a people from the Levant or that a people from the northern Delta Nile region are somehow not indigenous to Africa, because that's who these people are. We know who they are. They call Washa or Wash, right? We know where they from. They not from and even if you are saying that they somehow from Western Asia is still Northern Africa. The lands are connected. You dig what I'm saying? So, the whole Middle East and all that, stuff it wasn't even thought of. So them people would have, even though they from the same land, just like niggas kill niggas today. I'm just saying the outcome of the spirituality of the African don't look no different than the outcome of the one in Europe. They both pushing a deity, and it's coming down in the end of the day to killing and bloodshed.
All right, that's not true. So Cosmon, here's the thing. You have to. I'm seriously. I recommend that you. I was just trying. I thought I had a clip of it, but I don't. I could try to find one and put it in the back check later. But Obalele Cambone, he clearly went over this, and he shows you on a normal palette that you're clearly looking at two distinct groups of people. And he explains why there are two distinct groups of people. And when you're looking at the people as that was on the screen that had the lion head,
that doesn't matter. You keep acting like because it's a different people that bloodshed and war was not the outcome.
Let me finish.
You act like it's a different thing.
Let him finish, cuz.
Go ahead.
They understand it. They understand bloodshed and war. It's not like they didn't understand it at all. But you have to understand that when they created the normal palette, they were fighting against these people that were not Africans, and he showed you that because the fact that they had the lion heads and under control. You know what I'm saying? It was an image. The lion heads. He showed you that these lion heads was something that came from Syria.
Yeah, but
it's the same.
You got the same problem as the white man because your racism and your bias and your hatred has led you out to see the most. Has blotted you out from seeing the most important part. It doesn't matter if they're from somewhere else. They're human beings, and the outcome of the African spirituality and their whole point of view was to subjugate and kill other people. It doesn't matter.
What is the most important part that you're talking about?
The outcome
my thing
of
is
war, destruction, and pillage coming.
My thing is if it doesn't matter
from African people, just like we see it coming from Europeans.
Wait, hold up, Tehuti, stop. Let me answer this. Because you're dealing with a group of people who invaded. And they even talk about it. If you took the time to read the books that they wrote about these people when they came in and how destructive they were, then you will understand that it was a difference in ideology. It was a complete difference. It was a complete difference in ideology than the people who came from Asia, these Amu people that they call the Amu, these foreigners.
So you'd have been talking about like Alexander.
I'm not. You moving way too far ahead. We sticking back. You know what I'm saying? We going back 5,000, 6,000 BC. We sticking back.
Okay, so they Greece, right? They from Greece.
I'm not talking about the Greeks, brother.
Who are these people? Who you talking about?
Yeah, you gotta
the
be
people
specific.
that was the enemy. The enemy that was contemporary with Narmer's palette. So if you know about Narmer's palette, you already know who the people are.
Who?
And we're telling you that a PhD, a scholar, is identified and broke down the Narmer palette and here you are disagreeing with it. So when y'all bring y'all scholars to disagree with us, how does that play out? You see what I'm saying? We bring scholars to disagree with y'all scholars, but y'all only have y'all opinion to disagree with our scholars.
Y'all all
That's
bringing
not how
out
it's
of date
supposed to work.
scholarship though. Y'all bringing 1970 scholarship, and I'm
Yeah,
sorry
No, we
to cut
not.
you off,
No,
No,
Tehuti.
we
I didn't mean to cut you off.
already.
We're
So
not. No, we not. A1. No, we're not. Obadale
You
Cambone
brought the
book.
one Carruthers guy. You brought him.
No,
He was contemporary.
Obadale
He was.
I
Go ahead. I'm
said
sorry.
Obadale Cambone. His book just came out last year. He's been talking about this for the
That's
past
crazy.
5 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's still racist in 2026 like that.
Listen. According to UNESCO's
Okay, my bad. I
International
was wrong.
Scholarship,
A black person is the most racist. Come on, man.
well, let me say this.
Bro,
See,
this
we
is.
science is racist. They got a problem with that. But then when they say Africana studies is racist, how y'all gonna make that presentation work?
I'm saying
I ain't say that.
if
I ain't went into that.
the so-called Western view is racist, so is the African view.
You got to prove it.
No, I don't, because
No,
you're
well-
not proving that science is racist in the
I
Western
just
view.
proved it.
You
No,
already
you did
conceded,
it.
bro.
No, you did it.
You
No,
conceded.
you didn't.
You
Hold up,
conceded.
let's do this. Hold up. So you telling me let's do this for the past 100 years that Western academia has never been racist towards African people.
They didn't try, and another thing, they didn't. Who cares what they want to use? If white
Wait,
people
wait,
don't
wait.
want to use that
Hold up.
stuff,
Hold
I'm
up.
So
sorry.
now
I'm
you don't
asking you a
care?
question.
No,
asking you a
I'm
question.
just saying if white people don't want to use it, how is that racist? Like
Okay,
you
but
want
I'm
them,
asking
you
you-
want to force them into African stuff, and how is that not racist?
But they stole
Hold up.
parts of
Hold up.
Africa to
Dang, I
advance
keep
their
saying-
technology and their
Yo, can
industrial
we get
Six
age.
in one
That's
hand,
why.
half
They
a dozen
stole
in the
parts of
other.
Africa. That's a
y'all,
totally
you guys,
different
hold up.
topic.
Six in one hand,
That's
half
not
a dozen in
science.
the other.
Can we get something clear here?
You
For the
conflating
past-
two
let me
different
ask you a question.
situations.
For the past 100 years, have Western academia not been biased towards African people? Yes or no?
Western academia hasn't been biased
Yes, they have.
toward African people in the past. How many years?
100.
Not
See,
Western.
he want to
Western
be trivial about it.
There are
You been
segments of time where we had racist ideas that were the consensus. I don't disagree with that. So I'm not.
Okay,
I'm trying to
so
be specific so that way I can answer the question correctly.
we
And you're
don't
trying to
have to
hold it
be
against
specific.
me.
I'm just being general, just general.
Okay, can you ask the question again? I'm sorry because I wouldn't say academia. Only in
so-
certain instances. I mean,
so
certain
the-
time
the thing-
periods.
Okay, so the thing is this. I mean, I'm trying to. So the other question would be, you would have to show that African academia, African pro-black, Afrocentric academia in the past 100 years has also been biased. Can you
It's
say
biased
that?
right now. You guys are being biased with this
But
calling
can no,
science
but I'm
racist.
saying, but can you show that? But can you show it?
Yeah, I can show you that. I mean, I really don't want to do a presentation
No, we not talking
on
about
that
this.
because I feel
mean,
like I'm already beating y'all up enough. I'd really be beating up the community.
A1, stop, man, stop. Yo,
But if it
stop.
needs to be done, I'll do it.
A1, stop, yo.
They gonna be like, dang, he hate black people. Like if I do it, show
man.
all the
Come on,
times
man.
that black
Come on,
people
man.
was racist. Like, why? I don't want to
Come
go
on,
down the
man.
Uncle Ruckus road to prove the point. If you
Come
can
on,
help me
yo.
not have to do that.
Hey,
Yeah,
can we have a
and-
Q&A session for you, A1, since you gave your presentation?
Hey,
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that. That'll be fun for me.
Yeah, but just to clear things up, you dig what I'm talking about? It's all fun and games, but I wasn't playing. The Wash are indigenous native people to Africa. The people that their heads is cut off in there. They indigenous. Hold on, you want? I just gotta
No, they
keep
not
sourcing up.
indigenous to Africa, man.
I just gotta keep sourcing up.
Sourcing.
All right.
There's more than they doing right now.
You gonna stay away from Africana
Alright.
studies,
I gave you my
any
source.
type of we already
Oh,
sourced
well,
up
okay.
by looking at the
I take that back.
See,
Hercules
and we
did
just
pull
went
out
over
his
that.
Chat GPT.
Yeah, it's Chat
Yeah.
GTP. Yeah, you dig
I
what I'm
forgot
talking
about
about,
that.
but we gonna show you why I'm saying it's common knowledge. We're the
I'm
Wash African.
gonna have to look
Wash,
this up.
yes, Wash and the people he represented were indigenous Africans, geographically and biologically. The entirety of Egypt, both upper and southern and lower northern regions, is located on the African continent. However, because the population of ancient Egypt was diverse. Understanding Wash's identity requires looking at how researchers mapped the different groups living in the Nile Valley during the pre-dynastic era. Geographic and cultural context. The Wash is identified as a chieftain or a ruler of Lower Egypt, which is the northern Nile Delta region bordering the Mediterranean Sea. During the pre-dynastic period, Africa's Nile Valley was populated by indigenous groups who migrated inward as the surrounding Sahara dried up. Upper Egypt, the south, King Narmer's home region, had deep cultural, genetic, and linguistic ties to populations further south in African interior, such as Nubia and Sudan. Lower Egypt, Wash's region in the Delta, also consisted of indigenous African populations, but its geography meant it frequently intermingled with neighboring communities of other indigenous North African, Berber lineages, and Western Asian, the Levant. Nonetheless, niggas. Physical depiction on the palette. If you look closely at the facial features and hair carved into the Narmer palette, I don't be making this up. If you look at the facial features and hair carved into the Narmer palette by the ancient artists, Wash and other fleeing or dead enemies are rendered with the exact same physical profiles, hairstyles, and beard types as King Narmer himself. The artwork does not frame the war as a conquest over an entirely foreign race from another continent. Instead, it portrays a civil conflict between two distinct regional African powers centered fighting for the control of the Nile. Now, how the modern science views the population, right? Because this is what my brother's not adding in. According to UNESCO's International Scholarship on African History, ancient Egypt was an indigenous African civilization made up of mixed, complex population. Rather than fitting into modern rigid categories of race, the people of the Nile Delta ranged across a broad spectrum of North African and Northeast African lineages. Wash belonged to the native Delta populations who built the early agricultural communities of the North before Narmer unified the valley under one kingdom. So we was just letting you know that, out of these same civilizations, it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. That's what I'm saying. That's what we pointing out. They conquering and killing shit too. Don't act like the Mali Empire wasn't laying stuff down. Right? Don't act like the Dahomey wasn't enslaving their own. Right? Mende, all them practicing the Sahel slave trade. Common knowledge. You dig what I'm saying? So, I think people got to discern what's going on. It's bigger than what you're saying, right? Are there institutions set up to be racist and they apply science? Yes. But is science of itself racist? It can't be. It's impossible. You know what I mean? It's not. You can't do that. You can't apply human feelings and things to things that are abstract.
All right, it's too late.
I just try to stay more.
I mean, you already conceded. In your initial opening statement when you came on, you already conceded. As far as you bringing up Google,
you keep missing.
We just addressed that. We pretty much addressed how, you have to understand the fact that there's discrepancies and there's misrepresentation when it comes to certain sources that are brought up. You have to have certain prompts. And we actually brought up the problem with relying on literal commentary versus looking at the stele yourself, and we just showed you based on looking at the stele that there are different people depicted on the stele, and protecting your place, just like you protect your neighborhood, matters. Protecting your place matters. So, as a spiritualist, protecting your place, that's far different from being a colonizer, a religious colonizer, and invading a country and taking their resources and stuff like that. So that's how that comes into play. Even you bringing up even if you want to go along with that, that doesn't disprove the fact that the philosophy that drives today's scientific method is racist. So I land my plane with that.
I disagree with the statement that the philosophy that drives the scientific method is racist. I'll debate you on that. I know you say you only want to debate topics that are fruitful, but this is something that you stand on. So I think that this should be something that you should be willing to defend.
I'm glad you
This
got
is actually Mance's topic, but yeah, I stand firm on it. I think we already know, who's gonna win the debate. It can't be on this platform. It have to be on the neutral platform if we do have the debate.
Platform, we'll just get a host. We still gonna do it here. Just get
I'll do it.
whoever you want the host. I don't care.
I'll do it.
Because I
Since
don't
you
want to
said
do
I agreed and I didn't agree.
yeah, I don't want to be the
Since that's
host
your
and
whole
trying to
point of
debate
view,
either. That's too much work
I'll
for
be
me.
agree. I'm a real one.
Yeah,
I'll
let's do
keep
it
it fair.
And I don't care who the judges is, because they just take the piece of work after we finish it and then be able to review it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the same night judgment, so we can figure it all out. I'm not tripping. I really don't care. I like to have unbiased judges who don't debate and haven't debated y'all. So like once like any judges, I got one judge who's starting a debate now, so I'm switch him around. Then he can come over as a debater instead of being a judge. But yeah, you know, whatever you're comfortable with, I'm not above it. Because for real, it's just about getting the information out to me. So I really wouldn't care how they vote. I'm not pressed about if I get a loss on my record or whatever. Because somebody, a judge is only one person at the end of the day. So you'll never hear me crying. Yeah, let's do that. King Hurt, you can't run from me forever. What we gonna do, man? Win the face off.
I don't like embarrassing people. I'm a humble person.
And the same here. That's why I'm gonna go easy on you.
Let me share my screen, yo. Let me share my screen real quick.
That's why I'm gonna go easy on you. I ain't gonna thrash you like I used. You ain't sharing it.
So
there you go.
Yeah. So Cosmine, you got to resort. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? I understand that. You guys hear me?
It won't let me share your screen for some reason.
Right,
I got it. Oh wait, I removed Cosmine. Oh no, okay. Yeah, go ahead, reshare.
I'm gonna start over. You hear me? Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yeah. Shout out Horses Unite Second. They said it's almost like saying reading is racist. And I was saying the same thing. It's like somebody saying Gucci is racist. Like the shirt? Well, no, not the shirt. Like the dude is racist who started it. So that means that the shirts somehow a systematic tool that they're using to take over your mind. And that was Hercules' claim in the original presentation. That's why I was like, "Whoa, this is getting dangerous now." We got to stop that.
That wasn't a claim. All right, you got.
That's the same logic applied to a different claim.
Yeah, it's like math.
I took your exact same logic.
Nah. Yo, you got me. Yo, you share my screen?
Oh yeah, hold on. Where is it at? There it goes. It's sharing.
All right. So, all right, Cosmine. So again, this is a bodily Cambone.
Normal palette, and this is an innovative analysis of the Heru normal palette. So most people will be familiar with this. A lot of people consider this to be a document that shows the eradication of Kemet. What I analyze it as is as the eradication of the non-black Amu or the Delta region. Why? Because look at how the black people are depicted. They're depicted with afros. Any of us who have, any black people who have been children realize that this is how we draw afros, right? You got to just hit, and then you put the dots in there, the chin strap beard. These are the black people. And what you find is the black people, they have actually they have captured and held captive these Amo who are depicted as beasts. Otherworldly, unnatural beasts is how they're depicted. And then all of the Amo who are depicted, look at the difference in the hair. Black people versus this stringy fur of these Amu, right? Both on the head and the beard, right? So the black people are depicted with these chin strap beards, like how we still do for a lineup today, whereas the Amu are depicted with these stringy, furry type of things. And this one has a fish hook going through his nose, and this represents a clump of papyrus, right? Or papyrus, as some people would say. And this means that those Amu had encroached into the Delta region that has those papyri, and they have been finally subdued by Heru in the form of a falcon, and he's, yanking this fish hook through their nose. Here, you find another singular, and look at how the furry, type of hair is depicted here. And, this is very similar to what we were depicting in IT, as we showed on the book cover earlier, right? Now, let's look at these otherworldly beasts. These are beasts that come from Mesopotamia, which is where these particular Amu found their origin. So it's saying, what this is showing you is that the black people have finally gotten those Amu under control. And again, this is a Jasper cylinder seal, monstrous so-called serpopards and lion-headed eagles from Mesopotamia during the Uruk period. You're talking about 4,100 BCE through 3,000 BCE. And again, all of these Amu are depicted as either dead or dying, right? So here's another one with a stringy fur, stringy furry beard, and he's being trampled by the bull, which again represents the ruler, Kana, which is the victorious bull, right? Strong bull. Now look at the difference in terms of how black people are depicted. Here, this is what are known as free-form locks. So that's completely different from the stringy fur that you found there. So this is one of the victors, right? Chet depicted with 4 large free-form locks behind the shoulder. All of these brothers here, they got afros, and then you find these ones who got locks, right? So the back afros and then the locks here. And then they're also carrying what you still find in Ghana.
You see what he said about the third people? They got locked.
The staff of the spokesperson, so-called linguist.
Well, they African, just like I told you.
Have their heads cut off and they're decapitated. So anyone who's reading this document, right, this historical document as a document of unification, how do you unify with every single person has been killed or is about to be killed, right? And again, these are the Amu, and this is how we dealt with the Amu back in the good old days. So 2 rows of defeated foes with their decapitated heads placed between the legs of their corpses. So again, this is where the table that I showed earlier comes.
Yeah, so what he's showing you that they were fighting, non-black people. They weren't people that was indigenous to the land. These was like invaders. These were people that came from Asia, the Mesopotamia area. That's what he was saying.
I want everybody to notice what he didn't say was that they wasn't African. He said stringy dog hair. He said they had stringy dog hair. What he never said was that they wasn't African.
Well, he kind of tried to allude that they was hey, shalom, by the way. Peace, everyone.
What's up,
Peace, shalom.
Yeah, I've been saying that that Norman Palette had a lot of Mesopotamian influence for the longest.
Man, y'all been looking at my Cosmon cow shit.
Bro, that's in Sheikh Afar African Origin of Civilization.
Right.
He explained that not only the Narmer Palette, but also the Temple at Saqqara is he explained the Mesopotamian the Mesopotamian influence. He also says that the people he also say that he was talking about the Chaldeans, but he was saying that the Mesopotamians are Egyptian, but he was using the word Egyptian to say Negro. He say they are Egyptian priests to say Negro, right? So he was just using that as a distinction, you know what I'm saying? Also, so they was all black people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that was my whole point. You dig what I'm talking about? It's the pot calling the kettle black. You dig what I'm saying? I just find it hypocritical. You know what I mean? To try to say, oh, because you African, you somehow better. That's
No, it's
cap.
Well, you all over the
people
place. First
migrate
you went
into
from
different parts of the
agreeing,
land.
then you went to saying that they was all black. Then when he went into showing a scholar
You don't
breaking
comprehend.
down the images, now you say that it don't matter, and you know
I
what I'm
didn't say it
saying? We
didn't
got
matter.
all kind of
You lying. Stop
we got
capping. You
all
just
kind
don't
of
understand well.
inconsistencies from
You
you,
hear
bro.
what you need to hear.
Hey,
You
dog, but I want to
inconsistent.
see
That's the point.
that Hercules and A1. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I got Hercules running, man.
I ain't running from nothing. What you talking about?
You said, yeah, you running. Why you running?
What you talking about?
All right, well, let's have a face off sometime in August, because it's what, the 31st? It's the first. Oh, it's the first
First,
already.
First,
Yeah,
happy Black August.
we gonna
Black
talk in
August.
yeah, happy Black August. We gonna talk in the back chat. We gonna get it set up for sometime this month, toward the end of the month. The face off. That's just where we come together and get a title.
Man, it's just not in my nature to beat up on people, yo. You know what I'm saying?
I need you to put them gloves on. You got to get in the ring. If you disagree, man, we can't let this stand.
Yeah.
We can't let this stand, man. This is gonna be a good sparring session for me, though. I'm sure you're gonna sharpen my
My thing
skills.
is crazy.
But,
That's crazy.
you
You
know,
dig what I'm talking about? That they can't make the separation in
It's
me.
like, nah, yo. It's like, yo, I let you and Only get away. You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's like, yo, let me tell you something. Yo, let me say this real quick, fam. My teacher, you know what I'm saying? My teacher, his name is Albert Cheeks. And so we trained under the Korean guy. His name was Kim. And so Cheeks was Master Kim's number one student. And so, you know, it was plenty of times, you know, he had told me that, you know, Master Kim had told him, you lose this match. You know, you gotta let the person win. And Cheeks was like, what the fuck? You know, it was several times when he was like, yeah, no, he made me lose. But what he was teaching them, you know, he was teaching them basically what he was teaching them, you know, to be humble. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
And so this lesson, you know, it passed on to me too. You know what I'm saying? You gotta learn to be humble, be a humble person. You know, you can't be arrogant. And with me, you know what I'm saying, I'm not an arrogant person. You know, especially when you're doing, when you're doing mathematics, because like my second year of college, they one of the seniors, the guy brother to me was like, you can't be, you can't be arrogant, because any person, any math, professor could come up in here and put a problem on the board that you can't solve to make you look stupid. You know what I'm saying?
What's that prove?
Math will make anybody humble. It'll humble you. So I learned that. You know what I'm saying? I always, so at that point, I would always, I just stopped, I stopped being arrogant. Like, like niggas, you can have it. I don't give a fuck. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't care. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely, I don't mind. We had a face off and stuff, you know what I'm saying? We could talk about it, get into it. But I'm not a person with a chip on my shoulder. Like I'm trying to prove something. Like I got something to prove. That ain't me, because I know that any moment, I could have one of my seniors come to me, put something on the board and be like, Hurt, I need you to solve this. And you know what I'm saying? Make me look stupid in front of all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not, I'm not an arrogant person, but definitely.
I'm not an arrogant person either, man. I'm not gonna go JJ 7000 on you, man. You ain't gotta worry about that, man. But we got to do it for the people. We gonna, it's gonna be respectful, decorum filled event, and we can show people how it's supposed to be done.
I don't know, my internet might be working and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, see, he making excuses. He running already. I think he's just scared.
I gotta make sure Shorty got my internet paid, yo.
Oh,
I just paid mine today. I'm back winning high speed, fast access.
You pay your bill, your stuff get faster.
But yeah, I like how, there's a lot of topics that we talked about. So from hedging, over hedging, which I don't think that is a bad thing. Again, it's just intellectual honesty that y'all trying to criminalize. Um, yeah, and then you've given credit of all of science to some Europeans who are fearful of their environment, and it's just taking all credit away from Black folks. Again, it's un-Afrocentric, and we gonna get into it, man. We gonna do it here on Titans. Y'all can get whoever y'all want to be the judges, man. You can pick. I don't care. I just want to make sure I can get in the ring because the people gonna decide, and the people gonna get the information. And I know you got some good stuff for the people. It's gonna be a chance to really get it out, and you know a lot of people gonna show up. So we gonna set this up.
Somebody gonna get punched down.
I'm gonna do it in the most intellectual way too. It's gonna be real nice. I ain't gonna embarrass myself and get up here and get all hype. You know, I'm gonna play about this little stuff. But
They get up here and be dry too, though. You can,
no, I ain't
yeah,
gonna do that either. Have you seen my presentations? I'm getting better, man. I'll be thinking about Cosmon when I be presenting. Like,
yeah. Don't fall into another trap. I see you got Cosmon tied up in the chair looking crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? I think a trap was already set, and I'm just gonna wait and see. I'm not gonna jump the gun and see what my brother said. But as anybody says, as the brother said earlier, I'm not above critique. You dig what I'm saying?
Actually,
I'm not above it.
You were. I was wrong about some things. When I do that episode, I'm gonna address some things that I was wrong about. Because
you know what I mean, just make sure it's what Cosmon said. And if I think you about to do, I hope you don't do what I think you about to do.
No, one, I don't bash. I do healthy refutations. So
okay,
it don't be a bunch of insults. Right. No. If you watch how I did these two, like every time I come, it's all love. But I just want to hop in the arena.
No, I'm
if
saying
we was at the gym boxing, it'd be the same thing.
I'm saying no, you talking about something else. I'm talking about if you refute it the way I think you're going to do it, you set yourself up for a trap.
And I'm not even refuting it for real. I'm making a correction because I was wrong about what was going on. And I was saying we were going over morphology. Was that what we were saying, or was it an adaptation? And that was wrong. And I was wrong about it. And we were both wrong about it. And I'm really just making a correction.
I think we was on something. You was debunking something about or talking about evolution in some type of way.
The moth.
And we
got
into the peppered moth and
it was really the natural selection process. I had said the wrong process that had happened for the moths the black moths to populate it. And it was I was thinking it was something else. I was under the wrong pretenses. And when I actually looked it up, it was something else. So I wanted to come correct myself, as well as I still felt like I had y'all tied up because y'all was still arguing the wrong point too. So we was all wrong that day.
Y'all, you keep talking y'all. You come from Texas now. Now you're from Texas. just say what Cosby said.
I'm gonna make sure I say what you said because I bring clips and receipts, man. I do got to go back and watch that. I got so much other stuff on the forefront. I might not even get to that
because I don't.
I'm probably gonna skip that one. I ain't gonna lie to you, Cosby. I'm probably gonna skip that one because it's old now to me, man. But the flyer was fire, so I had left it. I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna let y'all live on that one. Plus, you got enough going on with Humble right now. So
actually, I have nothing going on with Humble. He won't address the questions that I put. I nuked his idea of naturalism. Listen, it's built on an assumption. You can't make me believe, right, that there is a closed loop that you can't prove. Naturalists demand, right, that everybody prove everything empirically, right? And yet their foundation is built upon something that can't be proved scientifically or empirically. My thing is,
who got the crickets going?
That's probably Cosby.
Okay.
You did go ahead, Cos. It's quiet out here. It's quiet on the set.
That's nice out there, man.
Yeah, chilling. But
you see the flyer, right? September 19th. Y'all got a face off. That's the day before my birthday.
December 19th. Okay.
September.
Okay. Okay.
It's about to be August, so y'all got 2 months before, and it's for the $1,000. I'm put y'all in the opening round for the $1,000 tournament.
All right. Well, and we gonna whittle it down. You dig what I'm talking about? My thing is, you dig what I'm saying?
That's just the face off, too.
Right.
Yeah. Where you set the title up and everything.
As I was saying, I came through with that double hubble Hadouken and tore the foundation of naturalism apart. So if you can't prove your foundation, which is a closed loop, which is an assumption, how can we even debate on that? Right? This is an application that you apply to science. Naturalism and science are not the same thing. Right? People missing that. You dig what I'm saying? Naturalism is a point of view, a limiting point of view that demands you look at a thing a certain way. Right? Without being able to prove causation. Right? In a closed loop system. So I came through, definitely the people who founded this, Nobel laureates and all them, said that this Hubble tension is a absolute problem for the theory of naturalism. Right? The thing is, until you can admit, you gotta go back to the drawing board on this. Right? That this is a point of view that you can or cannot apply, which makes it subjective. Right? Even though its application through science is based in real scientific things. But naturalism, especially philosophically, is an assumption. It's a guess foundationally. So until he answered what I brought up in that rebuttal, he got to talking about weird stuff that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. He ain't proved anything. He definitely didn't show the foundation shattering information that I brought up. You ain't addressed that. None of your isms of naturalism was able to explain the why your theoretical calculations were all wrong. Every one of them. Right? You can't explain how from the Big Bang, right? Where extra energy came from to speed up the local time and space. They were totally incorrect. Until you come back and prove your foundation, Hadouken. Right? I know is the real problem. The real problem is y'all scared of the white boy. Y'all want to know about automatic writing and all this stuff. Y'all spooky niggas anyway. I know y'all scared of white people. So you dig what I'm saying? I just thought until I get an answer, we'll go into the root of the problem. That y'all just as racist and biased and hateful. You dig what I'm talking about? And prejudiced as anybody else. You dig what I'm talking about? That's what I be pointing out. If you notice, I don't be on nobody's side. I'll be on the side of truth and what's right.
Yeah. It sounds like more. It sounds like more that you're defending European hegemony than anything else. And that's what you guys are doing. Y'all defending European
hegemony objectively doesn't have anything to do with Cosmo Cap.
And so the thing is, like, you would have to show me before the Europeans had contact with the rest of the world that this whole cosmology thing of the Big Bang, that the European perspective and understanding of it is superior or better than what African people had and than what other people had around the world.
No, I'm not saying it's better, and Big Bang was thought up by
that's exactly what you said.
Listen, no, I didn't. I didn't say it was Big Bang. And then what you don't know is Big Bang was thought up by a Catholic priest. Hadouken. His name is George Lemaitre. Looky top.
Just because you use the word Big Bang, I mean, we understand what we're talking about. I don't have to use the word Big Bang. I can use the word Satepi. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm talking about. It's the same. We're talking about the same stuff. So what I'm asking
No, you're not.
Okay, fine. Exactly. Okay, fine. Then you
I know
have
what
to
the
prove,
Zetepi is.
and then you will have to prove that the European understanding of the first the Big Bang is better than Zetepi.
First of all, you would have to prove that the Zetepi is even Egyptian because it comes in the time of the Ptolemies. The whole ideology.
No, it
You
does
all
not.
over the place, man. Because even if it came during the time of Ptolemy or Ptolemy, even if it came during that time, you know that they learned everything from the Committee U, point blank period. So
well, the actual Committee U looked at the Macedonians and Alexander as saviors.
No, they did not.
Yeah, they did. And they walked him right up in there without busting a shot and made him pharaoh.
Again,
Yeah.
like
that's
I
not
said,
the full story. That comes with details and stuff that you leaving out. So it's a reason for all that.
The only detail that people would need to know is why the people would look at them as saviors, because they was under hundreds of years of rulers of the Persians who was a cruel people. So they seen Alexander as a savior.
You're getting off topic. You're getting off topic, man.
I'm just saying these African people is looking at this quote unquote white man you believe he is, right? This quote unquote white man coming in and they looking at him as a savior because they saving him from some other niggas, Persians.
You're niggas off topic. You're off topic.
I'm just saying.
So the natives disagree with Ptolemy.
The result of the spirituality is still producing war, destruction, and all that. I'm saying your quote unquote African spirituality is producing just as much destruction. That's all I'm showing.
No, it does not. You have to show. No, it does not. It is not that. You have to show us where there's this war and destruction.
How many times are you going to keep saying you show us, and I keep bringing up different instances that are proven historically?
Okay, which one? Just bring up one.
Oh my God!
You didn't bring up any. You didn't bring up any.
No, just name one. You've done this several times.
I just brought up Alexander, right? And that the people looked at him as a savior.
No.
So we went over that just because they bring up they come up with these titles doesn't mean that the natives agree with that.
Okay.
And you have documentation, you have record documentation in history during that time that the natives were protesting the Ptolemy regime.
By the time the Ptolemies, Alexander had been already dead. They've been 30 plus years in. By the time the Ptolemies come around.
Brother,
that's what I'm saying. They was getting so much pushback. That's why they couldn't. That's the whole reason why they failed.
They didn't
fail. They did fail.
They
didn't overthrow spirituality when they were in.
They weren't trying to.
Kemet.
They weren't trying to.
Were.
They came in.
First, they embraced it. When Alexander passed, they tried to overthrow it, and then they failed. And then suddenly, during Constantine's time, that's when they were able to overthrow spirituality.
Constantine is 600 years away from
Alexander. That's what I'm saying. No matter how many years it was, that's the process. And if you would have read history, if you would have studied history and read over some documents, then you would know that.
You're just wrong. Right, and then you loud and proud with it. You dig what I'm talking about? He said that the Ptolemaic dynasty failed. Are you stupid? You dig what I'm talking about?
I said with spirituality, you trying to conflate my statements. I said they failed at overthrowing spirituality. They were in there, but they failed to overthrow spirituality.
I know it hurt, and this is why they took up on the total idea of Egypt. This is why they became pharaohs with long lines of sons for hundreds of years. Right? It ain't till the time. It ain't till 32 BC the actual Romans come in there and overthrow it.
Cosmon, stop. We was talking about Zetepi the first time. The understanding.
Man, that shit ain't real, nigga.
Stop.
You know, none of that shit real.
Cosmon, stop.
No, that shit ain't real. And if you gonna hold on, we gotta if you gonna keep bringing up these white boys and you terrified of these white boys, tell them that they wrote your story, Joseph Tepe too.
All right, you finished? Are you
finished?
Yeah,
you trying to leave out the most important part.
Are you finished? All right. So now you could talk about the white boys who interpreted or brought the story. You know what? It doesn't even matter because they did not create or write the story themselves. It was already in existence.
How you know?
And what I'm pointing out to you is that this concept of Zetepi. Hold up, I'm pointing out to you that the concept of Zetepi, this first occasion, was already in existence.
Where?
Before contact.
Prove it. Where is written at? Show me the documents they talking about 36,000 years ago in the Zeptepes. Show me anywhere but other than Ptolemaic dynasty temple. Where it was found.
Are you finished?
First script and only script.
Let me know.
Let me know where it's written at.
Let me know when I can reply.
Go ahead.
All right. So again, this concept of this first occasion, we understood is older before the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies we talking about. You keep bringing up these Greeks. These people were later on in the history of Egypt. We're talking about the coffin text. This goes back to the early days. So you're talking about. You're talking about later, okay?
What coffin
text? Whole concept. Wait, hold up. The whole concept, the idea.
Coffin text?
The whole idea of the universe coming from this singularity goes back to we know it goes back to the Middle Kingdom.
Is that what the Zetepi is about? You sure?
Yes, I'm sure is what it's about. All right. So the thing is, what I'm trying to make to you is that it is a concept that was found in Kemet and in Africa itself before they had contact with the Arabs or the Europeans, before they had contact with any outsiders. They already had this concept.
When do you believe that? When do you believe that African people started? When do you believe that African people? First of all, you made these claims and you can't prove none of them. Show us what text that you said that shows us the Zeptepi and how it's explained. Show us that. You said you had a coffin text. What text is that?
The coffin text. You don't understand it?
Which one?
The coffin text. The coffin text.
Which verse in the? Yeah, bring it up.
The coffin text is from the Middle Kingdom, and the Book of the Dead is from the New Kingdom.
Did they have contact with Europeans in the Middle Kingdom?
They had. I mean,
no.
What do you call it? They had contact with foreigners. Yeah, they had contact with foreigners. But hold up. But the context with the foreigners did not alterate their understanding of the origin.
Did they have contact with Western Asians in the Middle Kingdom?
And that's what I'm saying. Before you even answer that question, that's what I'm saying. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. You accuse us. You accuse us of putting in and always accusing Europeans of things, but when we break down our side of science and the origin of science, you keep interjecting the European and asking questions about the European. So
I didn't ask nothing about no Europeans.
You've been asking questions about the European. Is it the Westerner? Is it the European in the Middle Kingdom?
Afraid of them.
You asked that.
You're afraid of them.
Facts.
Yeah,
got them on the pedestal.
That's the big deal of it. You know what I
Biggest,
mean? The big
baddest
group of it is.
boogeyman.
I know. I see when I
Now
see.
y'all
When I see
gaslighting.
some
So
punk
now
shit, I
y'all
know.
gaslighting because you just asked Hercules, Master Hercules, 3 different occasions. Was there Europeans in the Middle Kingdom? Did they have any contacts with
No, I asked
Westerners?
him, was it
And a
West
whole
Asians in the
explanation
Middle Kingdom?
about something that was totally African. So
Was
now
there?
you
So
projecting
answer
that
the
back on
question.
me.
Did they have contact with Western Asians in the Middle Kingdom? Yes or no?
And what does that prove? Anything? What does that prove?
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything. They
Yeah,
had
that's what I
contacts
thought.
only because
That's
they
what
were
I thought.
foreigners
Because you keep making
and
these claims
hostile
that they don't
invaders.
know these
That's why.
people.
We didn't
But
say
that
that they
doesn't
know
even
the
you
people.
don't have a
Many of
strong
these
point at
people,
all.
many of
You
these
don't have
people
a
with a
point at
tail up
all.
under.
You don't have
I'm
a
just
point at
saying.
all.
Yeah, the point is you're just as disruptive, just as evil, just as warlike, just as religious, just as bound and destructive as anybody else. Yet you're up here tooting your horn because you think you from Africa, it somehow make you better or alleviate
Nobody
you
said
from
that.
this war and destruction.
Yeah, the only
Nobody
points you
said
I'm
make
that.
saying
is
in
that you
the end of
hate
the day,
Africa.
I'm just saying in the end of
That's
the
all
day,
that's the
watch the
only points you made.
spirituality you follow, because it always seems that the spirituality leads you to war and destruction.
Nobody said
That's
that at
all I'm
all.
telling the
Nobody
people.
said that at all. Nobody said that was not. That
I'm
was not
saying
the
that.
conversation.
I know
That
ain't
was
nobody
not the
saying what
You
conversation.
Cosmo
also
saying.
proved that you didn't know where Zep Tepi was. You don't know
I did the
anything
Zep
about the
Tepe's
car
36,000
context.
years ago.
You just indicated that because all you did was push back with questions. So you
That was
don't
not.
Oh,
disprove
I
anything by pushing
understand
back
it.
with a whole
I
bunch of
understand it.
series
I
of
know what it
questions.
is. I read it.
That wasn't the
You get what I'm
conversation,
talking about?
man.
That's old shit. I don't believe none of them fairy tales
Get out
neither.
of here,
Yeah,
Cosmo.
especially when you go on a sidebar, you don't disprove anything when you go on a sidebar and then only have a bunch of questions as pushback.
I don't have
Y'all
none.
That's
made
not
no,
sound
No, I
argumentation
made
at all.
objective points. You
Cosmo.
just can't disprove none of it.
Cosmo.
Boxing your ears
We
in
gonna
the
let
cold.
humble handle you, yo. We just gonna let humble handle you, yo.
Yeah, you whack. You about to get beat up anyway. So you dig what I'm talking about? You come up here with your fallacy. Oh, breathing is racist. Science is racist. Breathing is racist. Mathematics is
You just
racist.
proved the point with that. You
I
just proved
wonder
the
if you
point
would
that you
tell
have to
your
be
teacher.
silly and literal to
And listen,
attack
I wonder if you would tell your
what
teacher
we present.
mathematics is racist.
No, what he's doing is taking your logic and applying it in other places. It's literally
Right.
like saying forcing black people to use the English language and communicate through their system
That's
is
crazy how you
racist.
sound like
This
you
is your
whining like
logic.
that.
That's still literal argumentation,
Yeah,
especially after
we're
we
Yeah,
it's a,
broke
what
why
down.
wouldn't I
Hold
take you
on,
literal?
hold on. This is a rerun show. That we going on the third time actually for you critiquing,
This is the
trying to
second
critique
time. The
racism.
second time.
You did 2 shows.
I'm
This
just
is the
addressing
second
the
show.
fallacy.
I haven't done 2 shows. I
Okay.
did the
All
first
right.
refutation last Friday,
I
and
need
this
y'all to look
Friday
at epistemic
I did the
racism.
second one
Look
because
up
it was like
epistemic
y'all just
racism.
didn't get it. And on this one, I came up and called him out on the debate on the second one when I realized he didn't get it the first time. So I think I followed proper procedure.
Look up epistemic racism and tell me I'm wrong, yo.
I know what epistemic racism is.
I don't
We can
think
talk
you
about
do.
that. Come to face off day. Save it for your presentation. Save it for your presentation. It's a teaching moment for both of us, man. So this gonna be fun. This gonna be fun to get you in the ring, and you ain't gotta deal with no crazy folks.
I saw you doing nigga. I saw you doing push-ups on IG, yo. I'm about to do my push-ups, nigga.
I'm trying to get buff, you know. Yeah, it's free. Using the ground is free. You ain't gotta go to the gym.
Using the ground is free.
For real.
Right.
Get your squats. I go to the park. I do my pull-ups and dips. And, you know, I get my back, and you can get your core
Right. Get it in,
planks and sit-ups. I ain't really gotta go to the gym. I'll be right. Running and hitting the heel for your legs and your calves. You want your calves to be right, start hitting the heel.
I be trying to work out. I work out with my son, but my knees now, that shit be killing me. I'm like, God, I can't run no more. I used to run every fucking day,
You got to shake the dust off. Once you get back out there, it take like 2 or 3 months. Because I took 2 years off and my shit was cracking. I was like, oh no, I can't have this. I had to start bending them every single day. You just got to flex
Yeah,
them, and it's like putting oil back on them. Because
yeah.
I didn't think I was gonna come back. I'm like, how did I get like?
My left,
And
my,
now
my
I'm like, if
left,
I
my
can't
left
quit
knee
now.
be killing me, My left knee be killing me like shit.
Yeah, and then try
Why
grounding
your
because that
left knee be
reduces
killing you?
inflammation. Grounding reduces inflammation, so I would tell you to
Yeah,
start there.
and do a good detox, change your diet. Go veggie, bro. And
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
got shot in my knee and I had to in my left knee. I got shot. Nigga tried to break in my
Hey,
crib.
real quick.
And
Hey,
I had to
y'all
go
see how he
rehab to it real
said
quick.
y'all see how he said his left knee killing him, and y'all all of a sudden got what he talking about. Same thing goes for science is racist. Y'all should have automatically got what he was talking about.
That's funny. Now I get it. You know what? I get it. I get it off that joke.
Yo,
So
Tahuti, wow.
don't take you serious is what you said.
Basic.
Yo, it's all good, man. It's hey, man, hey, these are good intellectual conversations that we have. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, me and Cosmo, we always clash. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate, what I'm saying, his pushback. And A1, I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate your pushback because it's definitely like I said, for me, man, it was a hard concept for me to understand. You know what I'm saying? And I think to come through with this is going to be it's going to be a challenge for me to explain it and for people to understand it. That's going to be my challenge because to understand where I'm coming from and to understand this whole basis of foundation. When we're looking at results of it today, and when you could just point out results and point out things like, yo, this is universal, and you see it all across the board. It's gonna be a hard ass challenge. You know what I'm saying? Because it's definitely be hard. It's hard. It's gonna be hard as shit. I'm fighting an uphill battle for real. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie about it. I'm not gonna lie about it because the whole concept, or like I said to you, the whole concept, what Jacob Carruthers and Marina Ani was trying to explain of alienation, of that leading, of that focal point leading to the mechanization of objectification, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a hard battle to try to explain that and showing.
I don't think it's going to be a hard battle over here if you take the numbers looking at the chat. It's crazy, man. But that just proving the higher light ain't with the masses. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why debating and teaching is a skill.
Yeah. Definitely, yo. I believe that. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I just think, definitely. Because when I first read Urugu, it took me like 4 times to read that book to understand what she was talking about. I had to read it. It took 4 times, and I ain't talking about consecutively. You know what I'm saying? I put it down, came back the next year or a couple of months later to understand, to get what the fuck she was saying. So
maybe because it ain't your culture.
It's just different. It's just different to it's a different perspective.
Yeah, it's a different culture. So you took a minute to catch on. Because when it's right for you, man, that thing sit good in your stomach and it's instantly understandable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah. So it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be definitely a challenge for me. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Did you, A1? You thinking about? You already got a date set in mind or time frame?
No, we'll talk about it this weekend. I'm off this weekend, so I'll start a group call, and then we'll
All
just
right.
talk
Okay.
about a date that's comfortable for you. The weekends are best for me. I mean, we can set it right now. Shoot, because I hate procrastinating. So if we talking about it, I got a big calendar right here. Hold on. I know Saturdays are face offs, so let's do a Sunday. Will a Sunday work for you?
Hold up, let me look. Let me pull up the calendar. I got to pull up the calendar.
It's got to be Sunday or Friday.
You talking about for the face off, right?
Yep, any day in August. It'll be good for me.
Where we at? August. So you want to do face off? You want to do we could. You said Sunday. So we could do the 16th. We could do the 16th or 23rd. Gotcha. Any one of those. 16th or 23rd.
Let's do the 16th. And then I'll give you like 30 days to get ready for the debate. Probably after that, but we'll set the official date at the face off.
30 days.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to make sure he got time to make it look good, you know. And we probably gonna do it's gonna be a $3.99 members only. So
y'all gotta show how to
I'm running commercials
to prompt that AI to make it look like that. So I want mine to be cute too.
And I'm gonna run the commercials though in them 30 days, so everybody can know what's coming up. So we can hype it up. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of AI and graphics, I think I'm gonna make a parody about Hercules' knee killing him and the correlation between science and races. I think that's gonna be good.
I want to see that.
And yo,
shout out to Hootie too, man, for putting that video together so I can refute it, man.
Yo, Cosmo, I gotta say, man, nigga, your fucking picture does not look like how you sound, yo.
Cause that picture don't really look like it. Sort of look. It ain't really me. I'm a goddamn grizzly bear. You dig what I'm talking about? Big dude. You dig what I'm talking about? But I do be sharp, and I you know what I mean. It is what it is.
That's the young cards right there. Young cards against Humble Mystic, September 19th.
Every time I see his picture and I hear his voice, yo, I'm like, yo, that don't even match. Like, that can't be the same nigga, yo.
Big cards, $1,000 grand prize. You know, let's go.
This nigga,
Cricket's chirping.
Nigga,
that shit music.
You in Ohio, right?
I don't get what you're trying to say. Hey, what you trying to say, Master?
Huh?
I don't get what you trying to say.
Your ass got a pretty boy pick, but you got a thuggy ass voice, nigga.
Oh. Don't let that smooth taste fool you.
Hey, what, you in Ohio or Michigan?
Ohio.
Okay.
Michigan, like 3 hours away though. I'll be out there all the time. I ain't been out there in like 2 months though.
How far is Ashland from you? Ashland County.
Ashland County. I don't know. Let me look it up. Cause I'm about to come out there in like on the 15th. Oh yeah, I'm about to come out there like 2 days before the face off. I already know what day I'm coming out there. So I'm gonna be out there. I want to chill and go ride go-karts and hit the museum for real, but every time I come out there, I'll be rushing. I don't want to rush this time. Not every time. I used to get a hotel and stay the night so that way I can like learn the city and
Where you
start
talking
learning
about?
Michigan.
Oh yeah.
So I can start learning how to get around.
Stuff up here, bro.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff up here. A lot of historical stuff.
Wait, what was I looking up again? I'm tripping. I got distracted.
Shit, y'all up north, it get cold up for real. It get cold up there for real.
How far Ashland is? That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, it get cold up here. It's cold at night right now. I'm salty. It ain't even hot at nighttime.
You was looking up how far you are from, I think it's called Ashland County.
Ashland County, yeah.
Or township or something.
I type county. I gotta type Ashland County.
Yeah, Ashland
Michigan.
County. Just try that one.
Because I know we got an Ashland out here, but it's a city.
Yeah, it's like Ashland is a city, right? And
it's a city out here. Yeah.
Yeah, in Ohio. I'm talking about in Ohio.
It's 95 miles. It's an hour and a half to an hour and 40 minutes, man. That's not far at all.
All right. That's where JBN from.
Who's JBN?
That Newborough, the nigga who channeled Owaspy.
Oh, swear.
Yeah,
I
that's where
thought
he's from.
I don't know why I thought he was from Ohio. No, he from Ashland, Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio.
Oh, okay. I put Ashland, Michigan.
No, Ashland, Ohio.
Yeah, he from
Ashland town.
Ohio.
Yeah, this was before it was like a town. It was like,
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
only an hour. That might be where it was telling me though,
Uh-huh.
cause the jail out there,
Yeah, something Ashland town,
Richland.
Ashland County.
Yeah, they got Richland. Richland jail is in Ashland County.
Yeah.
Yo, he was like, "Yo, that's where JDN from."
Yeah, it's an hour and 30. That's what they was
I
talking
was trying
about.
to see where he was, how close he was to it. I didn't, you know.
Yeah, I'm an hour and
I
45
ain't know.
minutes away.
Oh man.
It ain't that far. 2
Yo, that's
freeway.
where JDN from, yo. Nigga, what the fuck is JDN?
I was like, who is that? Yeah, man. We about to get this $1,000 tournament kicked off, though. I'm excited for this. It's going down, y'all.
That's a womp womp.
You said that's a wash, huh? You got
Yeah,
that
that's
in
a
the
womp
bag.
womp. You know what I mean? That's it. I just
It's
didn't
about
know.
to be lit.
You
so-
ain't know.
Yo, you gonna respect humble name, yo.
Shout out Humble Mystic in the
The
building.
loudest laughs are birthed in the deepest pits of cognitive dissonance.
That's
You gonna
the
respect
famous
my
quote.
nigga humble, yo. My man humble, yo. You gonna respect my nigga humble, yo.
He coming for the crown, man. He taking heads off. We
Yeah,
not letting
yeah.
up over here on Titans Debate League. That's for sure, man. We on y'all heads.
All right, yeah.
Sorry.
I'm about
You
to
did what I'm
go.
talking about. Like I said, he need to
Closing
do a
remarks.
rebuttal.
Closing remarks, Hercules. Since you about to slide.
Yo, I'm about to head out. Get some rest. Y'all get some rest too, man. Yo, Cosmo, where you at?
I'm in Detroit.
Oh, in Detroit. Okay. That's what's up, man. Detroit. Shit. How's it going? How's things going up in Detroit? Man, I heard it's like rough up there, joint, like economically wise and shit. Like, how's shit going up there? Yeah?
It's how you want to make it. It's lovely.
Word. That's what's up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. All right, yo. I'm about to hit the sleep, yo. No close words, yo. Yeah, yo. Let's hook up, man. We get stuff set together, yo. You guys have a good night, man. And I'll holler at you guys. You know,
Yeah, have a good night.
All right,
get
man.
it going, man.
Peace.
All right, y'all.
Cleveland the same way though. It's economically hard too, but it's what you make of it.
Yeah.
You either gonna be a statistic or you ain't. You gonna figure out a way out the rat race or you not, or
You
gonna
got
be on the
motion?
hamster wheel.
Or you got no motion.
That's what it boiled down to.
Right.
Motion and a backup plan and some figure out how to keep some money coming in a couple of different ways.
Mhm.
Let Bone tell her, yo, Cleveland rocks. Cleveland rocks.
Them niggas, hey, she keeps sleeping on Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm a big Bone fan.
East 99 style. Gotta sit in them bodies underground. Nigga, you know what them niggas is about? That kind
We
of-
fuck with Bone, but don't nobody be playing them no more here. That's
Bullshit.
old school.
Bullshit, I got some in the whip right now. You a
Right.
lie.
I be playing that shit.
I
Right?
fucks with the whole Mo Thugs for sure.
Mo Thugs,
Yeah. Oh yeah. One of the Mo Thugs. My homie Sean from Mo Thugs. Sean
Yo,
Mo Thugs Goings.
yo,
I'll be
yo,
interviewing him. I actually interviewed him this
yeah.
morning. I'm gonna post it in the members only. I interviewed one of my homies. From
You
Mo
know what's
Yeah, my
funny?
homie Twine D in the Mo Thugs.
I ain't even hip to Twine. I gotta ask my
Yup.
homie who Twine is. He probably even told me the
Twine
story.
D. He from up here too. He from the Mount Clemens. That's my
Yeah,
homie.
and you know what's
Small
crazy
world.
is that a lot of the youngest that I've been hearing nowadays, like I got a cousin, my young cousin, yo. He this nigga only listens to like 90s. He only listens to like Jay-Z, Wu-Tang.
You know what that shit is? He know he was in the golden era. From
Yeah.
86 to 97 is the golden era.
I'm like, you ain't listening to young MB or like Cosmo. These young niggas, he don't listen to them. He only listens to Nas, Wu-Tang, and Bone and shit. I'm like, God damn, really?
You know what it is. You know what it is. That's that golden era. Once you can tune your ear to that, you can hear the new music. Yeah, I ain't tripping on it though. I like how the young boys handling their business. A lot of my favorite rappers broke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? These young boys got one hit and they set up for life because they own their stuff.
Yup. That's
You
the
know what I
thing.
mean? You don't even need a record label these days. Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna ask niggas, right? I'm asking the nigga in you, right? Can a nigga over 50? Can a nigga, let's just say 50 and over? A new nigga, 45 and up, right? New, nobody never heard of. Can he come in hip hop and blow up? Can it be done in this era?
I said yeah. I would say yeah.
It's hard.
And you know why? I would say yeah, because I would look at I would give example is 2 Chainz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When he came, that nigga started when he was like what 37 or 40 some shit, and he blew up.
Well, he was already in DTP, and you did what I'm talking about. Chain's been around for a while. He was around. You did what I'm talking about. He just didn't start rapping.
So I didn't hear him until that nigga started rapping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that. You right. You got a point. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it was, let me get. I'm about to fall asleep, yo. I think, let me say that shorty, the Scarlett, sexy as shit, yo.
Who?
Scarlett, yo.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Scarlett, she a female rapper from New York.
Oh, I ain't have to. Oh, Scarlett.
Oh, Scarlett.
Yeah.
That New York. Like, where's you from, man? Where you from, guys?
Yo, I was watching that videos. She put some new
This
video.
Nigga got this East Coast New York swagger, like Jersey or something. Where you from, cuz?
I'm in DC. Yo. I'm in DC.
Oh, okay. I know why that swag goofy like that. Now, man, listen. Okay, I get it. You a New Balance ass nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Chocolate City. You a logo ass nigga. You gotta. I get it now because the DMV is my second home. Shout out to the DMV. Shout out to Chocolate City. They ain't never showed me nothing but love. Nothing but. You dig what I'm talking about? I graduated from a high school in Virginia, so you dig what I'm saying? Let it be known. That's my second home. Shout out to the DMV, man.
That nigga said New Balance. I was like, the fuck?
Yeah, nigga, I know what y'all niggas about. Y'all got a goofy ass bop to y'all. Man.
They're crazy though.
It was funny though.
Crazy though.
When I moved out to Cali, I was a teenager. When I moved out to Cali, you know what I'm saying? I was rocking New Balance, and the nigga was like,
"Hey, what
so
set
you
is
know
that,
what he's talking about?
What set is him, cuz?"
They was like,
nigga, New Balance. I know they was on your head.
They was like, New Balance? What the fuck you wearing? New Balance?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Y'all different out there, man.
Definitely different, yo. That's like them niggas, they was wearing like when you saw when Snoop Dogg first came out, you know what I'm saying, when he had the waves and shit, the concrete shit, man, they was on that shit hard. They wear that little perm shit in their hair. They was rocking that shit hard, yo. I was like, God damn.
Into the
90s. I think it was in 10th grade when I moved out to Cali. And niggas was right that little curly, they would rock that little curly perm shit.
That little S curl.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Nigga put a Duke's kid in that shit.
But they was gangster like you nigga. You bet not that. They was gangster for real, yo.
Yeah. And people don't get it. It's a whole culture out there, man. They don't understand. Till you go out there. Cali a little different.
Yeah.
A little different.
I miss that shit, though. I kind of miss that shit, yo.
Cali fun, man. I can only do Cali in spurts, though. I'm gonna say I can only do LA in spurts.
Yeah,
everywhere else, I fuck with Cali, especially Northern Cali, man. Salute to them boys.
Yeah, I was in North. I was in Oakland. I was in Oakland and San Francisco joint. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. The North, the Bay, Detroit and the Bay. That's our sister city. Yeah, most of the people from the Bay. Well, I ain't gonna say most, but a lot of the people that's from the Bay, they moved out here from Michigan when the plants moved out there.
Okay.
Yeah, they was giving them housing and everything to go out there and start a whole new life because they were starting plants out there. It was booming. You know what I mean? So,
and I'm not done with you yet, Hurt, because you see on the screen right there, I got this presentation coming up. This is also in response to what you guys were saying. I'm going to show you guys the history of the scientific method. How you guys keep trying to give credit for these guys creating a system around what black people created, and trying to say that this was implementing this African tradition worldwide is somehow Eurocentric. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And once you see the amount of people on the continent of Africa practicing this, it's like you're gonna see the science is racist is an argument that just needs to be rephrased.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I understand your approach in that because I mean you're looking at it from a Western approach. And if you actually read what I have to said about science and research, it matches the same thing that the Europeans were saying, and it doesn't match anything what African people
wait. It can't match what Europeans are saying when he said it first. What Europeans are saying would match what he's saying. Let's get it correct.
Okay. You would say okay. You could say that, but the thing is that their approach to doing this, what quote unquote, science, it's a complete different approach, and I can show that, and
his approach was different. You're going to show that his approach was different. Oh, don't trust me. Yeah. I got both the approaches, and I'll put them side by side for you.
And definitely.
But I'm not going to get into it right now. But don't trust me. The breakdown is coming. You don't even have to do that. All you got to do is show up when I crank this up. I'm gonna make sure.
I mean, definitely. I think I definitely think that the Europeans stole their information from what they got from the people from Cairo and Timbuktu, because like as you got he was already working on optics before.
I don't like the stole thing though, because it's like I go do carpentry work, and when somebody shows me something, I didn't steal their information. When I go and I don't, if I go get a job and I don't invite them on the job with me, I haven't stolen nothing from these people. They showed me something. They taught me something, and I updated my stuff because I realized that this was superior information.
But that's the thing. That's the thing about Western education. It's like this guy. He was already working on optics. Hundreds of years before Bernoulli and Leibniz was working on optics, but yet they don't give him credit. You know what I'm saying?
But again, he doesn't give credit to the people working on certain stuff before him. But it's not for him too. Like that's not how it works throughout history.
Yeah, he's building on what's already there.
I wouldn't say that. I would disagree, because if you're learning something, it's like you're gonna say, "Yo, I learned this from here and from there." It's like the Greek.
Not
it's
when
like,
it was just. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait, hold up. Because
go ahead.
Because Plato and Pythagoras, they had no problem saying they learned from what they got from Kemet, what they learned from the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? It was only at a certain point that they stopped giving credit to what they learned, from these other people. Euclid, he learned all his books that he wrote. The only reason that I think personally, I'm just saying it myself, the only reason that he reached the level of mathematics, the books that he wrote, because he was a librarian in Kemet, in Egypt, in Alexandria. He was one of the librarians. You know what I'm saying? He copied. I'm saying that he copied a lot of the research that they already had, and he just.
But they admit that though.
No, he doesn't. No, they don't admit that Euclid did. They don't admit that Euclid did it. Not at all.
Well, he, as you know, he was taught and was a librarian in Thebes.
That's not common knowledge. That's not common knowledge.
But if you read, it is right, because what he's noted for is applying mathematics that we already see applied in the Great Temple, the Temple of Osiris, and in the other two, Khafre and Jedefre Temple. You dig what I'm talking about? Already applied by the time Euclid comes on the scene and introduces the same mathematics to Europe and to other places around Africa. It was already, or especially Egypt, it was already being worked. You dig what I'm saying? He just gets credit because that's when the European mind got hit. So
and it's like, to even simplify it, every time Herc writes a paper or a book or anything, he doesn't have to go around giving credit for where he learned calculus. It's just it doesn't make sense, and we don't do it today. But we asking for it of them. Like, it just, he doesn't have to go around giving credit for the base. How? What? Your credential? Was your credential it? Because you didn't go around saying.
When you write a paper, you have to give the sources of where you got your information from.
That's not what I just said, though. I'm not talking about the sources of information. I'm talking about, you don't have to go around to say how you learned arithmetic. You don't have to give a source for that. So for them not to give sources on who taught them the scientific method, it just doesn't make sense. Because that's what we were talking about. You were saying that they don't give credit to these people for their foundations of optics. It was just the common knowledge of the time. So it's like, this is just what they were taught. They don't always have to, unless they're quoting something and using it as a source. Every time he talks optics, he doesn't have to say, just as a foundation, this is where I learned and this is where I derived my knowledge from. And preface every, not necessarily.
That's because with Ivan Hythen, when he was doing the optics, he came up with that on his own.
Understand that, but he didn't give credit for where he came up with his methods from, even though they were already around from his contemporaries and being practiced up to 100 years before, which I have on record. We're gonna bring that out too.
The thing is that he gave credit to, it's not the optics itself, but the foundation of how you build off of. I'm branching off into the direction, this diagonal direction.
And every time I talk optics, I don't have to credit him.
No, but no, that's not how it works. Because listen.
That's what he's telling you.
There's a thing called the Archimedean principle, and it's a stupid as logical argument that proves that 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 plus 3 equals 4. 1 plus 4 equals 5. It's a basic ideology, but when you're doing a proof, you have to state, I'm using the Archimedean principle. You know what I'm saying? And your proof. You say, this is because of the Archimedean principle, and you know what I'm saying, I'm going on and then I'm building off of this and I'm doing this and this and that.
You said 1 plus 1 is 3.
I said 1 plus 2. It goes like 1 plus 1 is 2, right? Okay. 1 plus 2 is 3. 1 plus 3 is 4. 1 plus 4 is 5. You know what I'm saying? It's called the Archimedean principle. And basically it's just saying that, adding 1 to each to one element is always going to increase the element. You know what I'm saying? It's just as simple as, ideology. But when you're doing a proof, it depends on what proof you're doing. You have to say, I'm using the Archimedean principle when I'm doing this, and this is supposed to be. So basically, what I'm saying is that I believe, my personal belief is that the Europeans, they people in the middle century like Bernoulli and Leibniz and Newton, they don't give credit. They did not give credit to the people in Africa, like in Cairo and Timbuktu, where I think they truly got their information from. They claim, like when you look up Newton, you know what I'm saying, the calculus and Leibniz, the calculus. Man, let me tell you, look up Leibniz history. He was a lawyer. He studied law, and then he decided to do mathematics. And then all of a sudden, he came up with calculus. That's his history. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, for me, it was like, wait a minute, this doesn't even make sense. He studied law, all his life because his dad was a lawyer. But then all of a sudden, he got interested in mathematics, and then he started coming up with formulas with calculus, just out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? And what clicked to me was that I remember John Henry Clark saying that one of the most important things at this time period in history to Europe, one of the most important things was books. Books was more valuable than gold. And I was like, damn, okay, so they, they was buying books, to learn shit. Because I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You're a lawyer and you studying law, and then all of a sudden you started doing math, and then you started coming up with formulas for calculus and all the collective stuff without any type of prerequisite for that. That tells me that you had some type of other information that you got. But he never disclosed what the information was or where he got it from. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with Bernoulli and Newton. They got this. I just think that they got the information because when you look at Timbuktu, what they was doing in Timbuktu, they was already doing that 100 years and 200 years before Newton, Bernoulli, and Leibniz was doing that in Europe, and it just don't make sense. That you guys just came up with this, at a moment when the interaction between Europe and Africa became more prominent. That's just my interpretation of it. So
what time are you talking about?
Bernoulli and Newton, that's like 1600s, 1600s, 1500s, around that time period. Yeah, and if you look at Timbuktu, the works that was written in Timbuktu, they was already written, on optics and
but a bunch of that information, and at that time you're talking about is at the time of exploration. The great influence, it seems, is coming from America.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that before that time period, when you look at Timbuktu and Cairo, as you would look at Ibn al-Haytham, they were already working on studies of optics and calculations of not differential equations, of derivatives. They was already working on derivatives.
Sum zero, basic sum zero math. It wouldn't be really considered calculus yet, but it was advanced for its time. So,
right.
Yeah, they was already doing it.
I've been studying this. I've been studying this too. This ain't no Chat GPT.
Right.
Let me turn
and
my
it's basically
camera on.
what you would call Euclidean. You dig what I'm talking about? But
I wouldn't call it Euclidean. I wouldn't call it Euclidean because the people in Timbuktu didn't have. I don't think they had a connection to what Euclid wrote. But the people in Cairo did.
But
it's crazy because one of my professors, he wrote a paper on that, and I didn't know until I was doing the research on this, on the calculus. Professor Katz, he wrote a paper on that, on the Islamic influence on mathematics.
I'm talking way before Islam.
Yeah, like in the 19. I'm talking about the 900s.
About what the building of the pyramids. I'm talking about 2500s.
Well, that's a different time. That's a different time period.
Yes, I'm saying that math that later on in time, right, that gets called Euclidean is already being practiced with the hunt. First of all, that's thousands of years later, right?
Yeah.
But that mathematics, how it works, was already being applied in Africa. You can prove it by how the pyramid was built.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? They use what we call Euclidean mathematics to line it to true north. That's why I got the sums of the earth and all that stuff built right into its structure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? These people were highly advanced, and then people be saying like this dude made the first optics. Wrong. And they found a massive piece of glass, a reflective mirror, like not a mirror, but a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
It's baked and turned into rock now. Something fried it. We gotta make that make sense too. What turns a large piece of glass into rock? Heat. But from where? Right? So you know what I mean? They finding out that many of the things that we thought were new are in fact not, and were brought about and destroyed over time, lost to history for certain reasons, and brought back again, like the screw. How many times that's been brought about? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's my research that I go. You know what I'm saying, I've shown that the ancient, back in the mathematics was advanced, far more advanced than what they've been telling us.
oh, listen, it's a whole different type of understanding. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a whole different type of understanding. I just believe we walk on the technology.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the technology was crystal based, sound and basically electromagnetic, but thermal. You dig what I'm saying? And the missing part in the science is the understanding that the human was the battery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just think we walk on our great technology because we just think it's rocks, right? At other times, you got to remember something happened, y'all. Something happened. Something made the 19th dynasty fall.
You know what I'm saying? I would say don't think of the human as the battery. Think of the human. The human is the laboratory.
I would say I'm talking about ancient technology. Yeah. No,
but look at
it.
it.
No, he wasn't. He could in the laboratory in the mind. I understand that, but I'm talking literally. Man was the battery. Your body produces just standing still 450 BTUs just standing still.
Yeah. To connect.
Imagine if you in a state of mediumistic, channeling, and you're in a place. And see, this is what they don't understand. Our great ancient culture, and this is why they built so megalithic, right? It was DC, it was direct current. You dig what I'm saying? It's not AC DC like today. It was but it was direct current. So things would, like, for instance, you would walk into a room and it would just work. Right? Because the electromagnetism coming up off out the charged ground, the whole everything. You dig what I'm talking about? And I think there were times where people were the batteries. And this is where you get your chiefs and your shamans and your idea of big men and all that stuff, because they was the people who could tap in and keep it running. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and I think this is why we also lose it, because, of course, people get greedy and they start bringing it in. So now once it was given free and it healed the people, now they bringing it in. They're just teaching the science to to the royals. You dig what I'm talking about? And over time, as they die out, so does the information. It becomes spookified, or you know what I mean, anthropomorphized. You dig what I'm talking about? Deified. You dig what I'm talking about? Just like netters.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I think we see that the understanding that at that time, in ancient times, there was a more of a connection of this organic understanding of technology than we have today, where you're more connected with the elements. You know what I'm saying? The human and the elements making this connection to make this more what this more resonant with the universe and what the light
connection with the all.
Yeah. So definitely more. I think there was a more understanding back then that they had, and you could see it. That's why I think. Yeah, I mean that's why they built Kemet. That's why they built the whole structure of everything they built. They were showing us that there was a connection that humans had with the universe and the planet, that you could connect and continue this harmony and balance, this resonant balance. You know what I'm saying? So
let me ask you a question. You think that's only in Kemet?
No, I think people around the world. You saw that all around the world.
All right. I'm with you.
You saw that all around the world. This connection that people had and trying to maintain that balance. You know what I'm saying?
You're starting to sound spooky. You're starting to sound a lot like old Waspy.
Nah, they ain't not.
Why ain't you laughing? Why ain't you laughing?
Oh man. Yo. All right, y'all. I'm out of here, y'all. I'm about to fall asleep.
All right, my baby. Be safe, bro.
All right, you guys, man. Peace, man. Have a good night, man. Or good morning, y'all. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, man.
Oh, wait. It's gonna be a busy month, man. Good month, hey Weezy. We about to kick the Bud tour back off. When launched the new channel, man, y'all gonna come on over, man, and kick it with the Kushman. You didn't know the Kushman is Cosmon. Cosmon is the Kushman. So you dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna come and kick it with the face of the medical marijuana scene in Detroit and Michigan. And we're gonna crank this thing back up for a second time. Yeah, y'all will catch on. But we got hope everybody grew some veggies this year. You got your veggies out. You know what I mean? Get you some, man. I got a war going on right now. It's a war going on outside. No one is safe from with these dang on groundhogs, bro. They thugging and they ate my lettuce. And I'm upset. You dig what I'm talking about? I had some good big old lettuce out there. They nubbed that mug down. Man, he nubbed that mug down so cold, man. It's coming back, but dang. I was about to eat it. You dig what I'm talking about? It was getting ready to get done. That mug was like, yeah. Let me put some Dijon on this jank for you kids. Nigga munched on my things, man. They munched on a little of my peas too. They ain't eat the deal though. Pause. That sounded crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I ain't have a garden this year. Next year though, for sure, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
We get it popping again.
Y'all boys get out there, put your hands in that dirt.
Let's go. Ain't nothing like it, man. Ain't missing out.
You know what I mean? Go put on some of that good Jaja music, man. Go out there, rock with the plants for a minute. You dig what I'm talking about? You might learn something. You dig what I'm talking about? Get that vibe going.
Yes, sir. I'm about to get up out of here, man. Closing remarks.
Oh man, hey, one. Tell them to go on over there to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that thumb. You dig what I'm talking about? Up button and subscribe and share right here, man, before y'all get up out of here. Hey, Weezy, you can do something for me, kid?
Whatever, cuz.
Man, I just need you to breathe in. Let that light in, man.
Let's go.
Hey, man, I'm Cosmonian, man. Hey, y'all boys stay low and keep firing. You dig what I'm saying?
Peace. OG Kaz, Big Kaz in the building, man. Appreciate everybody who tuned in tonight. Make sure you smash that thumbs up on the way out. We are going to end with some music from Jamar Milton. Some positive tracks that he dropped. Let me go ahead and get these pulled up. I had dropped off. I had them pulled up and then I dropped off. So I got to search his name. Here they go. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
May you manifest every heart's desire, young Tehuti. May you manifest every heart's desire.
Judicial systems and politicians, the wicked prey on the innocent, poverty like conditions. Popular protocol, populate propositions. Your whole existence is probably out the picture. They out to get you. Foreign DNA in your mixture. Never thought I'd be touring CLA with these lectures. Made the elixir for the people to paint a picture. Clear as day in their brain. We created the scriptures. Genesis, Deuteronomy. Who could rhyme with me on the subject? Keeping their eye on me. Whole society know what's up next. My sobriety flows entirely for the upset. Suppression the truth. Back in the booth. School of coons in the coop. Take them back to the roots. I'm a star like a monologue, not your kaboom. Coming hard, you should know the guard higher than you. Couple rappers in the game that I'm trying to chew. Couple countries on the plane, ain't I'm trying to view. I'm divine, you divine, what you trying to do? From my mind to your mind, let's align the crew. Cause every line is a sign, just combine the two.
May you manifest every heart's desire, young Tehuti. May you manifest every heart's desire.
The generation of change, no longer we see meditation is strange. Maybe in different lanes, but the destination the same. Future seeing the wave, you hella late in the game. Gotta deal with the pain, repeating it is insane. Who protecting the culture? Who deflecting the vulture from scooping up all the folks up? Who you respect the most, influenced by and promote? Cause few and few of our role models moving is still a spoke of. For you there's no love. Black civil rights movement got you confused with the rules of the illuminated. Like who's related to who? Since the age of 2, made a fool what they say in the school. Don't pertain to you, taint the truth. They playing it cool since the age of the noose. We've been making the news. Crooked cops running blocks now, spraying your boo. When the semi on the Glock now, aiming at you. When they pops bullets, you not gonna be able to chew.
May you manifest every heart's desire, young Tehuti. May you manifest every heart's desire.
King shit. Huh. Man, it's only right I rise. I was born in the fall. My mama and my daddy rode in separate cars. Next time me and him spoke, I was 24. Them boys hard to reach behind them prison walls. Crack error, the proof in his eyes. In this world can't survive institutionalized. The streets will swallow you up like a wolf in disguise. Nowadays, hard to separate truth from the lies. So now I'm on a mission for the people. May your well wishes be equal and your enemies beneath you. The Hennessy is lethal, be easy on that needle. I pray your heart is real like a Hebrew. We need you. I'm cooking up that work in the lab to supplement it. You know me from that work in the past, it's been a minute. I drop a couple verses, pastors and the bishops be nervous. Your boy put a hurtin' on religion.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
This that work for the serving out the kitchen. You lurking, just know I'm alert and in position. The son of a sauce, so my purpose bout to click in. This Alhamdulillah when Jamal is back to mixing. I'm way too Marcus Garvey for pimping parties. Too Malcolm Xing to be out here flexing. Too much the youth is running around without direction. They got 1,000 questions, so they out here guessing. CEOs trying to find a way to own a business. In the streets, never Saturday, Jehovah Witness. We gotta bridge the gap, deliver the facts. As simple as that, they into that, it's bigger than rap.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. And when all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
Build or destroy, cultivate allies and go to war. Even the blackest against the law. Here in the jungle we get it on.
You either build or destroy.
Build or destroy, cultivate allies and go to war. Even the blackest against the law. Here in the jungle we get it on.
My people dying by the millions. Electric vanity claim the lives of all the children. Kings killing kings, raid liners to the ceiling. Mindless and silly, the blind is sticking film me describing what is really a crime to the indigo mind. I got the vision, but fighting for survival, lifeline and pot the piston is missing. Documenting these citizens for the kingdom. Princesses in the kingdom. My Jugi, they're my wingdom. If they with me now, they who with me from the beginning. I wish you would try with the vibe that you're seeking. Favor from the sky, if it's right, you believe it. The signs of the seasons. The signs of the seasons.
Or destroy, cultivate allies and go to war. You know the blackest against the law. Here in the jungle we get it on.
You either build or destroy.
Or destroy, cultivate allies and go to war. You know the blackest against the law. Here in the jungle we get it on.
Still we gotta make strides. Statistically it'd be wise to call us snake guys. Snake guys, I can never love yours if you hate mine. Born to build or destroy, that's an 8-9, do the math. Whole knowledge out the tune so we knew to have. Known to smile, but you'll never hear Buddha laugh. My verses keep the streets lit, whole crew and staff. And got the power of Muhammad when he threw the jab. Boom by yay, drippy like a new Kanye. Coulda J no matter who I lay. I'm suspicious of their mission, Dr. Umar face. We on the move, the guards renting out the U-Haul space. As the wickeds clear the demons as they blew on sage. Assisting like Nicodemus with the crew on stage. You feel me? Cause it's the reason that we do those things. Cause you gotta protect your energy and rule your space. Rule your space.
Or destroy, cultivate allies as it go to war. Giving up like it's against the law. Here in the jungle, we
Jamal, classic art, Mona Lisa. Return the gold to Caesar, holy speaker. Consuming rappers like a whole amoeba. Roll the weed up. Your local preacher, 317, decode the beeper. Load the sheeper, cause holy Jesus got some older features. They withholding secrets of mysticism, bogus reasons. They quote Josephus, holding meetings only for elite men. We off the deep end. Overseers and slave hunters control the precinct. It's no defense. Cold enough to blow the heat in. The flow decent. Solar beings hold a DNA with the oldest features. It's all the reason to be so conceited. Afro eliteness, chocolate women say the style give them their whole vida. Social media birth the boldest speakers, hold your grievance. Before they spin that block with the poles and heaters, know what beef is. The voice of reason, dropping gems on them, hope you peeped it. It's now Cypher 85, a J destroy the weak shit.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep
You know
their
this
eye
could
on me.
get stranger things spooky. Trying to exchange loopy. When I throw this shit at you, orangutan dookie. This what happened with Lucy, a brainiac with the loose leaf. Animaniac goofy, ain't a rapper Kamumi, a god of the earth. Jamal put in work. Ain't gotta really pop shit, boy, these bars is a perk. Even spar with the church like some hard-headed jerk. Shit, marching is simply taking a walk till it hurt. We done gone through the worst, lost in the search. Guard your soul, you know the body dissolve in the dirt. This the hardest at work. We've been scarred with the curse. Break the bond with the educational clause I insert. Get the bag, move to Mars with a Tartarian purse. Smart man if it works. That's why I'm branding this merch. A dink with pants with the shirt. The original man first. Show you how the gods do. Like I'm spitting this damn verse. Love and life.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me.
In the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies when he ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies do not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky.
dog, I be chillin'. Minding my business is living in purpose and standing on 10. Can't be compared to these skinnerless rappers still pumping their hate while I standing on trends. Got all my shit out the mud. All the homies like buddy done it again. I used to spit it for free for niggas not better than me. Then they hit me the ends. None of these niggas is like me. Mimicking the boy style, it gotta be jokes. I used to think they was grimy. Now the way they be tweaking, it gotta be coke. Yeah, he said he was rich, but shit he's still concerned with. He gotta be broke. You from the era of streams, I'm from the era of fiends. Inside of the stove, he wanna collab, it's probably a no. He don't wanna crash with Hollywood Coke. I've been eating bad while out on the road, but after this fast, my body will glow. How did that go? That's what your bitches be saying whenever I body a quote. Don't be a hoe, that's what my missus be saying whenever I pop out the dough. Oh, close your eyes, I'm a visionary, cannot be defined by a dictionary. You can feel the vibe and it's anyway. You go, it's genocide to an adversary. Bro, spin the block on a merry-go. Safety lock off, then we let it go. 1-2 shot, many more. That's how that shit blow. I had to find myself, stand on purpose, grounded, redefine myself. Switch up my surroundings and get by myself. That's where I find my wealth. Had to find myself, living purpose, grounded, redefine myself. Switch up my surroundings and get by myself. That's where I find my wealth.
I had to find myself.
Who you talking to? Who said what? Who told who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you're looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Yeah. Who you talking to? Every line of treasure you only find in the mind, my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. 2 times, we on time. Every line got another line, hiding behind the line. You hearing bars, I'm hearing structure and design. You hear a punchline, I hear ontology, a line. Who said reality started? Talking outside existence while existing to argue. Smuggling sequence in your sentence unconsciously. Then call it timeless when I ask what the process be. Who you talking about? Half these worldviews fall when you walk them out. Everybody got answers till you chalk it out. Incoherence disappear when you map it out. I studied Heraclitus flowing rivers in motion. Parmenized frozen, I can see both in the ocean. Can't build a frame, but the frame still folded. Trying to define the world while the mind still holding it. Aristotle looking for causes and categories. Nietzsche killed guys, but couldn't kill reality. Heidegger staring into being and anxiety. I'm just asking what makes existence intelligibly. Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who built the worldview that you standing on? Everybody sounding deep to the ladder gone. And they looking real nervous when the pattern drawn. I slept these haters in they face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times. We on time. Every line of John, they only find in the mind, my mind. You know I work in the mines, digging through mines while I'm digging through mine. Blue collar, philosopher, coffee cup thinker, still plotting possible worlds while the clock getting thinner. Whole room talking loud, I just watch and consider, cause the loudest in the room usually know the least in it. Who taught you that? Who said existence got a border where the proof at? Who talking outside reality and still attached? Using logic from existence just to move back. That's incoherent. I ain't even gotta raise my tone. I just let the contradiction sit there on its own. People wanna skip structure just to chase the throne. To the worldview collapse and they standing there alone. They want a war record. I gave them world pressure. Every verse another hidden room in the architecture. Every line another layer underneath the texture. You hear rhythm, I hear systems trying to fit together, and I ain't culturally inappropriate, intellectually inappropriate, I'm coherently inappropriate, yeah. You hate the conclusion, but the structure still hold. That's why the room get quiet when the logic unfolds. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who taught you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? OLEE on a late night broadcast. Hourglass eye, watching timelines cross paths. Earth in the other eye, both sides balance. Nature and time, that's the code in the canvas. No wings, still. Who you talking to?
Yeah.
When I walk in the room, proud of my joy like it's all that I own. Yeah, I keep that sunshine inside of my spirit. They stare, but they never can take it away. They threw their shadows and doubted my steps. I rose, now they copy the words that I say. Got all this logic and love with my veins. My heart and my mind moving in the same lane. I see the cracks in the stories they tell. I smile cause I build up a storm in my brain. It's flame. Philosophy stay in my blood, I'm awake. I'm drowning in the noise of the mud. I do the math on the hate. Every word that they throw, it be missing the proof in a way. I got a purpose that money can't buy. I budget my peace, keep it close on my side. You can make rumors, assumptions, and lies, but you never debated my shine. That's mine. Treat your smile like your money. Don't you ever let them touch that, say. Hate get dry, they can die, but they never get to own your face. Guard your peace, guard the joy, guard the fire that you can't replace. Hold your ground, keep your crown, let the truth be your saving grace. If you pocket money, don't lock it up where the hate can't reach. Every scar, every doubt turn gold when you stay that key. Let them shine, let them blow this stones, they can't buy your life. Just my your money, baby, don't you ever sell your rent. What's up again? My soul, my grin. It's up again. Won't fall, won't bend. Exit the noise on the side of the highway. I'm driving, no reason it's pulling me my way. Walk past the bright little tails in the driveway. I don't need a mitt just to light up my sky. I feel their pain when they cling to the lies, but truth is a house where we cleanse all the rain. Welcome inside to the Coliseum of arguments. Step in the ring, let it change all your chains. I'm such a skeptic, I'm kissing the facts. I dance with the day that ain't holding me back. No superstition can purchase my path. I'm spending my time on coherence and stats. They want a host with a mic in his.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wanna be free. Oh yeah. Wait till I'm free. Oh yeah. Wait till I'm free. Then my sister don't gotta pay bills some more, then she'll be free. Then I can have my mama ride foreign like she's supposed to be, then she'll be free. Cause baby boy got it. Mama, don't you reach up in your wallet, not when you're with me. Oh no, no, no. So when I'm free, I'ma be right back home where I'm supposed to be, not in these streets. Trying to make a living for myself and my family so I can breathe. So if they need new shoes, I ain't gotta worry, cause it's all on me. Yeah, 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 yeah. The only time I feel free is with a mic, bright lights while I'm on the stage. They cheer for me. Got my whole family backstage doing the same like it should be. That would make me feel free. Yeah, yeah. That would make me feel free. I just wanna be free.
Trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a...
Yeah. Woo. What? Woo. Yo. Woo. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down when we stomping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets. Start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down and lay down when we stomping. This the clash of the titans. In the dimension where infinity gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy. Yeah. Hear the sounds of
motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time. God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial
foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we do.
I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reasoned proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated, define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer disappears, there was nowhere left to hide. I recognize the bad at first they claim and then retreat. First they speak in absolutes, then change the meaning when we meet. First they tell me it is certain, then they say it could be true. Then they say nobody knows, there's 3 positions, pick a view. I'm not chasing every bird just because it learned to chirp. Some ideas take a flight, some ideas hit the dirt. This is bird droppings, every record leaves a sign. I recognize the incoherence. Book you every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the plane without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. time. Recognize